Cowboy's Christmas Wife, Windy Creek Romances, Book 4, by Mary Sue Jackson and Leslie North. Chapter 1. Daryl hated silence. It was always so loud. He sat in the bank manager's office waiting for her to arrive so that they could have their scheduled meeting, and the ticks from the clock on her desk practically echoed off the walls. Beyond that, he could hear the muffled goings-on from the bank, nothing concrete or clear. Daryl would catch just the tone of a voice or a half-word, nothing for him to really focus on, to distract him from his racing thoughts. He needed this to go well. He really, really needed it too. Finally, after a small eternity, the door clicked open. He started to stand up, but the hefty woman who came through the door motioned for him to sit again. "I'm so sorry to keep you waiting," the bank manager Marla Braden said as she slid around him and behind her desk. Marla had big brown eyes and a dainty nose that both nearly disappeared behind thick, dark glasses. He nearly groaned aloud when he saw them. She only ever had bad news when she wore those glasses. "She wears them for the effect," he thought grumpily. "Mr. Rivers, thank you for coming into town for this meeting. Now, what you wish to discuss is an extension on your loan, correct?" She looked over the edge of her glasses at him. Shame burned in his gut. And he fought not to crush his Stetson in his hands. He'd taken the hat off when he'd been shown to the office. His mama had taught him to be polite, after all. "Yes, ma'am," he said. She clicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. "Looking here," she said, indicating her computer. "You're already past due on payments as it is." "Yes, I know, but—" How could he explain this? Explain what the ranch meant to him and his family? It was all he had left of his parents. He and his siblings had lost their mom to a fast-progressing cancer 8 years ago, when Daryl was just 19. Their dad had followed her 4 years later from a sudden, massive heart attack, and then it had just been him and his siblings on their own, with Daryl as the one to inherit the ranch, to inherit the responsibility, to inherit the legacy, with the expectation that he'd keep it going. His gut curdled with shame at the thought of how he'd let his parents down. "We got a bit behind," he told her lamely, "but we're doing our best to get caught back up. We just need more time." Marla clicked her tongue again. "You're more than a bit behind, Mr. Rivers," she said in a voice that was almost apologetic, but was also patronizing. "When you took out the mortgage, it was with the intention of using the money to fund a side business, yes? She consulted the paperwork in front of her. "Leatherwork, I believe?" "Yes, that's right. It's always been a hobby of mine, you see, and I thought I could turn it into something that I could put my own stamp on, something that was just his, because he loved the ranch, but he'd also loved the idea of starting something new and fresh, something that really let him express himself." "And it didn't go well, I assume?" He couldn't stop himself from bristling a little. "Actually, it really took off," he countered. "Everybody loved my work." Which was nothing more than the truth. When it came to leatherworking, he knew exactly what he was doing. Unfortunately, when it came to scheduling and bookkeeping, he didn't have a clue. He'd been so excited by all of the interest that he'd taken on too many projects, and he hadn't done a very good job of keeping track of them. Late deliveries had started piling up, with customers demanding discounts to compensate for the delay, and others canceling projects into which he'd already invested time and money. The business got more and more expensive for him to run, plus his reputation took a major hit. And in all that snarled mess, some mortgage payments got missed. "I'm sorry," Marla said, sounding very stern and no-nonsense. "But if the past payments aren't caught up by the end of the year, I'm afraid the bank will have to foreclose." Her words socked him in the gut. Daryl could barely pull in a breath. "What am I going to tell Kyle and Georgina? They're going to kill me." His sister might have been the oldest of them, but Daryl was the one who was supposed to take care of the ranch. He shook himself out of his mental castigation when he realized that Marla was staring at him, obviously waiting for some kind of reply or plea or something. He thanked her for her time, stood, and put his Stetson back onto his head. Despite the chaos in his brain, what he was going to say to his siblings, how they could come up with the money, etc., Daryl left the bank doing his best to look calm and collected. No one needed to know that his stomach was twisting itself into knots or that there was a twanging pain forming behind his eye. He left the bank with his head held high and ran directly into a woman on the sidewalk. She let out a little yelping swear and clutched at the baby wrapped and settled against her chest. "Shitshoot, I'm sorry," he said and reached out to help steady the woman, and feeling a fresh pang of guilt. He should have been paying attention to where he was going. What if he had knocked her down? "Really," he said, "I'm so—" He took her in for the first time. Wide, familiar green eyes, silky-looking blonde hair that she had pulled into a messy knot atop her head, and a Cupid's bow mouth that used to haunt his dreams. "Laura Jo?" "Laura Sanders. No, it's Longbottom now," he thought with a scoff, looked up at him for the first time, and her frown morphed into a hesitant smile. "Daryl," she said. Her eyes flicked up and down, taking him all in. "Well, look at you." She whistled, and although he knew that she was teasing, his stomach boiled with bashfulness and male pride. "I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. How long has it been?" Daryl knew the answer to her question, but he made a show out of considering it. "Since graduating college," he said finally, "though we didn't really see much of each other senior year, did we?" Her smile dimmed a bit. "That's right," she said. "You and I kind of fell out of touch after I met Clark." Junior year, they'd gotten close enough that Daryl had built up the courage to ask her out. He had planned to at the start of senior year, but she'd come back to school from summer break, gushing about Clark, an up-and-comer at her grandfather's company who she'd met while interning there over the summer. They'd gotten married shortly after she graduated, and Daryl had been relegated to being a Facebook friend. He'd snoozed her after a couple dozen "My life is so great with my husband" posts. He hadn't even known that she'd had a baby. He readjusted his Stetson. "It has been a minute," he said. Laura nodded. "So, how are you?" His first instinct was to tell her that everything was just fine, but there was something about the hollowed look in her eyes and the hesitant smile that made him choose honesty. "I may have just lost my family's ranch." Laura's mouth dropped into an O of surprise, and then she checked her watch. "I've got a meeting later on, but I've got some time until then," she said. "In the meantime, how about you come with me and Lily for some banana splits?" Daryl winced. While spending more time with Laura never seemed like a bad thing, he wasn't sure if he was going to be good company. "I don't know, Laura Jo." She pushed a loose tendril of blonde hair behind her ear. "Please?" she asked. "Banana splits always made things better, remember? Just like when we were kids. And from the sounds of things, I think we could both use a pick-me-up." She looped an arm through his and deftly turned him in the direction that she had been pointed. He could never deny her anything, and as they began walking down the sidewalk toward Maple Scoops, the town's kitschy ice cream parlor, Daryl realized that he still couldn't. "Are you visiting your parents' plot?" he asked. Like him, Laura's parents resided in the Windy Creek Memorial Park, though she'd lost them sooner, to a car accident when he and Laura were both 12. That was when she'd moved away to live with her grandfather in Denver. As far as he knew, she hadn't been back since. The Sanders had a plot not too far from his own parents, and Daryl had weeded around their stones on occasion. He found it sad that no one came to visit them. Her face twisted. "No," she said. "I haven't been able to go there just yet." She patted the baby's back lightly. The little girl was dozing against her mother's chest, but he kept getting a peep of blue eyes when she would blink and look around. "I'm going to take Lily soon," she said, and it sounded like a promise she was making to herself. "How long are you visiting for?" he asked. Then, "Is Clark with you?" Laura's nose wrinkled in what looked like distaste. "No," she said. "We're over." Daryl wasn't sure what to say to that, so he let the conversation drop until they reached Maple Scoops. He pushed open the door, and the scent of warm sugar rushed over him. The ice cream parlor had opened when they were kids back in the late 90s, but the owners had wanted it to look like it dated back to the 50s, so it had a large wooden counter where customers could order old-fashioned shakes and malts, and the tables and chairs were styled to look like antiques. It wasn't as popular as the local diner, but that's what made it so special to Daryl. It had been their spot. They went to the counter and waited for the older man who was drying glasses to look at them. "What'll be, folks?" he asked. "1 banana split," Daryl ordered and pulled out his wallet. "2 spoons, please." Laura opened her mouth, seemingly to protest, but then she smiled. "Thank you." With a nod, the man bustled around, scooping the ice cream and slathering it in toppings. Daryl paid, and they took the dessert to one of the tables near the back of the parlor. They both picked at the banana split for a moment, awkwardness settling between them before Daryl couldn't take it anymore. "What happened with Clark?" Laura sighed and grabbed a bigger spoonful of the ice cream, being less delicate now. "Good," he thought. "She doesn't have to hide from me." "I came home earlier than he expected from a 5K fundraising run that I helped to organize, and I found him in our shower with another woman. When I confronted them, she made it clear to me that it had been going on for months." She motioned at Lily with her spoon. The girl made a grab for it, and Laura dodged her chubby fist and ate the ice cream before the infant could get to it. "I found out I was pregnant after I'd already left." Disgust at her husband crackled through him. It set his teeth on edge. "I can't believe he would do something like that." She shrugged. "I've stopped asking myself why he would torpedo our marriage," she said. "I did everything he ever wanted, and it still wasn't enough." Laura scoffed and took another bite of ice cream. "Please have some of this," she said, motioning to the quickly melting dessert. Daryl didn't actually want any. Banana splits had always been a tradition of theirs. Whenever they had a bad day, they would scrape their money together to get one. But in all honesty, he didn't care for them. He just went along with buying them because it would make her smile, and he would always do just about anything for that. He picked up his spoon and dug out a section of ice cream that was free from the toppings and fruit. "So, what are you doing now?" he asked. Laura smiled and nuzzled her face into the top of her daughter's head. "I moved back into my parents' old place," she said. "It needs some fixing up, but Lily and I are going to make it work." "I'd heard you rented it out." "I couldn't stomach the thought of selling it, but it wouldn't do the place any good to sit empty either, so renting it out seemed to make the most sense." Her expression soured. "Clark hired this company to take care of it, deal with the renters and such, but it seems like a repair hasn't been made in years, let alone any cleaning. I'm amazed it didn't smell worse when we moved in." "It's okay though, right?" Daryl asked before he could stop himself. "You girls are safe?" Laura didn't exactly give him an unfriendly look, but there was something chilly in her eyes now. "Yes," she said. "We're just fine. Thanks." He dipped his head, apologizing but not knowing why. "Right," he said. "Of course." She seemed to relax again. "So, the ranch," she said. "Is it really gone?" A sucker punch would have been less painful. He had been so distracted by seeing Laura again that he'd forgotten about the conversation with the bank manager. "Not quite yet, but if I can't find a way to pay off a chunk of money owned on my mortgage in the next 2.5 months, it will be," he said. "The bank's given me until the end of the year to get caught back up." Laura winced in sympathy. "I'm so sorry." "My own fault," he grunted. "I started a side business that kind of got out of hand. I'm not really the business type." He shrugged. "I'll either figure it out or I won't, but it'll be fine either way." If he said it enough, he would start believing it, right? The thought of losing the ranch made him sick to his stomach. But plenty of people didn't live on ranches, and they seemed happy enough. Look at his own sister, Georgina. And even if he wasn't able to keep the ranch, he still had valuable experience that should mean he'd be able to find work. He and Kyle could get hired on someplace else, and maybe they'd even be able to keep working together. There were plenty of ranches in the area, but try as he might, he couldn't take much comfort in the thought. He felt her fingers on his wrist, and he looked down at where she'd reached across to touch him. Laura's fingers felt downright chilly against his blazing skin. Daryl raised his eyes back to hers, and he nearly chuckled at the light dusting of pink that had raised on her cheeks. But still, she didn't remove her hand. "You'll get it worked out," she said. "You will." Daryl hoped that she was right. Chapter 2. Laura walked into Jeanette's office a hair late for their scheduled meeting, and she found her lawyer-turned-friend waiting for her by the door. Her short blonde hair was styled into beachy waves, and she was wearing a suit that couldn't quite hide the small swell of her pregnant belly, along with sneakers on her feet instead of her usual heels. She looked tired. "I'm so sorry," Laura called as she stepped inside, knowing how punctual Jeanette liked to keep things. But to her surprise, her friend's expression didn't show a hint of upset. On the contrary, her face was full of sympathy. "Oh no, you have really bad news for me, don't you?" Laura whispered, her stomach sinking. Her lawyer held up a hand that was studded with different rings. Jeanette struck Laura as the cool, older sister type. She was tough and sharp and clever. She also happened to be one of the kindest people Laura had ever met and a true, loyal friend. "Come sit down before we get into it," she said. Laura sighed and followed Jeanette into the conference room. Papers were spread out across the large table. Laura plunked down into a chair, set the diaper bag down, and took Lily out of the wrap. She smiled when the baby stretched her arms. She was going to dig out a new diaper when Jeanette made grabby hands for her. Laura raised an eyebrow. "You want to change her diaper?" she asked. "Weren't you the one wailing not 2 days ago about having to do the diaper bit all over again?" Laura gestured at her friend's belly. "I want you to give your full attention to what I'm about to say about that trust fund you inherited," Jeanette countered. Laura grimaced. "How bad is it?" She motioned for the stacks of papers. Jeanette's smile was tight, and Laura groaned. "Your grandfather must have been a very interesting man." The flatness of her voice told Laura just what she thought of that. She watched Jeanette lay Lily gingerly down on the other end of the conference table and began to change her diaper. "He was, at that," Laura agreed with a sigh. "Though I should say he did his best," she said tiredly. It was a phrase she was very familiar with. She'd heard variations of it over and over again from her grandfather's household staff when she had gone to live with him. Back then, she'd felt utterly at sea, as if her entire world had been taken away from her in the blink of an eye. Not only had she lost her wonderful, loving parents, but she'd also had to say goodbye to the only home she'd ever known. None of the luxuries her wealthy grandfather could offer had been any compensation for what she'd lost. Nor had it been much comfort to hear that he was doing his best when it was so very much less than what she needed. "And he was from a very different generation," she added. "That's right. Your dad was kind of an oops baby, right?" Jeanette asked. "Yeah, from what I've heard, he was a total surprise. My grandmother had thought she wasn't able to have children. They were older when he was born. My dad always said his mom was wonderful, very loving, but she died when I was a baby, and my grandfather was a good provider, I guess. That part of being a father he knew how to handle. Actively parenting? Not so much. And he definitely wasn't equipped to handle having a traumatized 12-year-old dumped on him when he was already in his 80s. "Okay, fair enough," Jeanette conceded. "But while he was old, he wasn't actually from the Dark Ages, right? Or maybe the 1800s? Because the trust he set up to manage your inheritance kind of reads like something from a Jane Austen novel. I can't believe he actually wrote it into the paperwork that you would have to share control over your trust fund with your husband." Laura shrugged helplessly. "When he made that last provision, I was all of 22. I guess he didn't think I could handle the responsibility of that much money on my own. He didn't leave all of the control in someone else's hands." "Sure," Jeanette agreed. "Just half of it. You have 50% control, and your scumbag ex has the other 50%, so that outside of your regular allowance, any withdrawals you want to make need approval from both of you." Laura sank back, resting her head against the top of the chair. "I know all that. And I always thought it was weird and kind of horrible, but it was never really an issue. Before. I mean, I still had half of the control, so it wasn't like Clark could drain the account without clearing it with me. The money was safe. We just had to agree on how to spend it, which I never imagined would be a problem. It's certainly a problem now, though." "That's because your ex is a petty little jerk," Jeanette replied. Laura rolled her eyes. "Not in front of the baby, Jeannie, honestly," Jeanette snorted. "She's picking up on the tone of my voice and not much else, and you know it. Isn't that right, sweetheart?" she said, picking up a freshly changed Lily and bouncing her in her arms. "Your daddy's a petty little jerk, isn't he?" she cooed. "Yes, he is. Yes, he is." Laura couldn't help but laugh, holding her arms out as Jeanette brought the baby back to her. Laura pulled her close, running the tip of her nose into Lily's soft blonde hair. She had wanted to be a mother for so long. For 5 years, she and Clark held their breath every month, and every negative pregnancy test was a blow to both of them. Finding out that she was finally going to have her baby the month after she filed for divorce was a bitter pill to swallow, but the pregnancy had given her the extra push she needed to get on her own 2 feet, to get out from under Clark's thumb rather than crawling back to him, as he'd expected. Her ex had worked very hard to groom her into exactly what he wanted, which was a meek and obedient wife who was totally dependent on him. At his insistence, she hadn't done anything with her degree in marketing, opting instead to organize charities that would make her husband's brokerage firm look good. He'd systematically undermined her confidence and any sense of capability she might have had, gaslighting her constantly and making her second-guess every decision she made for herself. He'd thought that he'd broken her spirit completely, but he hadn't. She'd been able to pull herself together, not for her own sake, but for her daughter's. And she would never let anyone control her again, though of course that hadn't stopped Clark from trying. And here I'd hoped that he'd stop making trouble for me once the divorce was finalized, Laura mused. Well, Clark's vehement tries to stop the divorce were a pretty good indicator that he wasn't going to step aside easily, Jeanette pointed out. Most people may not be thrilled about a divorce, they might even fight over the assets and kids tooth and nail, but I have never seen a man want a judge to demand that you stay married. Laura grunted at the memory. Clark had all but stomped his foot when the judge told him that as the wronged party, Laura had all the right in the world to pull the plug and walk away. For a brief, wonderful moment, she thought she was home free until that same judge decided that he couldn't remove Clark from his position of authority over her trust fund. "I called Clark today," she said. "I need his sign-off on the disbursement of some money so that I can get some repairs done on my parents' house. The monthly allowance I get is enough for groceries and utilities, but there isn't enough left over to pay for any major repairs." Jeanette eyed her warily. "How'd that go?" "He told me that we can fix the house together when I bring his daughter home." She tried to keep her voice flat and unaffected, but her words cracked at the end. Tears stung behind her eyes, and she rubbed at her face with the heels of her hand to try and hold them back. The only thing keeping her grounded was Lily. She did her best not to squeeze the dozing infant. "He acts like I'm the one that broke up our happy marriage, that I didn't try hard enough to forgive him for his cheating. How did I ever love him?" Jeanette moved a box of tissues that were on the table closer to her. She was used to Laura getting so flustered that she cried by now. Hating herself just a little, Laura reached out and snatched a tissue and blotted her face with it. "He's a charming guy," Jeanette told her. "He's got that smile and those looks, and I think in his own way he does love you, but that love is dependent on you towing the line." "Never again," Laura seethed. "Not for him or anyone else." That was the one thing that continued to bother her. She'd long gotten over her failed marriage, she'd seen her husband for who he was, and she refused to miss anything about him. But the fact that she used to allow him to have so much say, to the point that he still felt entitled to meddle in her life, it drove her crazy. "There has to be something we can do to get him removed from the trust. Lily and I need that money to make repairs on the house and start over." She hadn't wanted to tell Daryl earlier, but her parents' house was in a worse condition than she had let on. It was functional at the moment, but both the roof and the plumbing were barely holding together. If things went on for too much longer as they were, she was going to have to find somewhere else to live. She didn't know how she'd afford that, or whether her heart would be able to handle it. Her parents' house was full of happy memories of the people who loved her more than anything. She wanted to raise her daughter there, surrounded by the love that was soaked into the very walls. Lily deserved that kind of upbringing, and she deserved to have this one thing. "The likelihood of getting another hearing is slim," Jeanette said. Laura loved that about her. She pulled no punches. Even if she knew it was going to be upsetting, she always told the truth. That had become increasingly important to her over the last 14 months. "So, him refusing to work with me, continuing this stupid stalemate we have, isn't emotional abuse? Jeanette cleared her throat. You know what he wants in exchange for removing himself from the trust. Laura felt the blood drain from her face. No. The word was strong and sure. Absolute. He can't have that. He can't have her. She looked down at Lily. Clark's lawyer had told Jeanette that if Laura would accept sharing custody of Lily, then he would have himself removed from the trust entirely. The paperwork also allowed for them to add or remove trustees if, and only if, both the current trustees agreed. But it was just another ploy to bind them together. Just another game he was playing to re-establish his precious control. Laura had gotten sole custody of the baby. Clark's affair and his withholding of funds for prenatal care had caught up to him. He was required to pay child support too, though his lawyer had managed to arrange for it to be an absurdly small amount, considering how much Clark earned every year. Laura hadn't cared enough to fight it. She didn't want his money. She didn't want anything from Clark but to be left alone. There has to be something else. The lawyer sighed and patted Laura's arm, but then she let out a little scoffing laugh. What is it? Laura asked. Jeanette laughed again. Well, I was just thinking. You could always get a new husband, she said. Laura blinked. What? That's the weirdest thing about that paperwork your grandfather filed. It doesn't actually name Clark Longbottom. It just says that the authority will be shared between Laura and her husband. I know, Laura said, a little confused. That's what we argued, right? That since Clark wasn't my husband anymore, he didn't fit the requirement to stay on as trustee. Yeah, but Clark's lawyer said that your grandfather was clearly referring to Clark because the paperwork was filed right before your wedding and it wasn't like you had any other husband. But if someone else did fit that title, maybe the judge would reconsider? She shrugged. Seems like you just need to get hitched again. That would be something we could take back to the judge. She looked at her watch. Look, I have another client coming in, and besides my continued advice to avoid calling Clark unless you absolutely have to, I've got nothing today. I'll keep looking for a legal loophole, okay? We can talk about it next weekend at breakfast. Laura snorted. Will that be on my dime or yours? You pay for the eggs, and I won't charge for my time, she said. How about that? Laura smiled. Deal. She handed Lily to Jeanette for a moment and readjusted her wrap so that it was once again in the correct place. Then she slid the baby back in so that she was nestled against Laura's heart. Jeanette handed her the diaper bag and she left the office. On the walk back to her car, Jeanette's joking words came back to her again and again, get a new husband. But no, she couldn't really do that, could she? Marry someone just to be free of Clark for real. How long would she have to remain married to the man in question? 6 months? A year? And what could any man possibly want out of a business arrangement like that? She certainly wouldn't be sleeping with him or acting like a wife. But still, she reasoned, if I could lay out all of the terms, and the man agreed, what could it hurt? Laura found her car in the parking lot and quickly transitioned Lily into the car seat. When she climbed behind the wheel, her intention was to go home, but she kept thinking of steely blue eyes and dark hair hidden beneath a weathered Stetson. She thought of a kind but troubled smile. Daryl had been her friend for a long time. Maybe, she thought, Laura ended up passing the turnoff that would take her home. Instead, she headed straight toward the open land that lay just outside of Windy Creek. She headed to the River Ranch. Chapter 3. Daryl was nearly finished making cowboy chili, racking his brain about how to tell his siblings how things went down at the bank, when someone knocked on the door. Can't be Georgina, he thought. My sister never knocks when she can just barge right in. Kyle was in the shower. He'd been out mending fences while Daryl was dealing with the bank. Seeing his younger brother practically dragging himself back into the house sent guilt gnawing through him. He'd unloaded too much responsibility on Kyle while he'd been trying to get his head above water on the leatherworking business. Kyle wasn't the type to complain, but that didn't make Daryl feel any less guilty over the way he'd been running his little brother into the ground. Daryl stirred the contents of the chili pot, it would be fine for a few minutes, and went to answer the door. Laura stood on his porch. Lily was in a car seat at her feet, slumped in sleep. Laura Jo? She had this wide-eyed look that made him nervous. What's wrong? "Will you marry me?" she asked. Her words came out in a rush of breath and nerves. Daryl felt like he had a short circuit between his ears and his brain. What she said made no sense at all. "Can you repeat that?" He watched the rise and fall of her shoulders as she took a breath. "You should marry me." So I heard her right, he thought numbly. "Come inside," he said, ushering her in. They walked through the short foyer and through the family room into the kitchen. He watched as she took in the house. It probably hadn't changed all that much since the last time she'd seen it. Georgina had her own home in town with her husband and kids, and he and Kyle hadn't done much in the way of renovating. It felt wrong to change the things that his mother and father loved. It was a way to keep them alive. "You want some chili? It should be ready." "Sure," Laura said in a voice that was barely louder than a whisper. She put the car seat on the farmhouse table that took up the middle of the kitchen and slid into a chair. He forced himself to look away from her and focus on stirring the chili. He went to the fridge and grabbed the shredded cheese and onions that he'd prepped before and started dishing things up. He knew that Kyle would come down for his share soon, so he left a bowl and spoon out for him. When he turned back to Laura, a bowl in each hand, she was wringing her hands. "Talk to me, Laura Jo," he said softly and sat across from her. He pushed her bowl at her and she quickly loaded it with cheese. He noted that she didn't touch the white onions. They each took a few bites. He preened a little when she muttered that it was good, while Laura seemingly gathered her thoughts. "My grandfather set aside a trust fund for me," she said. "It's a substantial amount of money, but he didn't trust me with it on my own." Her voice became icy. "He set things up so that my husband and I had to agree on how to spend the money, or we had no access to it." Daryl let out a low whistle. What a jerk. Then he remembered that this was her grandfather that he was talking about, the one who raised her. "I mean, I'm sure—" Laura held up a hand to stop him. "It's fine," she said. "I could try to make excuses for him all day, but the truth is that he didn't trust me to be smart enough not to blow through his money." He winced. I can't believe anyone would say that about her, he thought. Laura was the smartest person he'd ever met. Even as a kid, she was careful and deliberate in her actions. She was the exact opposite of his own frenetic energy. So what does all of that mean? He and I are supposed to make all decisions together in order to spend the money, but all that it's meant so far is that he won't allow me to touch it in any way unless I agree to split custody of Lily or come home. Daryl had never felt angrier for someone else before. He dug his spoon into his chili a little more aggressively than need be. It clattered against the porcelain bottom of the bowl. "How can that be legal?" he asked. Laura shrugged. "Jeanette's trying to find me a way out of it. And today, she had an idea. Because the funny thing is that the wording doesn't actually name Clark. It just says, Laura and her husband. During the divorce proceedings, Jeanette and I tried to argue that Clark wasn't my husband anymore, but the judge ruled that Clark would remain on the trust because he was the closest thing to a husband that I had." Her face twisted with anger, but somehow she was still the most beautiful woman that Daryl had ever seen. "Stop that now," he chastised himself. "It's not the time." "So that means," she continued, "that there's only one solution." Cold realization pooled in his gut. "Getting remarried," he said. She nodded. "Exactly," she said. "If I had a new husband, I'm hoping the judge would agree to have Clark removed from the trust. I would be free of him." "But then you'd have to deal with me," Daryl wheezed out. Her expression softened, and his chest squeezed. For a long time, Daryl had held a candle for Laura. She'd always be his very first crush, and he'd missed her horribly when she'd moved away. Finding her again at college, he'd thought that he'd finally have his chance, and for a moment in their junior year, he'd believed they could make that leap from friends to something more, but then she'd met Clark Longbottom, and that had been blown to pieces. "You're my friend," she said. "I trust that you wouldn't act like Clark." Daryl felt downright disgusted at the comparison. "Of course not," he said. "Besides, if I can get full access to my trust, I can help you too." "What do you mean?" Before she could answer, Lily woke up with a vengeance. The tiny girl began wailing from her seat, and Laura jolted into action. She stood and unbuckled the baby and cradled her while she leaned down and snatched the diaper bag from the floor. "Can you grab the squash while I change her diaper?" she asked. Daryl nodded and took the bag from her. He nearly laughed when he unzipped the flap. The bag was perfectly organized. He found the container of baby food, orange mush packed into a small Tupperware container. "Did you make this yourself?" he asked and held up the container. Laura glanced at him, but her hands never stopped moving as she wrestled a new diaper onto a now squirming Lily. "Yeah," she said. "When I first started buying baby food, it was just gross, and I thought I could make it better." Daryl opened the container and sniffed it. He expected for it to smell terrible. He remembered the baby food that his sister used to feed his nieces and nephew. He wouldn't wish that on an enemy. Instead, though, Laura's homemade food smelled delicious. Daryl was nearly tempted to sneak a taste, but Lily must have seen the container because her wails were outright shrieks now. Laura took the container and the soft pink spoon that he fished out of a pocket and then settled with the girl in her lap. Lily made the sweetest, most blissed-out noises as she ate, and Daryl couldn't help but be charmed by her. "She seems like a good baby," he said, thinking of how Caitlin and Callie screeched when they were babies and how Thomas still couldn't be trusted around markers. Laura smiled, warm and real. "She's the best," she said. "Had a little trouble with sleeping early on, but she sleeps through the night now." She rubbed her nose into the girl's blonde hair, and Daryl could have melted. Laura's love for her daughter was so real and obvious. "She screams like a banshee sometimes," she added with a little laugh. "As you just heard, but that's really only when she's starving. She rarely fusses without cause." "Not like Georgina's kids at all," Daryl mused with a little smile. "Can I hold her?" Laura looked surprised. "Sure," she said and handed off the baby. "Mind if I borrow some soap?" She held up the now empty container. He gestured at the sink, eyes still on Lily. "Have at it." Daryl could hear the sink running, and from the clinking, he could tell she'd grabbed their bowls too. He walked the baby around the kitchen and hummed lightly to her like he did when his nieces and nephew were tiny. "Clark's not involved in her life?" he asked. Laura paused. "No," she said, "and I'm not interested in her having any relationship with him." Good, he thought, although he couldn't be sure why he felt so satisfied with that response. "You don't need that mean old man, huh, kid?" he murmured. "Not when you've got a mama bear to look after you." Laura turned, and the smile on her face made his heart skip in his chest. "Stop that," he demanded of himself. "You know you're the first person besides Jeanette who agrees with me? All of the friends I'd made through my charity work back in Denver, all of the wives of the other stockbrokers in Clark firm, were horrified that I would keep her from her father." He snorted. "It's nobody's business but yours, Laura Jo." She crossed the kitchen and hugged him. She wasn't pressed right against him. She'd kept her body back so as to not squish Lily, but her soft, sweet scent filled his nose. "That is precisely why I think you should marry me." Lily squirmed, and Laura slipped her from Daryl's grasp. "Laura Jo—" "Don't Laura Jo me, Daryl," she said. "I'm not being rash here. I need help, and I think I can help you too." "You said that before, but I still don't understand what you mean." She nodded. "Without Clark stopping me from using my trust fund, I could easily handle the mortgage payments that you're behind on." "I can't take your money," he said. There was no way that he would allow her to pay him off like that. Laura scoffed. "That's dumb," she told him. "You told me that you're going to lose the ranch. We're what?" They turned, and Daryl cursed. Kyle stood in the threshold between the kitchen and the long hall that connected the bedrooms with the rest of the house. His hair was still wet from the shower. "Kyle, that's not—" Daryl fumbled with his words. "We're not losing anything." He said it as a comfort and a promise. His younger brother, though, must have heard how empty the word sounded, because he crossed his arms over his chest. He looked far older than 24, and it burned Daryl up inside because he was the reason for it. "What happened at the bank, Daryl?" Daryl deflated. "They won't extend the loan. If we aren't caught up by the end of the year, they'll foreclose." Kyle stared at him for a long beat, anger clear on his face. "I'm going to Georgina's for the night." he finally said and turned on his heel. Kyle? His brother stopped and looked back. We'll need to talk about this, I know, he said, voice flat. It cut into Daryl like a blade. But if we want to keep it from turning into a fight, then I need some air tonight. Then he was stalking up the hallway, refusing to look at Daryl again. Daryl, I am so sorry. He looked back at Laura. She smoothed a loose piece of hair behind her ears and wouldn't meet his eyes, like she was afraid that he was going to yell at her. What did Clark do to you? I was going to have to tell him anyway, he said. Kyle's heavy footsteps could be heard in the hallway again. He came through the kitchen, grabbed his keys and wallet, and then he was gone. When the rumbling sound of Kyle's truck receded, Daryl added, If I was going to marry you, we'd need to establish some boundaries. Laura's eyes went a touch wide. She nodded a little too hard. Absolutely, she agreed. First, I'm not going to just take your money, he said. It'll be a loan. Laura frowned but dipped her head in acknowledgement. You can pay me back when things are turning a regular profit again, not a day before. Daryl thought about it and agreed. This would be a business arrangement, right? He knew how he used to feel about her, and he was aware enough to know that it wouldn't take much for him to feel that way again. He couldn't be in love with someone who didn't love him back. He wouldn't do that to himself again, not after— Don't even go there, his mind cautioned. Laura nodded. Friends helping friends, she said firmly, and a simple annulment once we've worked everything out. Then she cracked a smile. With the added bonus that I get to change my last name. That had Daryl laughing. Rivers is much better than Longbottom, he agreed. So, you'll do it? She asked. You'll marry me? All of his instincts were screaming that this was a bad idea, but his instincts had gotten him into a heap of trouble before, so maybe he should be listening to them less. He'd always led with his heart, and it kept landing him in hot water. Maybe it was time to do things logically instead. This idea sounded a little crazy, but it also sounded like it would fix things for both of them. He moved to the cabinet where he and Kyle kept the liquor and pulled out 2 shot glasses and a bottle of the nice bourbon. He poured 2 heaping shots and handed her one. Yes, he said, and clinked his shot glass against hers. I'll marry you, Laura Jo, he said. The words came out a little huskier than he had planned, and some flicker of something went across her face. Still staring into her eyes, Daryl threw his bourbon back, and she followed suit. It burned all the way down and settled in his stomach. I'm such an idiot, he thought, but he met her wide grin with a smile of his own. I could just never say no to her. Chapter 4. Laura was pretty sure that it was raining inside the house just as much as it was raining outside. It had been 2 days since she and Daryl had agreed to get married, and they were avoiding each other. He'd called it time to process, but she knew he was probably freaking out. She couldn't figure out why she wasn't. She never imagined ever getting married again, and here she was doing it a mere 14 months after the end of her first marriage. It's not a real marriage, she reasoned. Daryl and I are just helping each other out. But it wasn't like the vows would change, would it? She'd still be vowing to love, honor, and obey. That thought rankled her. She'd have to talk to Daryl about the terminology. After Clark, she wouldn't be making any kind of vow of obedience ever again. A crack of thunder pulled her out of her thoughts, and she went back to rushing about, emptying pots and bowls that she'd positioned under the dripping leaks and mopping up puddles as they cropped up. She lamented the state of her wooden floors. With everything else that had to be done, she was hoping the floors could be salvaged. Sure, they were a little scuffed up, but that hadn't bothered her any. They had looked that way when she and her parents lived there, but now she worried they would be warped from all of the water pouring in. As she was wringing out the mop for what felt like the 100th time, her cell phone rang. She plucked it out of her pocket. It was Daryl. Her heart leapt into her throat. Hello? Laura Jo, I've been thinking— There was a pop and a flash. Laura shrieked as the house went dark. What happened? Daryl called out, the hesitance from a moment before totally absent from his voice. What's the matter? The power went out, she said. It's nothing, it just scared me. We've got power here, Daryl said, so it's probably not a downed grid. Great, she thought. The lightning strike probably fried my breakers. I'll I'll just have to figure out what's wrong then. Sorry, did you need something, Daryl? It can wait, he said. I'm going to head over. We can talk then. Laura wanted to tell him not to come, that she could handle it herself, but the truth was that she had no idea what she was looking at in a breaker box. Okay, she said. See you soon. They hung up, and she went to the kitchen to dig out a flashlight from the junk drawer. She made her way to Lily's room, thankfully the only room without a leak in the ceiling, and found the girl happily napping in her crib. She'd be up and would want a bottle soon, but without power and no ability to use the bottle warmer, Lily was going to drink room temperature formula, and that was a fight she didn't want to have today. She went around the house and emptied out the filled bowls again, and as she was dumping out the water in the sink, Daryl knocked on the door. Come on in, she called. Daryl came through the door, pale blue work shirt, now wet from the rain, clinging to him despite the Stetson protecting his head. Her eyes got stuck on the muscles that the shirt had molded to. Her mouth was suddenly dry. She knew Daryl was attractive, had even had a crush on him back in the day, but she was usually able to ignore it. Now, though, it was like she couldn't tear her eyes away. I'm going to look at the breaker box, Daryl said by way of greeting, and she trailed him out to the garage. She shone the flashlight for him, and he swore when he opened the box. You don't have a GFCI breaker? Laura had no idea what he was talking about. Is that a bad thing? She asked. Daryl looked back at her. If it was hit with lightning, it's probably shot anyway, but it's definitely not up to code. She looked at him blankly. Up to code? The GFCI breaker basically keeps the system from being shorted out. Without one, this could happen a lot, and you're at a bigger risk for an electrical fire. Laura felt the blood drain from her face. Is it safe for me and the baby to be here? Daryl closed the box, and they walked back into the house, dodging buckets and bowls as they went. She could feel him looking around, taking everything in, and it made her want to sink into the ground. She knew how bad the house looked despite her efforts to clean it up. The problems weren't just cosmetic, and the damage from the years of renters was extensive. I don't think you and Lily can stay here, Daryl finally said. Besides the electrical issue, it's chilly outside, and without power, it's going to get cold in here tonight. Laura could see the wheels turning in his head. You really shouldn't stay here at all, not until we get it fixed up. We? He quirked an eyebrow at him. You didn't know what a GFCI breaker was? I don't think I can, in good conscience, leave you to make renovations on your own. She felt the slight burn of indignation, but where Clark would be cruel or disparaging, Daryl only seemed concerned for her welfare. Well, that's new, she thought. I appreciate that, but… Laura Jo, he interrupted, and she nearly shivered at the low timbre of his voice. Daryl was the only one, outside of her parents, that called her Laura Jo. Her grandfather hated the fussiness of a double name, and only ever called her Laura, and Clark had rarely called her by her name at all. He was all about pet names, baby and love and the like. It had seemed sweet at first. Later, it just felt like another way that he was chipping away at her identity. I'm your friend, and I want to help make this place safe for you and Lily. Kind of thought the friends helping friends thing was what we were doing here. He motioned between them, and she could feel the heat in her cheeks. You're right, she said, and looked around at her mess of a kitchen, anywhere but at his face. I'm not even sure where to start. You start by coming back to the ranch with me. What? She yelped. Daryl put his hands up in an unarmed gesture. What this place needs is more than just a little patch job, right? If you're getting the roof replaced or the whole house rewired, then they'd need you out of here anyway. And if you're going to be staying anywhere, what would make more sense than staying with your husband? You and Lily can come live at the ranch while we get the house fixed up, and when it's ready, you'll move back. That'll save you some money staying at a hotel or something. It made a lot of sense. But what about… She gestured between them. That's why I was calling earlier, he said. Realistically, I think we'll have to stay married between 2 and 4 months, depending on when we can get a hearing. Once Clark is kicked off the trust and you go no contact, we can get an annulment, and I'll sign myself off the trust so that the money is all yours. They hadn't talked about the logistics of their marriage the other night. More or less, the conversation ended with agreeing to get married at all. When should we get married? She asked. How about tomorrow morning? he suggested. "We'll go to the courthouse and get it done by a justice of the peace." Laura's breath caught in her throat. Get married tomorrow? It seemed so fast. But on the other hand, it would also mean getting to file for a new hearing that much sooner. "Okay," she said. "Yeah, let's do it." Daryl nodded, and she could see his throat working as he swallowed. He's nervous, she realized, and a rush of warm affection washed over in a wave. He reached into his pocket and drew out a ring. "I think you should wear this," he said. Laura stared at it. The ring was beautiful, a simple gold band with a solitaire diamond. "Daryl, it was my mom's," he explained, "and it's on loan." He reached out, waiting to see if she'd meet him halfway. When she did, he enveloped her left hand in his. The heat of his skin felt so nice against her own. It reminded her of the hug she'd felt compelled to give him. It had been so long since she'd been with anyone, and now her nerve endings seemed to light up over the smallest touches. "Down, girl," she told her libido. "He's a friend, and he's going to stay that way." Daryl, unaware of how his touch was making her knees weak, held the ring just on the edge of her ring finger. "I'm not going to lie to my family about what's going on here, but everyone else needs to believe that this is legit, right?" Laura nodded. "Right," she breathed out. "So, if this were real," he said, "I'd give you my mother's ring to wear. When we lost Mom, Georgina was already married, and she said I should have the ring to give to my wife someday." He swallowed hard again. "So, will you wear it?" Even with his explanation, it still felt too intimate. She nearly said no. But when she met his warm, hopeful eyes, she couldn't make her mouth say the words. "Yes," she said, and her breath hitched when he pushed the ring onto her finger. This was intimate too, more so than the grand proposal that Clark had staged. He'd offered her engagement ring to her in a velvet ring box, and she had put it on herself. Her eyes flicked up from the new ring on her finger back up to Daryl's eyes, and she was taken aback by how close they actually were. Had either of them moved? She wasn't sure, but she could feel his breath against her skin. "I could kiss him," she mused, and that thought had her drawing away. She didn't want to kiss Daryl. He was a friend and nothing more. It was just that it had been so long without kissing anyone. "I need to be kissed." "Well," he said, clearing his throat, "let's get you and Lily packed up, and we'll head back to the ranch." Laura nodded and turned toward her bedroom, but then stopped. "Lily and I are sleeping in our own room, right?" "Of course," Daryl said. "I think it would be best if—" He looked pained for a moment, but Laura understood his meaning. "Let's leave the marriage more about convenience than anything else," she supplied, and he nodded. Something panged in her about that. But no matter what certain parts of her craved, she knew it would be a disaster if they fell into bed together. Laura and Daryl started packing bags for her and Lily. She tried to be conservative with what she brought. She could always come back if they truly needed anything, but Daryl encouraged her to pack anything she thought might be useful. "We've got more than enough space," he said. "It's just me and Kyle in this house made for a huge family." She stopped arguing with him after that, and after packing up all of Lily's necessities, it definitely felt like they were making a real move, not just a temporary one. "Are you sure this is okay?" she asked when she saw just how large the pile had become. Daryl smiled. "Absolutely," he promised. He pushed back the curtain on the nearest window. The rain had let up. "You get the baby up and I'll start packing up the truck, and we'll get on home." Chapter 5. Daryl didn't sleep at all that night. He was too busy listening to every sound in the room next to his. He'd gotten Laura and Lily settled into their room, and together they had told Kyle what was going on over leftover chili. His younger brother called him a moron, but thanked Laura for what she was doing for them. When they'd all turned in for the night, Daryl felt mentally exhausted, but he couldn't turn down the thoughts whirling around in his head. When the clock on his side table read 3:30 and he realized that sleep wasn't going to happen, he got up and dragged himself to his bathroom. He turned on the water, splashed his face, and met his own gaze in the mirror. "I'm getting married today," he thought and frowned. His hair was longer than he would like, nearly shaggy with the waves that his sister loved to complain about. Out of the three of them, he got the good hair. Whatever that means. Most of the time, he kept it shoved beneath a Stetson. For today, though, he would need to do something with it to make himself look presentable. It wouldn't be right to get married with a hat on. Daryl headed out to his workshop, intent on working on backed-up projects, but he found himself taking scraps out of the pile and fashioning himself a wedding ring of sorts. He measured his ring finger for the size, cut the different scraps into strips, and then he twined the leather together into a tight line. Looping it into a ring, he bonded the edges together and tried it on again. A perfect fit, he mused. When he came out of his workshop, it was 5:30. He had just enough time to make breakfast before he and Kyle went out for morning chores. He found Kyle in the kitchen poking the coffee pot to life. "You want eggs?" Daryl asked his brother. Kyle looked at him like he'd grown a second head. "First chili, now eggs? You got a secret desire to be a chef now?" Daryl took a breath in through his nose and let it out slowly. "The chili was a thank you for mending the fence without me, jerk," he sniped, "and the eggs are for Laura. I just wanted to know if you wanted me to make some for you." Kyle shook his head and decided that there was enough coffee to pour into his waiting mug. He took a sip, and Daryl made a face. He would never understand how Kyle could stand black coffee. Daryl didn't drink coffee all that often, but when he did, he loaded it down with creamer. Kyle slid into a chair at the table and watched as Daryl bustled around to make some eggs. When he found some bacon in the fridge, he held it up. "Is this any good?" Kyle stared at it. "When did we buy bacon?" Well, that answers that question, he thought, and tossed the packet into the trash can. He scrambled the eggs and loaded the toaster with slices of bread. When the first load of toast popped up, he put it, butter, and a knife in front of Kyle. "Make yourself useful," he said, and turned to pour the eggs into the heated pan. He and Kyle made a modest breakfast that way, and when Laura wandered into the kitchen a few minutes later, Daryl had to stop himself from swallowing his tongue. She was in a slouchy pair of sweatpants and a tank top with messy hair and no makeup. She shouldn't look beautiful, but this may be his favorite look on her, casual and comfy. "Coffee?" he asked her, and smiled when she nodded with just a touch of desperation. Daryl pointed out where the mugs were and told her the creamer was in the fridge. To his surprise, she poured a cup and immediately took a sip. He must have been making a face because she leveled a flat look at him. When you're a parent, you want as much caffeine as humanly possible as quickly as possible. The first cup could taste like mud, and I wouldn't care. She took another sip. "I'll make a fancy coffee later." Daryl nodded as he put her eggs on a plate and handed it to her. She smiled in thanks and sat down next to Kyle, who was watching the exchange with a look that was somewhere between interest and amusement. They ate breakfast in a comfortable kind of silence. "This is nice," Daryl's mind crooned, and he shook off the thought and tore into a piece of toast. He couldn't go there. This was temporary. He had to remember that. "I was planning to get a haircut," he announced apropos of nothing. Laura looked at him. Before we go to the courthouse later." Understanding filtered over her face and arranged her features into a complicated expression. "Sure," she croaked and cleared her throat. "Did you want me to—" Daryl shook his head. "I could either come and get you after or meet you there," he suggested. "Let's just meet there," she said. "Jeanette wants to get lunch first." Kyle let out a loud, dramatic sigh. "And I'll be here," he said, assisting the vet with inoculations for the herd. "I'm sure Daryl would rather be helping you with that," Laura said jokingly, but the words landed flat. Kyle didn't seem fazed at all. "You've obviously never inoculated cows," he said, and then he was off, putting his mug in the sink as he went. Daryl opened one of the drawers and grabbed the spare key that he and Kyle kept there. "Here," he said, "so you can come and go as you need." Laura smiled and took the key. "Thank you." They stood, awkward for a few moments, and then they heard Lily's cry as she woke up. "Well, I've got to get her. See you later?" Daryl nodded. "Later," he agreed. He and Kyle headed out to the barn, and Daryl did his level best to get everything buttoned up, short of the inoculations, so that Kyle wouldn't be too in the lurch. When the vet arrived, he came inside to shower. No one was home, so he took a little time to agonize over what to wear. Finally, he settled on his nicer pair of dark jeans and a white button-down shirt that still had the tags on it, a gift from his sister from his last birthday. Once he was dressed, Daryl forced himself to leave his Stetson on the peg by the door and headed out. He drove into Windy Creek proper and parked in the community lot that was closest to the courthouse. It was a little bit of a walk to Evie Wright's salon, but he didn't mind. Even though it was a cool day, it was sunny, and he liked the press of the sun against his head and shoulders. While he walked, he had a thought and pulled out his phone to call his sister. "What's up?" she answered by way of greeting. "Come to the courthouse in an hour? I'm getting married." He heard his sister choke on air and laughed. "What are you talking about? Getting married?" "Come be my witness and I'll explain," he said. "I promise Laura Jo isn't pregnant." "Laura," she let out a harsh breath. "I swear you and Kyle give me more gray hair than my own kids." He laughed again. "Just wait till they're older." "Ha ha," Georgina said dryly. "Very funny." She paused and took another breath. "An hour?" she asked. "At the courthouse," he said. "Okay," she said. "I'll be there." They hung up as Daryl reached the salon. Luckily, Evie had an open slot for him. "What's the big occasion?" she asked him as he sat down, eyeing his outfit. "You're usually a haircut every 6 months kind of guy, and that's with your sister chasing you in here." Daryl laughed, albeit a bit nervously. "It's a funny story, actually," he said. "Do you remember Laura Jo Sanders?" Evie thought about it for a moment. "Yeah, I think so," she said as she grabbed her clippers and began cleaning up the back of his neck. "She moved when we were kids, right?" He went to nod, but she pushed his chin into his chest. "Yeah?" he said instead. "She and I reconnected recently and, we're getting married today." The clippers were yanked back away from his hair. "Get out!" she squealed. Daryl met her eyes in the mirror, almost afraid of what he would see, but Evie had the biggest smile on her face. "You had a crush on her when we were kids, right?" "Was I that obvious?" "I guess so," he mumbled. Evie just beamed at him over his shoulder. "Well, Groomie, let's make you wedding perfect, okay?" 40 minutes later, Daryl left the salon with a fresh cut. He walked back down to the courthouse, nodding to people as he went. For being sleep-deprived and not at all sure about what he was about to do, Daryl felt surprisingly light. When he reached the courthouse, his sister was already there. They shared the same dark hair color, but hers was bored straight and flowed down her back. "Are you out of your mind?" she yelled at him as he came closer. "Calm down," he said and looked around. There were people milling around, but shoppers rarely came down as far as the courthouse. Still, he pitched his voice lower so that what he was going to say wouldn't carry. As succinctly as possible, he explained the situation. "We're just helping each other out," he finished. Georgina stared at him for a moment and then smacked him on the shoulder. "Moron," she said, but then she pulled him in for a hug. Daryl patted at her back, awkward. She let him go just as Laura walked up with Jeanette Carlton, who was carrying Lily. He knew her sister Sally, but Daryl didn't know Jeanette all that well. Considering she was a few years younger than him, she couldn't have been a fully fledged lawyer for all that long. He hoped that she was good at her job. They were going to need every advantage they could get, he was sure. Laura had traded her sweats and tank top for a light pink dress that, by all definitions, was simple. It had long sleeves, hugged her waist, and flared around her hips. Still, she looked heartbreakingly beautiful. "Laura," Georgina said and hugged her. "It's been too long." Whereas a lot of older sisters might ignore their younger brothers, Georgina had loved bossing him and Kyle around too much to be bothered by the idea of playing with little kids, who were, respectively, 4 and 7 years younger than her. That meant that she'd ended up feeling like a surrogate big sister to all of his friends, too. Laura looked genuinely happy to see her and hugged her back hard. "I'm glad he called you to come." "She hit me," he supplied. Laura glanced at him. "Are you trying to tell me that you didn't deserve it?" Before he could respond, Georgina laughed. "Oh, you're going to fit right in." Laura's happy grin slipped just a little, but she didn't say anything. "Daryl, Georgina, you know Jeanette. She's been my rock star lawyer." Daryl shook the woman's hand. He could feel her scrutinizing him, and he hoped that she liked what she saw. "You're a rancher, right?" He nodded. "Yes, ma'am." "Cows?" Daryl nodded again. "That means you're out of the house for a lot of the day, right? Are you expecting Laura to be your housekeeper?" "Jeanette," Laura started, "I don't mind doing my own laundry and cleaning up. I've been doing it myself for years." "Laura can do whatever she likes," Daryl cut her off. "If she wants to get a job, she can. Or if she wants to stay at home with Lily, she can do that too. I'll support her either way." It was the right answer, the only answer given what Laura had been through with Clark. But he was surprised by how much he meant those words. He would make whatever she wanted possible for her. She deserved it. Jeanette nodded her approval, and the four of them went into the courthouse. The application process for their wedding license took less than 10 minutes, which surprised Daryl, and then they were herded towards the courtroom. There was another couple ahead of them, but the clerk assured them that it wouldn't take long. Daryl and Laura sat together and waited. When it was their turn, Laura seemed to freeze to her seat until Daryl took her hand and threaded his fingers through hers. They stood and walked down the aisle to where the justice of the peace stood. Jeanette and Georgina trailed behind them. "Are you ready?" the justice asked with a smile on his face. Daryl nodded. "We are." He glanced at Laura. "Right?" She looked at him, locked her eyes on his, and nodded. "Yeah," she said. He felt her squeeze down on his hand, and he held on to her just as tight. The justice had them look at one another. "Look at the person you've chosen to spend your life with," he said. "Give them this moment to be fully present." The ceremony was quick, a little more than 5 minutes, but for that whole time, Daryl kept his eyes on Laura. He took in every bit of her face and registered even the smallest of changes as they repeated the vows the justice prompted them to say. "Do you have the rings?" Laura held up the ring that Daryl had given her the night before, and when the justice looked at him, he dug into his pocket to pull out the leather band that he'd crafted. Laura raised an eyebrow, and he gave her a little shrug. "I made it this morning in the shop." "Perfect," the justice said. The ceremony was over after they exchanged the rings. "I now pronounce you husband and wife," he said. "You may kiss your bride." Oh, crap, Daryl thought. They hadn't talked about this. Laura's lips began to dip down into a frown, and Daryl shot forward and caught it with his mouth. He meant for it to be a quick peck, but her mouth was soft and plush beneath his own. She sighed, and they stepped into each other for a fraction of a moment, before breaking apart. He couldn't help but smirk a little internally to see her eyes glassy with want. They walked out of the courthouse holding hands but let go when they stepped into the light of day. Georgina gave them each a bone-crunching hug before she had to head home. "Can we start the paperwork for a new hearing?" Laura asked her friend. Her words put a damper on his good mood. It was a reminder that having a wife was a means to an end, and that it would end as soon as possible. Jeanette eyed them. "Yeah," she said. "We can do the paperwork to request to have Clark removed from the trust." As they walked to her office, Daryl wondered how much Laura shared with her lawyer about their arrangement. It wasn't illegal to marry someone for convenience. People got married for all kinds of reasons without issue, but he kept his mouth shut regardless, just in case. Chapter 6. After filling out paperwork at Jeanette's office, Daryl suggested that they go to a celebratory lunch at Ed's. Though she was weary, Laura agreed. Whether subconsciously or not, she had been avoiding going into the diner since coming back to town. She didn't know if many people would recognize her, it had been hit and miss, but she had been avoiding it all the same. The diner wasn't overly crowded when they walked in, but she was shocked by how little had changed. It looked exactly like she remembered, and it smelled even better. The aroma of cooking bacon and burgers wafted from the kitchen, and her stomach rumbled. "Hungry?" Daryl asked, as if he could read her mind. She smiled. "Starving, actually." She hoisted Lily up a little higher on her hip and looked around for a table. They found a booth along the back wall and settled into it. The waitress, her tag read Mary Elizabeth, brought them a high chair for Lily. "How are y'all doing today?" she asked them. Daryl reached out and grabbed Laura's hand, flashing the woven band around his left ring finger. "We're doing great, Mary Elizabeth," he said with a grin. Laura could feel the woman's eyes on their wedding bands. Her surprise was palpable. "Could we have a few minutes with the menu, though? Laura Jo hasn't been here in a while." Mary Elizabeth blinked. "Sure thing, Daryl." She hustled away, and Laura watched as an older man stopped her. They spoke for a second, and his easy, almost flirty smile morphed into a look of surprise and possibly concern. He looked their way. "Who is that?" Laura asked, gesturing to him with her head. Daryl turned to look, and he smiled. "Oh, that's Mr. Perryman." He turned back to her with a sudden look of realization. "You never got to have him as a teacher. You were gone before high school." His tone told her that she'd missed out on something. "Was he that good?" Daryl whistled. "He was great," he said. "He was the only English teacher that ever made me want to read, you know? Everybody loves him. It's a shame, but he's retiring after this year." "That's too bad," she agreed. She couldn't remember any of her teachers' names. Not before college. Her grandfather had sent her to the best schools, of course, but she'd never really connected with her teachers, and she'd certainly never seen them outside of school. Denver didn't have that kind of community feel. She felt a pang in her chest. She'd missed out on so much, and she told him as much. Daryl squeezed her hand. "Well, that's over now, right? You're a Windy Creek girl again." She was, and so was Lily. That was exactly what she wanted for the both of them. "You're right," Laura said with a smile. She glanced back at Mr. Perryman to see that he'd snagged Mary Elizabeth's attention again. She took note that the flirty smile was back. "Are they a couple?" Daryl looked over and shook his head. "Nah," he said, "though I think everyone in town knows that he's in love with her." After a lunch that was both delicious and a little tense, more curious community members eventually wandered over, and Daryl introduced her and Lily to them. Laura followed Daryl back to the ranch. She thought about going to check on her house, but she didn't have the strength for that right now. Besides, she couldn't be sure it would be a safe environment for Lily, and she didn't want to take any chances. She kept looking down at the band on her left hand. She was a married woman. Again. While the circumstances were obviously very different, she hadn't thought that it would ever happen again, especially so soon. Laura pulled into the space beside Daryl, and she sat, just breathing, in her car. What was she supposed to do now? Go inside and act like a house guest? Act like she lived and belonged here? Neither felt entirely right. Before she could decide what to do, a knock at her window startled her. Once her heart stopped racing out of her chest, she looked over to find Daryl standing by her door. She reached over and pushed the down arrow on the window button. "What's up?" she asked, going for casual and totally failing if the stiffness in her voice was anything to go on. "Want to take a walk with me?" Daryl asked. "I can show you the ranch." She nearly said no, but the day was lovely, and it would save her from puttering around the house, trying to decide what to do next. "Sure," she said. "Let me go get the baby wrap and some better shoes for walking, okay?" Laura climbed out of the car, and she heard Daryl mutter, "Baby wrap?" His confusion made her smile. She quickly got Lily out of her seat and checked her diaper as she carried her into the house. She traded her chic boots for tennis shoes and grabbed her wrap from her suitcase. So far, she hadn't done as much baby wearing as she had intended while she was pregnant, but both she and Lily liked the fabric wrap that held the baby close to her. Plus, it was a sight more comfortable than the backpack baby holders. After tying the wrap around her waist and shoulders, she set Lily inside and settled her so that the baby was pressed securely against her chest. Then, she slipped into her shoes and headed back to where Daryl was waiting on the porch. He looked at the fabric wrapped around her body and nodded to himself. He must have remembered her wearing it when they first ran into each other on the street outside the bank. "Shall we go?" she asked. He nodded, and she watched him as he quickly picked a direction, and they set off. At first, they walked on the trails of the ranch, quietly taking in the nature around them. She remembered being here before, back when they were younger, but a lot had changed over the years. They had refurbished the barn and built a bigger stable for the horses. New pastures had been cleared in the distance. "I forgot how much I loved it here," Daryl glanced at her. The ranch? I didn't think that you'd spent that much time here. It was true and not true. She remembered running around the Rivers family's corral and rambling over the plains with Daryl, but it was all sort of hazy in that way that childhood memories could be. Laura felt her cheeks flush with heat. Not specifically here, she mumbled, and made a motion towards the wide-open plain before them. But here, you know. Denver was great, but I'm not much of a city girl. Daryl smiled at that. I never thought you were, Laura Jo. She shook her head, feeling a rush of warmth. You're the only person who ever called me that, she said, outside of my parents. Really? That's how you introduced yourself to me? In kindergarten? Do you not like it? His voice was entirely serious, which made her pause. Would he really stop calling me Laura Jo if I wanted him to? Clark wouldn't stop doing anything that he didn't want to just because Laura asked. That warmth spread throughout her whole body, down to the tips of her fingers and bottoms of her feet. I like it very much, she told him. Daryl got that look that only men could have, totally and completely satisfied with himself. Well, okay then, he said, and almost sounded smug. Do you want to see the horses? He looked at Lily, asleep against her chest. Will it disturb her? Laura smoothed her hand down Lily's back. I think she'll be fine. She sleeps through anything. Daryl nodded, and they turned and walked through the big, open double doors of the stables. The air was thick with the smell of hay and horse, and she could hear the soft grunts and neighs as the horses came to check out who was visiting. They all seemed to perk up when they saw Daryl. He reached out and patted at the neck of a pretty brown mare with a starburst on her muzzle. This is my best gal, he said. Loretta, this is Laura Jo. He said it with an air of formality, as if this was the most important introduction of the day. Maybe it is, she thought, and stepped forward to touch that white starburst. The horse nuzzled into her hand, and Daryl grinned widely. She likes you, he said. She's a sweet girl, Laura murmured. The horse caught sight of Lily and leaned out of the stall more, trying to get a look at the baby. Laura laughed, but stepped back out of reach. She couldn't be sure that the horse wouldn't nip, despite her sweet friendliness. As they finished greeting the rest of the horses, who were all calm and friendly, though none had the same gentle curiosity as Loretta, she and Daryl walked back out into the sunshine. We could head back to the house if you want, he said, or I could show you my workshop. There was something about the way he said it, something soft and kind of hopeful, that made up Laura's mind immediately. I would love to see the workshop, she told him. She followed Daryl down a path to a ramshackle building that was more a lean-to than anything else. Inside, she found a large workbench with all manner of tools spread out on its surface. She reached out and picked up one of the large punchers and looked at him, eyebrows raised. What is this? Daryl laughed and took it from her and put it back on the bench. It creates holes in leather. He gestured to a table of different bits of leather. Sometimes I buy pieces of leather if I want a specific color, but I'm getting pretty good at making my own. He steered her over to his finished and half-finished projects. I've made all sorts of things for folks. Belts, bridles, saddles, saddlebags. He laughed. Even chaps once or twice. Laura could hear the excitement in his voice. He was almost gleeful as he showed her his pieces. He's gorgeous like this, she thought. To hide the heat that flooded through her, she dropped her gaze to the pieces that he was talking about. This is beautiful, she said, running her hands over the smooth shape of a half-formed saddle. It was a soft, buttery brown with a rich red stitching. He frowned at it. I had this idea to do an embroidery of roses across the back housing, but it's not quite coming out the way I want. You're going to finish it, right? Daryl shrugged. It's just a personal project, he said. I have a bunch for customers that need to come first. There was a sadness in his eyes that made her reach out and touch his hand. Promise me that you'll finish this, she said. It's too beautiful to quit. That made him smile. It may take me a while to get back to it. But, she wheedled, but I'll finish it, he promised. It'll be just for you, Laura Jo. The way he said it, the soft, deep timbre of his voice, made her feel like she might just melt. I could pay you, but the sharp look he sent her way stopped the words in her throat. You're already doing too much for me, he told her. Laura shrugged and patted at Lily's back again. The baby snuffled against her, but didn't awaken. Technically, I haven't done anything yet, she pointed out. This could have all been an elaborate trick to trap you into a marriage. Daryl laughed. If it is, then the joke's on you, he told her with a cheeky grin. I have nothing to offer you but a mountain of debt. Laura touched the half-finished saddle again. He had more to offer than he thought he did. He had his passion. She could see how he looked when he'd walked into the workshop. Daryl loved it in here. He loved working with the leather and bending it into whatever shape he could imagine. She had never had something like that before. In college, she had studied marketing because her grandfather had encouraged it, thinking it was a suitable field for her. She'd enjoyed it, but had never really felt passionate about it. And then, of course, after she'd gotten married, Clark hadn't liked the idea of her working. I think this is great, Daryl, she told him, hands still on the saddle. You're an artist. He shrugged. Maybe, he said, but I'm a pretty crappy businessman. I could help with that, she said. The words flew from her mouth before she could swallow them back. What do you mean? I've handled fundraising for 6 charities at this point, she said. I'm pretty good at the organizing and managing thing. Daryl studied her for a moment, like he couldn't quite believe that she was for real. You would do that for me? The earnest, not wanting to hurt her expression was going to be the end of her. She could tell. Of course, she breathed out. He nodded. Thank you. Then he stepped into her space just a little and leaned down to press a quick kiss to her cheek. She had to bite back a gasp at the touch. You know, this being married thing might not suck after all. He winked at her, and it made her laugh and swatted him. You could do worse for a wife, Mr. Rivers, she said. I'll have you know, I was one of the best fundraisers the Denver social scene had ever seen. They laughed, but Daryl gave her a profoundly fond look that made her heart skip in her chest. Don't look at me like that, she silently begged. I can't resist a look like that. Her mind sent her back to the kiss they shared at the courthouse. In spite of herself, she wanted to be kissed like that by him again. The laughter faded from his eyes, replaced by heat, and they stepped into each other, but Lily stirred in the wrap and began to wail. Laura's attention snapped to the small bundle against her chest. She sighed and patted at her. She's hungry, she said, almost apologetically. Daryl nodded. Of course, he said, though she detected a hint of disappointment in his tone. Let's head back. Chapter 7. It was a quiet morning, a rare one where Lily was still sleeping after Laura had woken up. She crept out of the bedroom, monitor clutched in her hand, and padded down the hall to the kitchen. She could make some. Kyle was already there, prodding at the coffee machine. He startled when she came into view. Crap, you scared me. Sorry, I didn't expect anyone else to be up. Kyle snorted. Hazard of being a rancher, unfortunately, he said. Even on the mornings when you don't have to get up early, you end up awake anyway. Laura chuckled. Sounds a little like parenting. She held up the monitor. She's asleep for the moment. I could stay in bed a while longer, and yet here I am. Kyle shook his head and took a long sip from the mug in his hands. If that's parenting, I think I'll just stick to being an uncle, he said. I'm busy enough as it is. Laura winced slightly. What do you need to get done this morning? She asked. Nothing major for once, he admitted. I just need to put out the feed for the cows and check in with the hens. A hand touched Laura's shoulder, and she jolted. Until she realized it was Daryl. She put a hand over his, squeezing gently. I'll handle the morning chores, he told his younger brother. Kyle eyed Daryl. Are you sure you're up to it? We can handle it, Laura said. Both men looked at her. We? Daryl asked. She nodded and then handed the monitor over to Kyle. She's pretty conked out, but if she wakes up or you need anything, just call Daryl's phone, all right? Kyle nodded. Sure. Laura smiled at him and then glanced at a shell-shocked Daryl. You did want some company, yeah? He blinked a handful of times. Yeah, he said. Of course, Laura Jo. Good, she said. That's settled then. You didn't have to come help me feed the cows, Daryl said as they loaded hay into the wagon that they would pull with the gator. He'd thought she was just coming along to keep him company and was impressed when Laura had grabbed a pitchfork for herself and got to work helping him to load up the hay. I wanted to. You've already agreed to organize and manage my side business. You don't have to feel obligated to help with the manual labor, too. She rolled her eyes, but her lips were curled upward in a soft smile. I don't feel obligated, she insisted. I'm from Windy Creek. Most of my friends growing up lived on ranches, and yet I never got the chance to do any kind of ranch work. That doesn't feel right. That made Daryl laugh, loud and long. I can't imagine that many people would feel the same, he said. Isn't it supposed to be a good thing to not have chores to do? But it's not just chores. You're taking care of your ranch and your herd. You can't tell me that you and Kyle don't love it, she said. Daryl chuckled. Of course we do, he said. Not only is it our legacy from our parents, but it was just, he shrugged. The way we were raised, you know. It feels right. Feels like where we belong, what we're meant to be doing. But not everyone feels that way. My friend Gerard went to LA and became a stuntman. But he's back and he took over his aunt and uncle's ranch. Daryl's brow wrinkled in confusion. How did you... My lawyer is Sally Weston's sister, she said. I've heard all about what Gerard has been up to and how it's impacted his relationship with Sally, from Jeanette's perspective anyway. Laura laughed, and Daryl could listen to that sound all day. She wasn't really impressed with Gerard when he first came back. She was worried that he was going to break Sally's heart all over again, just like he did when he left in the first place. Daryl shook his head. Gerard's been in love with Sally since we were kids, and their breakup hurt him too. Now that he's got her back, he won't mess it up again. Laura hummed softly. But that does prove my point, doesn't it? He smiled at her. What exactly was your point again? That growing up on a ranch means something to people. It makes you feel connected to this place and to your responsibility to take care of it. Gerard came back, right? He's running the Lucky Star, and he's going to do that for the foreseeable future. Daryl nodded. Even though I didn't grow up on a ranch, she continued, there's still something about this place that kept a hold on me. When I left Clark, Windy Creek was the first place I thought of, even though I haven't lived here since I was a kid. I want to raise Lily in a place that always made me feel safe and secure, a place that felt right to me, like I was where I belonged. She shoveled another bunch of hay into the wagon. So I want the fully Windy Creek experience, ranch work and all? Daryl could have kissed her, wanted to kiss her. He had never felt so charmed by a person in his entire life. And as much as he tried to shove that feeling away, he couldn't. The ever-growing warmth that he felt every time he laid eyes on her was spreading, growing, getting stuck under his ribs. If that feeling got any bigger, he didn't think he would be able to breathe anymore. All right, Laura Jo, he said softly. I'll give you the ranch experience then. She beamed. Thank you, husband. The word shivered down his spine. Come on, he grunted, reaching for her pitchfork. He put both his and hers back on the pegs where they belonged, and then rushed back to where she was standing beside the wagon. Let's go feed the girls before they get restless. They climbed into the gator, and Laura grabbed onto the handle. I won't go fast, he promised. You can, she said. I'm not scared. Still, Daryl didn't push it. He didn't need her falling out of the gator the first time he'd gotten her into it. As they bumped along the dirt and gravel road that led to the cow pasture, they chatted. The conversation wasn't about anything important or revolutionary, but it made Daryl feel lighter than he had in a long time. For the past year or so, conversations with his family usually led him to feeling guilty for stretching himself too thin, and within the past few months, going out for guys' nights with his closest friends, which used to be his weekly time to relax and unwind, had turned into talking constantly about his friends' love lives. Michael was still single, but Sam, Colin, even Gerard, who had been away for so long, they all had love in their lives, and it was all they wanted to talk about. Not that he minded that so many of his friends are falling in love, but it did dig at the wound left by his last relationship, not that he would never tell them that. It occurred to him, though, that he would need to tell them about Laura soon. A new wife and stepdaughter weren't things he could keep from his friends. He wouldn't be able to tell them the whole truth. He and Laura agreed that it would only be his siblings who were in the know to keep the secret as closely protected as possible, but they deserved to be told that he'd gotten hitched, and he'd never hear the end of it if they found out from anyone else. They reached the pasture, and Laura leapt out of the gator as easy as anything. The cows were lowing in the distance, but once they noticed that he and Laura were there, the herd started walking towards the corral. "They eat the grass in the pasture, right?" Laura asked, smiling as she watched the cows coming closer. "They do." "So why do they need hay?" "As it gets colder, there won't be enough pasture grass left to sustain them all," he explained. "We use more hay in the fall and winter to supplement what they get out here. In the spring and summer, we don't have to do this as much." He lifted armfuls of scratchy hay and packed them into the feeders. "I don't like feeding them hay as it is. It's not nearly as beneficial for them as pasture grasses, but I can't have them starve either." Laura started helping him distribute the hay. "And these are beef cows, right? I mean, that's what they're raised for?" "That's right." Daryl nodded. "They'll be sold at auction when they're big enough, and then they'll get processed from there." She frowned. "That's kind of sad." Daryl shrugged. It was just the way of things. He cared for his cows, and he and Kyle made sure that they had quality lives and the best of care before they sold them, but they weren't pets. It was a business. He told Laura as much. "You can't get too sentimental," he said, glancing at her. One cow had made it to the corral, and Laura was feeding it by hand. "Like that." She patted the cow on the nose. "I'm sorry," she said in the least apologetic tone he'd ever heard. "They're just so sweet." "More savory, really, and they taste good on a bun." Laura let out a little shriek, and he laughed as she flew at him. "What? You can't tell me you've never enjoyed a hamburger before, Laura Jo. I've seen you eat them." He caught her around the middle, stopping her from whatever she intended to do. "Don't talk about hamburgers in front of them," she said. "That's rude." The want to kiss her rose in his chest again. "I promise they have no idea what I'm saying, Laura Jo. They're happy cows." She shook her head. "You don't know that they don't understand." "I do," he reassured her. His voice was soft and coaxing, almost exactly the way he'd talked to one of the cows, actually. "Kyle and I take really good care of them. Look at them. Do they look tense or nervous to you?" They both looked out at the cows moseying around. It seemed pretty clear to him that they didn't have a care in the world. "They live really happy lives," he told her again. She pouted, and Daryl had to stifle a groan. How can anyone be so cute? Until they become someone's dinner. He nodded. Yeah, right up until then. He realized a bit belatedly that he was just kind of holding her, which didn't seem like something a friend should do. When he let go, Laura jolted as if she hadn't noticed either. "Well, we have a couple of more loads to do. Ready to head back?" She nodded. "I probably need to check on Lily and Kyle." "Absolutely. I can handle the back pastures by myself." Daryl didn't mention the pang of disappointment when he realized that he wouldn't get any more of her time this morning. He climbed back onto the gator, shaking that thought away. "Don't get sentimental," he told himself. "It would only lead to heartbreak." "What do you mean you got married?" Sam Carden's voice was an octave higher than it normally was, and Daryl would have laughed at the horrified expression on his friend's face if Sam hadn't also sounded so serious. Daryl had met Sam, Colin, Gerard, and Michael at the Dark Horse for their usual guys' night. Kyle and his friends were across the bar, but he and Daryl have had an agreement, dating back to the day when Kyle turned 21, to ignore each other if they happened to be out for the night at the same place. Daryl didn't want to see his younger brother on the prowl, and vice versa, but tonight he could feel his little brother staring at him. He'd told Kyle that he was telling the guys about Laura tonight and that he wasn't sure how they'd react. So far, it wasn't going well. "Remember Laura Jo Sanders? She moved away when we were in middle school?" The rest of the table all shrugged and nodded in tandem. "Vaguely," Colin admitted. "She was a scrawny little thing, right? Had that treehouse in her backyard?" Daryl tried not to glower at Scrawny. What 12-year-old wasn't gangly looking? Wasn't that the point of puberty? Yeah, that's her, he said. She moved to Denver to live with her grandfather after her folks died. Colin hummed softly, nodding. I remember now. You had a crush on her, didn't you? Daryl ignored the heat in his cheeks. Something like that, he said. She came back to town after she divorced and moved into her parents' old place. She and I ran into each other again and just clicked. Clicked enough to marry her? Michael asked, incredulous. I knew you were impulsive, Rivers, but come on, that's just ridiculous. A ball of anger formed in the pit of his stomach. Michael was usually the calmest and most level-headed of his friends. Daryl had been kind of counting on him to keep the other guys from overreacting. But instead, he was just piling on like the rest of them. It made Daryl feel defensive. Sam's girlfriend upended her whole life and decided to move to Windy Creek and open a business here after knowing him for, what, a couple of months? He asked, turned his gaze on Sam. And she was a total stranger. Nancy Sharp blew back into town after being gone for 10 solid years, and now she's living at Mustang Crossing and running the events side of the business. How long did it take for that to happen, Colin? A month? Hey, Daryl. Enough, Gerard said. And you. He turned on Gerard. You're engaged to Sally Weston after being back in town for barely any time at all. You weren't even a couple as far as we were all aware when you popped the question. But I'm the impulsive one? You're married, Daryl, Sam pointed out gently. You went to the courthouse and made vows and none of us were there. That seems pretty hasty to me. The burning in his gut only got worse because Sam was right. Under normal circumstances, he would never have gotten married without his best friends right there by his side. He would never make the decision to get a ring and commit to the idea of spending the rest of his life with someone without even reintroducing her to them first. Not because he needed their approval. If he was in love with someone, there was no way they would ever change his mind about that. But their opinions still mattered to him. And they were important to him. Important enough for him to want them to know everything significant that was happening in his life. He'd always been the type to wear his heart on his sleeve. If he'd fallen in love and decided to propose, he'd have told the world about it. It certainly wouldn't have been something his best friends only learned about after the fact. The truth was on the tip of his tongue. It would be so much better if he just told them what was going on. But Kyle came sauntering over. Daryl tell you about Laura? He asked, all smiles. Gerard glared at him. Yeah, I can't believe you're okay with it. Kyle leveled a look at him. Why wouldn't I be? Daryl's been happier with her in the house than I can ever remember him being, and she's a good cook to boot. Daryl smiled. She was a good cook, and while he'd tried to convince her that she didn't need to handle the cooking all the time, she seemed delighted to have so many people to cook for. She's been great to us. He pushed himself out of his chair. And if you can't be happy for me, then I don't know what to tell you. He shrugged. Let's go home, Kyle suggested. Laura and the baby will be waiting up. Baby! His friends yelled as he got to his feet and turned away. Kyle slung an arm over his shoulders. Just keep walking, he said, voice low. They think I'm an idiot, Daryl hissed back. You are, Kyle said with a shrug, but not about Laura. Chapter 8. Laura couldn't stop bouncing her knee. Daryl had reached over more than once to steady her. Sorry, she mumbled as his hand brushed her knee once more. Don't be nervous, Daryl told her. Jeanette told us this was bound to happen, right? This was the injunction hearing that Clark filed when Jeanette made the motion for him to be removed from Laura's trust fund. Clark was furious. He'd sent her dozens of emails that ranged from disbelieving to outright threatening. She hadn't responded, saved all of them, and forwarded them to Jeanette. Hopefully this will be over after today, she said. Exactly, Daryl told her. Despite the smile they shared, her nerves crept in again, and she reached out her hand to him, palm up. His palm slid over hers, their fingers entwined together. His warm hand in hers helped to anchor her. She looked at him, met his eyes, and smiled. I'm glad you're here, she said. His smile was dazzling, and he squeezed her hand. Me too. Jeanette arrived a few moments before their case number was called. She walked into the courtroom carrying Lily, bracketed by her lawyer and her husband, and kept her head held high. She had been waiting for this day, and she would face Clark with a smile on her face, not cowering like a kicked dog, the way she had so many times before when he let his temper loose. Her ex-husband stood with his expensive lawyer on one side of the aisle, and they slid in behind the table on the other side. Clark wore a three-piece suit and leather dress shoes that probably cost more than most people's entire wardrobe. It made the simple, mint-colored dress that she had picked out for today seem wholly inadequate. She tried to keep her eyes away from Clark's side of the courtroom, but when she broke and finally did look over, he was sneering at her, full of pomp and self-importance. She broke eye contact with him to hand Lily over to Daryl, and she saw Clark's flinch from the corner of her eye. Judge Jeffrey Morrison, one of only 2 judges in Windy Creek, entered the courtroom, and they settled into their seats. The judge looked over the papers. Laura could see his mouth twist in thought. "So, counselor," he said, looking at Jeanette, "your client is here today to remove her husband." "Ex-husband, Your Honor," Jeanette interrupted gently and with a smile. Judge Morrison looked at her like he couldn't decide whether to tell her off or not. He stared at her for a moment and then harumphed. "Ex-husband," he conceded. "Your client would like her ex-husband removed from the position as joint trustee of the trust fund set up by her grandfather." "Yes, Your Honor," Jeanette said. "Mrs. Rivers has been remarried, and the trust fund is clear. Her grandfather wished for her and her husband to make decisions for the allocation for the funds together." She gestured to Clark. "Mr. Longbottom no longer fits the role of husband." The judge nodded. "I do see the marriage license here," he said before looking to Clark and his lawyer. "This all seems in order, counselor. I'm not sure I see the problem." Clark stood up, barely contained rage coming off him in waves. "The problem, Your Honor," he said, ignoring his lawyer's attempts to stop him, "is that this marriage is so obviously a sham. She's been here less than a month and she's married. What a load of crap." Judge Morrison banged his gavel down once, a sharp rap of wood on wood. "I'll thank you not to use that language in my courtroom." Clark didn't have the decency to look ashamed. "She's only filing this motion in this hick town because the courts in Denver already told her that they won't remove me from the trust. Laura—" He looked her way, and his expression was that of possession. He wanted to own her, and it made him crazy that he didn't. "She needs to accept that her grandfather wanted what was best for her, and that meant me making the decisions about how her inheritance should be handled." Laura almost burst into laughter. Is he serious? There was no way he said what she just heard. Did he not realize how insulting he sounded? Judge Morrison looked absolutely gobsmacked for a moment, and Jeanette was trying to control her grin and failing miserably. "Well, Mr. Longbottom," the judge said, folding his hands, "I'll admit, I might just be a hick small-town judge, but I don't remember ever seeing your name specifically on the trust fund documents." A laugh bubbled in Laura's throat, but she pushed it back down as forcibly as she could. "Your Honor," Clark's lawyer started, almost pleadingly, but Judge Morrison raised his hand in a stop gesture. "Nowhere does it say that Mrs. Rivers has to be married to your client in order to access her trust fund. If you have a legitimate argument as to why the trust should stay as it is, then I will welcome hearing it at the appointed time when the motion is reviewed, but for now I see no grounds for this injunction." Laura could crow. Then, the judge's head swiveled to her. "But Mr. Longbottom does raise a point," he said. "If you have married this man simply to loophole your way out of complying with the official mandate of a seated judge, if we find reason to believe that you're making a mockery of the courts, you will not like the consequences." Her jubilance sank like a stone into the pit of her stomach. "Of course, Your Honor," she stammered, and did her best not to fidget while he scrutinized her. Judge Morrison continued to stare at her for a long moment, and then he said, "Mr. Longbottom, your request for an injunction is denied. The motion will proceed." Clark let out some kind of primal yell, and his lawyer had to grab him to keep him in his chair, but the judge didn't even blink. "As I'm sure you've both been notified, the hearing will be in 8 weeks, at which time," he added with a glare at Clark, "I will expect you all to be on your best behavior." The threat that they would face serious consequences if they weren't convincing hung over them like a dark rain cloud. Daryl reached over and put a hand over hers. "Thank you, Your Honor," Laura said. Court adjourned for now, and she and Daryl stood together. "Ready to head home?" he asked. Lily was asleep on his shoulder. He hadn't really held Lily all that much before now, but Laura had to admit that he looked good like this. Too good, she thought. "Yes," she said. "Home sounds great." She turned and thanked Jeanette, who was worrying at her bottom lip slightly between her teeth. "I'll talk to you later?" Her friend nodded. "You still owe me breakfast." Laura laughed softly. "I always do." She hugged the blonde, and then she and Daryl made their way back up the aisle to the doors that led out of the courtroom. She hoped that Clark would have the common decency to stay away from her, but of course he couldn't do that. He stepped in front of them before they could get to the doors. "This is ridiculous, Laura," he all but snarled at her, "and I won't let it stand. You're my wife and that's my daughter." She could feel Daryl tense beside her. "She is my daughter, Clark," she told him as calmly as she could manage, "and I haven't been your wife since the day the court set me free. Second to Lily's birth, that was the best day of my life until I met Daryl again." She looked at Daryl. "I've found someone who appreciates me and encourages me, and I'm happy." She was surprised by how sincerely she said those words. Her and Daryl weren't anything to each other, besides friends, but she hadn't been so happy in a long time. Maybe it was just being independent after spending so long under, first her grandfather's and then Clark's thumb. She looked back at Clark. He was standing there with his mouth hanging open. How did I ever find him attractive? "I want you to be happy too, Clark," she told him, "but not at my expense anymore. Not ever again." Then she grabbed Daryl's hand and pulled him along, head held high just like she wanted when she walked into the courtroom. "You were amazing," Daryl whispered to her as they went. Pride coursed through her, and she squeezed the hand that she was holding. Once they got out of the courthouse, Laura almost let go of his hand, but the judge's words echoed in her head. For the time up until the hearing, they had to make sure to make everyone believe that they were madly in love. She looked around. There were some people milling around, but Clark had stormed off towards the parking lot with his overpriced lawyer. "We should talk about what all of this means," she told him. Daryl kept their fingers laced together. "Sure," he said. "We'll need to make all of this look believable, right? When the hearing rolls around, we don't want the judge to have any reason to think we got married out of any reason other than love." Laura nodded. "We'll have to tell your family what's going on so that they can be in on the act too," she said. "I hate putting them in the position of having to lie for us if anyone asks, but—" "They're going to be fine with it," Daryl assured her. "You're helping us out in a big way. They aren't going to let that prick win." Laura's heart fluttered a little bit, but she shoved away the affection welling up within her. "Getting into a real relationship is the last thing I need," she reminded herself. She didn't need another situation like she had with Clark. It was not that she thought Daryl was anything like her ex-husband. She just didn't want to give anyone the opportunity to have that much power over her again. "Okay," she said, suppressing her smile. "Maybe we should set up some boundaries?" They reached Daryl's truck, and Laura watched as he carefully tucked her into her car seat. She couldn't quite stop herself from checking the straps to make sure they weren't too loose or too tight before she went around to her side of the truck to climb in. "So, boundaries," Daryl said as she was buckling her seatbelt. "We've already established that holding hands is fine." Laura nodded, but her heart sped up. She knew where this was going. "What about kissing?" Though her throat felt like it was going to close in on itself, she managed to croak, "Do you really kiss your girlfriends in public?" Daryl shrugged. "Not if it makes her uncomfortable, though I've been known to push my luck a time or two when a girl just happened to look especially kissable. I'll try to tone it back if that's what you'd prefer, but if you're game for it, then I certainly don't mind being affectionate." He waggled his eyebrows at her. "You'll have to take care not to fall in love with me, Laura Jo. I can put on quite a show." Laura swallowed as best she could. Why was her mouth suddenly so dry? "Kissing is fine," she said, "but no making out or anything like that." "Darn," Daryl muttered. "Guess I can't cover you in hickeys then." "What?" she yelped, and he laughed, long and from the belly. Lord, your face! He wiped at his eyes as if he'd teared up. Jerk, she thought, but Laura couldn't help but notice how good he looked when he laughed. His face relaxed in a way that she hadn't seen in a long time. I'm kidding, Laura Jo. Hickeys went out in high school. I've never had one, she said, so I'll take your word for it. Daryl looked shocked, but he did his best to school his expression when he seemed to realize that she wasn't kidding. Seems like you missed out. Maybe, she conceded. Her grandfather didn't like her dating much. She hadn't had a proper boyfriend until college, and that had only lasted a short while. Then, she met Clark. Act like a couple in public, hold hands, PG kissing, she said. Anything else? Daryl reached across and touched her knee. It was a brief, comforting gesture that speared heat through her. We're going to be fine, Laura Jo. This whole town will believe we're the picture of matrimonial bliss. I guarantee it. Chapter 9. Daryl stared at the laptop screen in front of him. I am screwed, he thought. You're not ever allowed to leave, he said, panicked. I won't be able to manage when you go. From beside him, Laura giggled. It's a website, Daryl. It's not scary, she said, scrolling down the new web page she'd put together for Rivers Leather Goods again, making sure that everything was as it should be before the page went live. She seemed so relaxed, like it was no big deal, but it all looked like magic to him. He begrudgingly had a Facebook account because Georgina insisted, but he wasn't the type to sit on his phone all day, wasting time on the internet. He harumphed. Says you. True to her word, after the hearing Laura had started helping him with his leatherworking business, she asked to see his website, any marketing he had, his orders, and he had been embarrassed to admit that he had nothing to give her outside of a few emails with clients. She had been horrified when she learned that he basically took orders over the phone. He could still hear her. Daryl, you are not the bakery at Walmart. This is not a call-in and order for pickup operation. It had made him laugh at the time, but it had stuck with him. Today, she had spent the day building the site, and it certainly was a masterpiece. Not only did it look fantastic, but it was going to keep him organized. She had made it so that it would automatically send him a spreadsheet every day with his current slate of orders. As he accepted new orders, it would add the agreed-upon due dates to his calendar with scheduled reminders. Invoices would be created and sent automatically, and the system would even follow up with late payment notifications. Now, if only I could figure out how to make any of that work, he thought. Laura made it sound easy to do, but whenever he touched the keyboard, he was all thumbs. I never thought of any of this, he muttered, mostly to himself, but Laura's soft hand on his let him know that she heard him. Daryl had to be some kind of moron to start a business without any kind of plan. No wonder it was failing. The bank ought to take the ranch away before I run that into the ground, too. Stop berating yourself, Laura told him, leaning into his side. I can't have you beating up on my husband that way. Her words made his heart start thumping. Cut it out, he told himself. He'd teased her about not falling in love with him, but really, the words had been a warning to himself. He knew how he felt about Laura, how drawn to her he'd always been even when they were just kids playing together at school, and he'd agreed to this arrangement anyway, but it would be so easy to fall in love with her. Anytime she used the word husband, it got his heart, and other things going, and it wasn't his place to feel that way. I'm allowed when I'm him, he countered. Laura nudged him and went back to her scrolling. After a moment of quiet, she said, I am a little baffled by all of this. She turned, and her green eyes locked onto him. Why didn't you ask for help before? Didn't think of it, he replied with a shrug. I figured that I knew what I was doing when it came to the leather work, so as long as I was able to get customers, I believed everything would work itself out in the end. But then I just ended up drowning in projects and half-collected invoices. Self-doubt ate at him. He dove into the business stupidly, believing that he could just wing it, never really thinking it through, just going with his gut, just like he did everything else in his life. He pointed at the laptop screen. This is amazing, though. I'll never be able to thank you enough. Laura blushed a little. It looked pretty, just a brushing of color over the apples of her cheeks. I've built a few websites in my day, she said. Clark's firm was big into a yearly charity event, and I always took point on advertising and getting the message out. She smiled, and it was dazzling. Somewhere there's a March of Dimes website that is my magnum opus. Pride looks good on you, Laura Jo, he told her. The smile, while still pretty, faded a touch, and she dropped her eyes to the keyboard, busying herself with something that needed fixing. I never had much of a purpose while Clark and I were married, she admitted after a moment. Clark wanted me to be available for his wants and needs all the time, which left me no time for a career. I was in love and naive, so I was willing to oblige for so long, but none of it made me happy. She glanced at him. This I enjoy, though. Her words were a soft reassurance that she wasn't doing this solely for Daryl, but the tentative tone in her voice set off alarm bells for him. It was almost as if she expected him to get angry with her for finding work to do that she enjoyed. It was just another reminder of how much her marriage had hurt her, and how it still hung over her head, even though she had left Clark behind. Her eyes slid back to the laptop, and he nearly felt a physical wall coming back up between them. He could practically see her curling back in on herself, and after they'd had such a lovely time this afternoon, Daryl couldn't let that happen. Laura? He meant to thank her for all of her help, and tell her how happy he was that she was enjoying herself, but when her eyes found his again, he couldn't stop himself from leaning in and pressing his mouth to hers. At first it was light, almost friendly, PG-rated, just like they had discussed outside of the courthouse, but then she made a small sound, an acquiescing sigh, and her lips softened beneath his, welcoming him to kiss her deeper. To heck with it, he thought. He'd been holding himself back for days now, and he couldn't hold back any longer, not when she wanted it to. Daryl dipped his tongue into her mouth, exploring and tasting her, and she let out another one of those delicious sighs. His hand touched her face, and her skin was soft beneath his fingers. I wonder if she'd be that soft everywhere, he thought. He was seconds away from suggesting that they move over to the couch and get a little more comfortable when the front door opened, and someone called out, "Uncle Daryl, Uncle Kyle, who's home? I need to pee," at the top of their lungs. Laura ripped herself out of his grasp, eyes wide and a touch afraid, like they were teenagers getting caught making out by their parents. "Relax," he murmured, smiling at her adorably flustered expression. "It's Georgina, her husband, and the kids." Moments later, his older sister walked into the kitchen dressed in a one-piece leopard catsuit, ears and tail included. "What are you supposed to be?" Daryl asked. "A stray?" Georgina wasn't amused. "When you see the kids, you'll understand," she said. "Why aren't you dressed? We need to get this photo shoot going. The kids are itching to go trick-or-treating." Daryl stood. I'm going," he said, and turned to Laura. She looked surprised, like she had just remembered something. It took a second, but it clicked. "Forget about Halloween?" he asked. She looked embarrassed. "Way to go, you idiot," he thought, blaming himself for not thinking to bring it up earlier. The Rivers family, well, technically the Rivers and the Perry families, always did Halloween family photos at the ranch. It had started when Georgina's twins were about 1.5 years old. Georgina had dressed them as pumpkins, and Caitlin and Callie had held true toddler fits as they insisted on being brought out to the ranch to get their pictures taken with the pumpkins in his vegetable garden before going to the trunk or treat at Windy Creek High School. Daryl had thought it was a one-time thing, but the next year, when the girls were dressed as butterflies instead, they'd still insisted on coming and getting their pictures taken. The twins were 6.5 now, and their brother was 4, and everyone treated the family photos as a routine that was so ingrained and automatic that it hadn't even crossed Daryl's mind that Laura would need to be clued in. "It just slipped my mind," she said, voice thick. Her eyes got a shiny, wet look to them. "It's Lily's first, and I didn't—" "Got you covered," Georgina said as she held up a bag. "I brought a couple of different options and sizes from the girls' infant clothes." She smiled at Laura. "There's something in there for you, too," she said. "I threw it in, just in case. If it's too big, we'll pin it or something, okay?" Daryl would have laughed at Laura's baffled expression if it didn't make him so incredibly sad. "Why did you—" Laura gestured at the bag. "Why do this for me? You're a part of this family, aren't you?" Georgina said matter-of-factly, as if it was as simple as that. Laura shrugged. "Y'all know that me and Daryl aren't—" She floundered. "That we aren't really—" "I know," Georgina cut her off. "But just because something is temporary doesn't make it any less real. You're a part of our family this year, and this family gets together on Halloween to take pictures in the pumpkin patch before we take the kids to the trunk or treat. You in?" A smile blossomed across Laura's face. "I'm in," she said. Georgina shooed them. "Y'all go ahead and get dressed then, and be quick about it." Laura took the bag from Georgina and disappeared up the hall. As soon as she disappeared into her and Lily's room, Daryl's big sister swatted at him. Her hit landed heavily on his shoulder, and he grunted at the flare of pain. "What?" he asked, even when he knew the answer. "Go get dressed," Georgina scolded, "and warn her about Thanksgiving before we all show up here for dinner, okay?" Daryl nodded. "I will," he promised, and then trailed up the hallway after Laura. He nearly knocked on her door to check to see what she was wearing, but he could hear his nieces and nephew now. They must have tracked back into the kitchen after going to the bathroom. They were nearly bouncing off the walls with their want to get to trick-or-treating. His brother-in-law was in the kitchen with them, sounding exactly as weary as you would expect from a father of 3 who'd been dealing with Halloween excitement all day long. Daryl knew from experience that he'd best move quickly. Scott wouldn't be able to hold back the little terrors for long. Daryl opened his closet and pulled out the costume that Georgina had brought to him weeks ago. Daryl had told her 1,000,000 times that he could get his own Halloween costume, but she liked digging through the old musty costume shop in town. This year, Daryl was going to be dressed as a king, crown and frilled collar and all. Of course, she would pick something like this, he thought, as he pulled out something that looked suspiciously close to tights. "I'm going to kill her." Daryl wrestled himself into the clothes and looked at himself in his mirror. He looked ridiculous, but he stuck the crown on his head and headed back to where his family waited. His nieces were dressed as cats, same as Georgina, and his nephew was dressed as a zombie quarterback. "Uncle Daryl!" Caitlin, who was a tiny bit taller than her twin, crowed when she saw him. Her blue eyes, a match for her sister and his own, twinkled with amusement. "You look silly," he smiled. "Your mama has a weird sense of humor," he said. "I don't know." It was Laura. Daryl turned, and he had to swallow hard. She was the queen to his king. Her dress was long and flowing, but the bodice corseted in, emphasizing her curves. She was holding Lily, who was dressed like a little princess. "You look pretty handsome to me." He should have known that Georgina would orchestrate something like this, but he couldn't find it in himself to be mad when Laura and Lily looked as beautiful as they did. He was the lucky man who got to stand by them in the pictures. "You look beautiful," he told her. Laura blushed, and she looked even more lovely. "Thank you." "Are you my uncle's wife?" Callie asked. The little girl was absolutely adorable in her cat ears and curly hair, and Laura seemed to be entirely charmed. "I am," she said with a smile and a glance at Daryl. "Do you love him?" Caitlin chimed in. Daryl groaned, but Georgina hushed the girls and told everyone to head to the pumpkin patch. Scott and Kyle were already back there setting up for the picture. They hustled out to the pumpkin patch. Taking pictures with kids was always a toss-up. The pictures were always funny and sweet and triggered good memories, but that didn't actually mean that the pictures themselves looked anything close to organized or professional. Some years it was nearly impossible to get everyone to look at the camera. This year was a pretty big mess, but between all of the yelling and kids running back and forth, and one squashed pumpkin casualty, they ended up with a good family picture. Laura was a little misty-eyed afterward, and he wrapped an arm around her. "You okay?" he asked. She nodded and leaned against him. "Yes," she said. I never had anything like this before. This was great. Thank you so much for including Lily and me." "Anytime," he said and meant it. Anytime at all. When they got to the high school for trunk or treat, they had to park down the street and walk to the event, which was being held in the school's parking lot. Daryl held out his hand as they walked down the sidewalk, and Laura slipped her free hand into his. "I'm surprised they're still doing this," she said as they walked. "I remember going to the trunk or treat as a kid." Daryl remembered that too. His parents didn't take them every year, but he had a distinct memory of begging for candy dressed as a transformer. "It's a project for the homecoming court," he said. "They have to put it on each year as part of their duties." Laura glanced at him. "Were you on homecoming court?" Daryl shook his head. "Nah, but Kyle and his buddy Shane were during their senior year. He came home with a list of things he had to do. Mom was psyched, and even though Kyle didn't really care, she had already gotten her cancer diagnosis, so he went along with it for her sake." That was sweet of him. They wove their way through the crush of people milling around the decorated cars, stopping here and there so that Lily could trick or treat. At one car, decorated like a unicorn, complete with gigantic horn affixed to the roof, they ran into Colin McCabe and his daughter Bex. "Hey, Rivers," Colin said, shoulders tense. "Hey," Daryl greeted. There was a laugh building in his gut. Colin's face was painted green, so that he looked like a frog. Bex had a tiara on her head, but their fight at the bar tamped it down. "Having fun?" Colin scowled at him. "Oodles," he gritted out. "Where's your better half?" That got a reluctant smile to spread across the man's face. Michael roped Nancy into helping at the concession stand. Daryl snorted. "Sounds about right." Michael was a natural-born organizer. The man had a way of making things happen and dragging everyone else along for the ride. Normally, Daryl would head right over to help, or at least to say hi, but not right now. "Let's avoid that area," he said in a low voice to Laura, "unless you want to be pulled into some task or another." Laura laughed and looked at Lily, who was gazing around with wide eyes. "Sounds like a plan." "She's beautiful," Colin said to her, and she beamed at him. Daryl ground his teeth. He didn't want to make nice right now, not when none of them had apologized, but he couldn't just drag Laura away either. He wasn't that much of a caveman. "What's her name?" "Lily. And your little princess there?" "Bex." The little girl began to whine. "Can we go?" she asked. "All the good candy will be gone," Colin frowned. 2 seconds, okay?" He looked at Daryl and then his eyes slid to Laura. Daryl didn't say a word. He had told Laura about the argument already so she could be here for this. When Daryl stayed silent, Colin let out a breath. "I want to apologize, all right? You surprised us at the bar, but we want you to be happy." "I am," Daryl said. His friend nodded. "Then that's all that matters." "Dad!" Bex groaned. Colin chuckled. "Well, I think that's my cue to keep going." Lily let out a squeal of her own. "Us too, I think," Laura said, eyes flicking to Daryl. "I'm sure your nieces and nephew are wondering where Uncle Daryl is." "Yeah, I'll bet they are." He looked at Colin. "We'll talk soon, all right?" "Soon?" Colin echoed. They bid his friend goodbye and went back to wandering the trunk or treat until they found Georgina and the kids, gleefully shoving handfuls of candy into their buckets. He chuckled at his sister's half-dismayed expression. He glanced down at Laura's hand, still in his, and at the way she was smiling at Lily. A feeling of contentment swelled in his chest at how right it all felt, being there with her, having her and Lily as a part of his life. He knew it wasn't forever, but when the time came, he wasn't sure how he was going to be able to let go. Just enjoy the moment, he told himself. Don't let it go to your head. Chapter 10. "It's just ice cream," Daryl reminded her for the 10th time. "I need you to relax a little." Laura tried to relax her shoulders, but it was so hard. Ever since the hearing, she had been nervous about being in town. On the ranch, she and Daryl could act however they wanted, but they had to be in love for the public here. In love enough that everyone who saw them could tell they were happy together, but not so over the top that it looked like they were faking it or putting on a show. It was awkward at best. "It's not just ice cream," she insisted. "It is," he said. "We're getting ice cream with Lily, which we've done before." He reached out and squeezed her hand, though he didn't let it go immediately. Instead, he let it linger. "There's all of 3 people in here and we're in a corner. It's basically just us." Laura glanced at her daughter, who was happily babbling in a high chair at the end of the booth. It was just like when they reconnected, but there was this thing between them now, the lie and the need to perpetuate that lie, with the understanding that the judge was going to be watching them, and not just the judge. It was a small town, so there was a good chance that anything they did could be gossiped about and reported back to the judge, whether he was actually there or not. "I feel like it won't be the 3 of us ever again," she said. "I feel like we're being watched." Daryl squeezed her hand again. "It's going to be okay," he promised. Laura tried to relax, but any time she became aware of Daryl's fingers threaded through her own, it was like she spiraled all over again. It was just a little hand-holding. She should certainly be able to handle it. But it was holding hands with Daryl, and she liked it. It gave her a butterflies-in-the-stomach feeling that she hadn't had in years. She only got her hand back when the waitress, a far too chipper teenager who smelled like fresh waffle cones, came over to them. "Hey folks, how are you tonight?" Daryl smiled, easy. "We're doing fine, Ashley. How are things with you?" The girl's demeanor shifted slightly. The cheeriness faded around the edges, as it were. "My family is driving me crazy," the girl admitted. "Everyone's so in love and I'm just—" She let out a little frustrated ugh. "Being dumped sucks, you know." Daryl nodded. When he noticed Laura's confused look, Daryl introduced them. "This is Ashley Weston." Recognition clicked in Laura's brain. She could see the family resemblance now. She and Jeanette shared the same eyes and the same dainty nose. "Oh, you're Jeanette's sister." "You know Jeanette?" the girl asked. "She started as my attorney," Laura said with a nod. "Now we're friends." "Oh, are you the one she does breakfast with?" she asked. When Laura nodded, Ashley added, "She said your ex was a real piece of—" Her eyes darted to Lily. "Work, a real piece of work." Laura snorted. "You could say that again," she said, and then took Daryl's hand again. "I traded up this time." It was surprising how easily the lie rolled off her tongue, but then again, it didn't feel like much of a lie. Daryl was a great guy, and most definitely an upgrade from Clark. Any woman would be all too lucky to be Daryl's wife, to give him her heart, and build a life with him. "It just can't be you," she reminded herself. She couldn't put herself in that position again. She had made a promise to Lily after all. Ashley let out a groan. "It's official," she said. "Everyone is in love except me." Laura remembered Jeanette mentioning that her little sister was going through her first heartbreak. Poor thing, she thought. "He must be a real loser," she said. "Who?" the girl asked, voice going stiff. "Whoever it was who broke your heart," she said. Ashley's chin wobbled for a second, but she shook it off. "He is loser," she agreed. "He's a junior, and I'm a senior, and he told me that he didn't want us to waste any more of each other's time, since I'll be graduating and heading to college." "Are you graduating in December?" Daryl asked. "Heading to college early?" Ashley shook her head. "That's just it. I'm not graduating until May, and I'll still be here for the summer too. He just wanted an excuse to date someone else, and he didn't want to be the bad guy for dumping me for no better reason than to chase after another girl." Daryl wrinkled his nose. "Loser," he intoned. She hummed. "Well, you didn't come here to hear about my loser ex," she said and shook her notepad. "What can I get for you guys?" "A sundae, please," Daryl said, "with all the fixings and 2 spoons." Ashley nodded. "Coming right up?" "A sundae?" Laura asked, a little surprised. Usually when they came here they would get banana splits. Daryl shrugged. "We're not upset about anything, right?" "I suppose not." "So, no banana splits tonight." He glanced at Lily and smiled. "Besides, I want to see if this little lady likes whipped cream as much as her mama does." "Oh, she can't have—" Daryl looked at her, and the protest died on her tongue. "She can't have too much," she amended. "I don't want her to crash from the sugar later and turn into a screeching banshee." "Totally fair," Daryl said. Laura watched him entertain Lily for the next 5 or so minutes as he covered his eyes with his hands, playing peekaboo with the enraptured baby. It was even better when he brought her little hands up to cover her own eyes and pretended that she disappeared. That got the deep belly laughs out of Lily that made Laura's soul feel lighter. "She's really cute," Ashley said as she came to drop their sundae off. Laura smiled. "Thank you. If you ever need a babysitter, I know a few people at school who would be happy to watch her. They're certified and everything." Laura was getting better at letting other people care for Lily, but she wasn't too keen on leaving her with a complete stranger just yet, even a babysitter-certified one. But she smiled and nodded anyway, not wanting to hurt Ashley's feelings. "I'll let you know, okay? She and I haven't been apart much since she was born." Ashley nodded and left to check on the few other patrons inside the ice cream shop. Laura grabbed her spoon and dug into the ice cream. Daryl did the same, but his first bite, which was all whipped cream, went to Lily. The little girl's face lit up as she tasted the creamy treat, and she automatically reached for more. "Hey now," Daryl tutted softly. "I think that's plenty. We don't want Mama mad at us, right?" He did a quick round of peekaboo with her to distract her, and Laura was pleased to see that it worked. Laura took a bite of her ice cream and let out a delighted sigh. Ice cream was always good, it was true, but there was something extra great about ice cream at Maple Scoops. It had been such a treat as a kid, made all the more special by the boy she used to come with, and it was somehow even better as an adult. Maybe because she was sharing it with two of her favorite people. "Thank you for bringing us for ice cream," she said after a bite of hot fudge. Daryl grinned at her. "Any time, Laura Jo," he said. "Seriously." Laura didn't know what she would have said to that, but they were interrupted by a couple who came into the store and made a beeline for them. Daryl's eyes landed on the pair, and the smile dropped off his face. "Daryl," the man started. "I'm on a date with my wife, Sam," he said, and his voice was so flat that it made Laura's stomach twist uncomfortably. "I see that," the man said, and he turned his attention to Laura. "Hey, I'm not sure if you remember me or not, but I'm—" "Sam Carden," Laura said, standing up to hug him. The man let out a little surprised, "Oof! Of course I remember you. I remember that campout our class had on your property in the 5th grade. I think you made some girl cry at the campfire. What was her name?" Sam flushed. "Oh, I don't know about that." The woman at his side smirked. "You made a girl cry? Really?" Daryl clicked his tongue against his teeth, as if a memory had just been unlocked. "I forgot all about that. Yeah, we went on a class camp out, and Sam told this story that was way too scary. This girl totally almost peed her pants. She made the teacher call her parents to come pick her up and everything." "Evie Royce," Sam muttered. "That's who it was." He was obviously embarrassed. Laura would feel bad for bringing it up, but she remembered Daryl's face when he came home after their fight. If she was feeling a smidgen petty, it seemed to her like it was pretty justified. Besides, Sam was a big boy. He could take it. Daryl made a sound of agreement. "That's right. Poor Evie. She and Nancy were best friends even back then, and I don't think Nancy spoke to you for a month after that." "Well, I hate that's how you remember me," Sam said. Laura just grinned. "Aside from that, the memory isn't a bad one. That was one of the best campouts of my life. It was the only campout of my life." "Who's this?" she asked, turning to the woman beside Sam. "Oh, Laura. This is my girlfriend Ariel," he said. Laura held out her hand, and Ariel shook it. "It's nice to meet you," she said. "Likewise," Ariel said. "So you're from here too?" "I am," Laura agreed. "Though I was gone for a long time. I moved away when I was 12, but it's been terrific to be back. I do love it here." Ariel smiled. "Me too." She leaned into Sam in a way that made Laura's heart swell and ache all at once. There was a moment of awkward silence that was just long enough for Daryl to look uncomfortable again, and Laura jumped in again. "Out on a date?" she asked. Ariel nodded. "Molly is with a sitter tonight, so we thought we'd sneak off the Carden Ranch for a little while." "Oh, do you have a little one too?" Ariel nodded. "We do. She's the sweetest girl you could ever imagine." She glanced at Lily. "Well, maybe you could. She's adorable." From the starry look on Sam's face, Laura could see that he loved being a dad. "Thank you," she said. "Lily is the best baby. Hopefully there will be playdates for her and Molly in the future?" Sam nodded. "Absolutely. We would really like that." Daryl harumphed. "Well, we're on a date, as you can see, so—" "Daryl?" Laura admonished gently. "No, he's right," Sam said. "We're here on our own date, so I get it. It was great seeing you again, Laura, and meeting your little one. Congratulations to you both." His eyes flicked to Daryl, and she could see the concern swimming in his eyes. "Look, I know you spoke to Colin on Halloween, and I want to apologize as well. You seem very happy together. I'm happy for you both." Laura looked at Daryl, and a smile curved at the corners of her lips. "We are," she said. "Thank you." "Thanks, Sam," Daryl said. "I appreciate it." Sam put a hand on Daryl's shoulder, and then they were headed to an open booth that was on the other side of the shop. "That wasn't so bad," Laura said softly. Daryl shrugged. "I hate lying to him," he said. "I know." They finished up their sundae, and then Daryl waited while Laura took Lily to the bathroom for a quick diaper change. When she came out of the back, she spotted him talking to Sam again. This time, he was smiling, and as she approached, he laughed. "Ready to go?" she asked, adjusting Lily on her hip. Daryl grinned. "Sure," he said. "See you later, Sam." He dipped his hat in Ariel's direction. "Ma'am." Laura looped her arm with his, and they stepped out of the ice cream shop into the Colorado twilight. As they stepped outside, Laura pulled on his arm, just a bit. There wasn't anyone out on the sidewalk, at least that she could see, and that bolstered her courage. "Daryl?" "Yeah?" She leaned up and brushed her lips against his, quick and soft. When she pulled back, he looked gobsmacked. Laura giggled. "Thank you for getting me out of the house." A smile stretched across his face. God, but he was attractive. "It was my pleasure, Laura Jo." Chapter 11. Her house almost looked worse than she'd feared when she and Daryl pushed the door open. They were loaded down with tools and paint. Daryl had told her over coffee that he had cleared his whole schedule today to get started on getting her house repaired. There were some big fixes that had to be made, of course, but that would have to wait until she had unrestricted access to her trust fund. Until then, Daryl had seemed hopeful that they could take care of some of the smaller things themselves. They would make note of anything that was beyond his abilities, and they would find a contractor. With Georgina volunteering to watch Lily for her, Laura could focus solely on the mess in front of her. And what a mess it was. The house smelled from being shut up for over a week. The day after moving out, she'd come up to clean up the water that had leaked through the ceiling during that bad rainstorm. But other than that, she'd stayed away. She was a little disturbed by how much she hadn't been thinking about the house until Daryl had brought it up. When she'd returned to Windy Creek, the only thing she had wanted was to get her house fixed up and settle into raising Lily, but after spending Halloween with Daryl and his family, getting to be a part of that, she realized how lonely living in this house had been for those first few days that she had been back. "Is this a lost cause?" she asked as they stacked their tools and building materials in the living room. Daryl looked at her. "You having second thoughts here, Laura Jo?" He really does know me, she thought, but the wave of affection was quickly followed up by the feeling of dread. Lately, the affection she felt toward him seemed to be tipping toward something else, something that definitely wasn't in her plan. She refused to fall in love with Daryl Rivers. She refused to fall in love with anyone. She couldn't put herself in the position of allowing someone to have that kind of power over her life like that again. "No second thoughts," she said, pushing those feelings away. "But that kiss," she thought yearningly, and quickly shook herself again. "Stop that. I'm just worried about putting in all this effort, and we find even bigger problems than I already have." He smiled kindly. "It's going to be fine," he promised and handed her some safety glasses. She put them on and struck a pose. Daryl made a noise of exaggerated appreciation. "I love a woman in oversized goggles." Laura knew that he was joking, but it still caused heat to fill her cheeks. Daryl noticed, and his smile became smug and full of a kind of masculine pride. He reached out and touched her cheek. "Now that I could get used to." "Me blushing?" "You blushing because of me, Laura Jo," he said in a voice that had grown thick. He brushed his thumb over her cheek again before he seemed to remember himself and stepped away. "Let's start with the bedrooms. See what we can take care of in there first." She nodded, and they went down the hall together to Lily's room. The ceiling was dotted with yellowed water spots, and the whole room could use a fresh coat of paint to take care of the smell of age and disuse. "Should we check under the carpet too?" she asked. "For mold?" He sighed. "Yes, we should do that for sure," Daryl said. "I just really hope there's no mold. We'd have to tent the whole house and get it fumigated." Laura's stomach rolled uneasily. That would be a huge expense, and they still didn't have any funds from the trust. But also, it wasn't something that could be put off. It wouldn't be safe for Lily in the house if there really was a mold issue. "Let's get this over with?" Daryl nodded. "It'll be fine," he said. They began by moving out Lily's furniture. The room looked somehow smaller without the crib and changing table. Luckily, the carpet looked to be in fairly good working order, and Daryl didn't see any indication of water anywhere but from the ceiling. They were already aware the roof would need to be mended, or maybe that the house would need a new roof altogether. "The baseboards will need to be replaced," he said, pointing. "It looks like someone had a dog or something that chewed up a fair bit of it." "Okay," a thought came to mind. "But can we leave one bit of it?" Daryl looked at her, confused. "Why?" She took his hand and pulled him over to the closet. On the molding on the door there was a growth chart that was notched into the wood. Each notch was labeled with a year. "My mama kept a growth chart for me," she said, and touched the molding gently. "I wasn't sure it would still be here when I first moved in, but it hasn't been touched." Daryl smiled, and she liked the softness of it. "So, we'll save this," he said with certainty. "Anything else you want left as it is?" Laura shook her head, wrapping her arms around herself. The memories she had of this place were what she wanted, good memories that Lily could have here, just like she had. She wanted to raise Lily in a home that was as warm and welcoming as she remembered her entire childhood being when her parents were still alive. "I do wish that old treehouse was still in the backyard. You remember that?" He grinned. "I do," he said. "I remember getting my very first kiss in that treehouse." "What? From who?" She definitely would have remembered if Daryl had kissed anybody in her backyard. A guilty look washed over him. "The summer after you left, the house was just sitting here, right?" Laura nodded. "Yeah. My grandfather didn't rent it out for a long time. It was just empty." Daryl winced, and it clicked in her head. "You snuck up to my treehouse? With a girl?" Now he looked even guiltier, and it would be funny if she didn't have the most embarrassing bubble of jealousy in her stomach right now. "Not exactly, it's just, I missed you," he mumbled, "and Becky Stewart thought I was just so sweet." He shrugged. "She found me in the treehouse, and when I told her I came up there to think sometimes, she kissed me." Laura laughed. "She really fell for a line like that?" Daryl frowned. "What do you mean? A line?" Laura scoffed and quirked her eyebrow up in disbelief. "Do you mean to tell me that you actually missed me enough to sneak up to my treehouse?" At his uncomfortable expression, Laura felt her heart soften all the more for this man. "Daryl." "I might have had a little crush on you, Laura Jo," he told her with a little shrug. "Seems like more than just a little crush," she teased, and she delighted to see the tips of Daryl's ears turning red. "I missed you too, you know. You were a pretty cute kid," she admitted, "and a really good friend." That got Daryl laughing. "Just what every guy wants to hear," he said. Laura stepped into him and kissed his cheek softly. "It's sweet," she told him. "I could so fall in love with you," she thought, almost mournfully. She had to keep her emotions in check here. She couldn't afford to give her heart away again, not when it finally belonged to herself again. Lily deserved a mother who could show her what independence looked like. After they were able to access the trust, and she covered the mortgage on Daryl's ranch like they'd agreed, this all had to come to an end. "Thank you for everything that you're doing, Daryl. I don't know where Lily and I would be if you hadn't agreed to help." Daryl smiled and dipped his head in acknowledgement. "I think we can get this room painted today," he said, and maybe get some of the more damaged baseboards pulled up. She was a little taken aback by his sudden change of subject, but she nodded and they got back to work. He removed the damaged baseboards, and she got everything clean before she began painting walls. They didn't stop in Lily's room. They moved on to her bedroom and the tiny bathroom at the end of the hallway. Luckily, the damage they found to the walls and floors was fairly minor. It looked like the big problems were the roof damage and the need to replace most of the electrical wiring. Beyond that, there was mostly normal wear and tear, plus some minor cosmetic damage, mostly from renters having dogs. I love puppies, she thought, but I think we'll skip that for a while. Daryl was in the bathroom, trying to figure out why the toilet wiggled whenever someone sat on it, when Laura's stomach started to growl. "You hungry?" she called to him from where she was cleaning out her bedroom to prep the walls for paint. He appeared in the doorway in an instant. "Was that your stomach I just heard?" Laura threw a sock at him. "You did not hear my stomach," Daryl laughed. "It shook the wall." "It did not." Her voice was high and indignant, but she bubbled with laughter. They were flirting, which was edging on dangerous ground again, but she so enjoyed it. "You say that again and I'll—" He raised his eyebrow in challenge. "You'll do what, Laura Jo?" She wasn't sure if he meant for his voice to dip as low as it did, but it made her shiver. If she thought it had been a long time since she'd been kissed properly, it had been even longer for anything else. Clark had started off as a very attentive lover, but the time and attention devoted to their sex life had dropped off after the first year. She supposed that was when he started being attentive to someone else, not that she knew that at the time. They'd still slept together, of course, but it became less frequent and more perfunctory. He wasn't concerned if she didn't always get there, and he would get impatient if she wanted to be held after. Laura had learned not even to ask after a while, and he seemed all too happy about it. She had assumed that it was just another phase of their marriage, one that they'd get through together, until the moment she'd walked in to find him in the shower with another woman. "Laura Jo?" She swallowed. "I remember you being ticklish, Daryl," she said. Daryl chuckled. "You really want to go there? You know I'm faster than you." They stared at each other for a split second, and then she shrieked as he started for her. Laura managed to get around him and headed for the living room, where he quickly caught her with an arm around her middle. She shrieked again when he lifted her from the floor and swung her around. She playfully smacked at his arm, but she was a little disappointed when he set her back on her feet instead of pressing his advantage. Though he didn't fully let her go, she noticed, and she turned in the circle of his arms to face him. Their chests were pressed together. She wondered if he could feel the wild beating of her heart. "Daryl!" she breathed out. "Yeah?" He leaned down. She could feel his breath on her cheek. Laura knew that if she tilted her head that she could be kissing him, but she held back. No matter how tempting Daryl was, they couldn't repeat what almost happened on Halloween, or outside of Maple Scoops. They couldn't lose their heads like this. "I'm starving," she said and stepped away from him. His arms moved to bring her back but stopped, and Laura appreciated his restraint. "Do you want to go get a burger before we pick up the baby?" Daryl took a deep breath. She could see his throat working as he swallowed. "Sure," he said after he'd regained his composure. "Dinner sounds like a good plan, actually." "Great," she said. "Let me get my stuff and we'll go?" Daryl nodded again and his mouth twitched up in a smile. "Whatever you need, Laura Jo," he said. Chapter 12. Laura called to check on the baby as Daryl backed the truck down the driveway. "Hey, Georgina," she said when his sister picked up the phone. "How's my girl?" Daryl couldn't hear the reply, but Laura let out a little laugh and a "Okay, well, your brother and I are going to get some dinner and then we'll be by to pick her up. That sound okay?" Said their goodbyes, and she ended the call. "Lily was napping," she told him. "The twins just about wore her out," your sister said. Daryl smiled. He could certainly imagine that. Caitlin and Callie had become obsessed with Lily since Halloween. They loved the idea of a baby cousin. Neither Daryl nor Laura had the heart to tell them that it wasn't permanent. They had so much fun pushing her stroller while they trick-or-treated. Laura hummed in agreement, and they spent the rest of the drive in a contented quiet. He pulled into Ed's, and they walked in together. Mary Elizabeth greeted them and let them know that she would be with them in a moment. They settled into a booth near the big window that looked out at the street. The menus were already on the table, tucked in by the salt and pepper shakers. They reached for the same menu, and she practically jumped when their hands collided. "Sorry," she mumbled. "You've got to calm down some, Laura Jo," he said, handing her the menu and taking the one behind it for himself. "We're supposed to look crazy in love, remember? You look like you're afraid of me." Laura pursed her lips together. "I'm not afraid of you," she insisted. "You're afraid of something." He just wished he could figure out what. She had been fine when they went to the ice cream shop. The diner was quintessential Windy Creek. Every couple came there for a date night, but maybe that was the problem. Without Lily, there wasn't a buffer to keep this from feeling like a real date. Their date at Maple Scoops had been different. They had had the baby with them, and there hadn't been as many people there, so they hadn't needed to try as much to show that they were a real couple. They could just enjoy being in each other's company without having to put on a show. She leveled him with a look. "I'm not afraid of anything." The words came out tightly, and Daryl decided to drop it for now, even though he thought that he had hit the nail right on the head. They looked through the menus in silence until Mary Elizabeth came by to take their order, a cheeseburger with the works for him and a chicken basket for her. While they ordered, Daryl took Laura's hand casually, as if he did it all the time. This time, Laura didn't jump. When Mary Elizabeth hustled off to put their orders in, Laura pulled her hand back, and he felt the absence almost like a burn. He reached over and took her hand again. "We're in public," he said, and laced his fingers through hers. The more he touched her, the more he wanted to touch her. It was a truly slippery slope. "We need to play this up a little, right?" Laura nodded. "I suppose we do," she agreed. Bernice, another long-time waitress at the diner, brought their drinks and seemed to delight over their holding hands. "I remember when my husband used to hold my hand," she sighed dreamily. "Enjoy it while it lasts." She nudged Laura playfully and walked away. Laura had a strange look on her face, thoughtful and maybe a little sad. Her eyes darted back to their joined hands. "What's wrong?" She shrugged. "Clark stopped holding my hand right after we got married," she explained. "He didn't really like it when we were dating, I suppose, but he played along because it was expected. After we got married, though, he would barely ever touch me in public." "What a jerk," Daryl thought savagely. He rubbed his thumb over the back of her hand. "I never got the chance to hold your hand before we got married," he said softly. "Just for her. So, I'm definitely not bored with it yet." Laura was surprised into a little smile, and she tightened her grip on his hand for a moment. She took a sip from her soda, still smiling, and he found himself thinking about his parents. He must have seen them holding hands thousands of times. They'd been high school sweethearts who had found a true and lasting devotion for one another that had always been Daryl's ideal. He'd always imagined what it would be like to find a woman that he could love in the way his father had loved his mother. He wondered what they would have thought about this fake marriage ruse. It made him uneasy to admit to himself that he doubted they'd approve. But they'd have liked Laura being part of the family, even if it was just for a little while. He was sure of that. Their food came, and he reluctantly had to let go of her hand so that they could both eat. "Georgina will have Lily bathed and put in pajamas by the time we pick her up," Daryl said conversationally. "I only left her with a few onesies for if Lily had an accident or something." She amassed a bunch of clothes for the girls, and then had Thomas a few years later, and had to buy even more clothes for him. He smiled. "She'll be thrilled to have a little girl to pass it to." "Georgina's great," Laura said. "She's been so kind to me and Lily." "She's a wonderful mother," Daryl said. "Her and Scott do everything for their kids, you know? But they're also one of the most in-love couples I've ever seen outside of my parents." "And Kyle?" she asked. "Does he have someone special?" Daryl felt a pang. "Kai gives his all to the ranch," he said. "If you ask him, he'll say that he doesn't have time for a girlfriend." Laura frowned. "That doesn't seem fair," she said. "He's only 24 and he works so hard on the ranch. Shouldn't he get to have a little fun? He should, and Daryl would sometimes encourage him to get out more, get off the ranch, But Kyle would counter that someone had to keep the lights on. When Daryl had started pouring his time and efforts into the leatherworking business, Kyle had taken on all of the responsibility of the ranch onto his shoulders, and Daryl didn't know how to take it back. He should, he agreed, but if you can get him to go out on a Saturday night or take a Sunday off, I would be truly impressed. Laura, Ed. I'll get to work on that, she said, and he laughed. He had no doubt that she would. He was about to make a suggestion about the weekend when the door to the diner opened, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Judge Morrison and his wife come in. "Don't look now," he said, but the judge just walked through the door. Laura seemed to tense up. "Relax, Laura Jo," he murmured. "Let's just finish our meal and then we can go get Lily, okay?" She nodded, trusting him. Okay. Like he'd suggested, they tucked back into their dinner. When they were finished, Bernice brought their check and a piece of cherry pie. "We didn't order this," Daryl said. Bernice winked at them. "Congratulations again," she said. "You two make a beautiful couple." "Thank you," Laura said and looked at him. "Split it with me?" She held up the spoon. Daryl nodded. "Can't turn down an offer like that," he said. He dug his spoon into the pie and scooped up a cherry. Instead of popping it into his mouth, though, he held it out to her and raised an eyebrow in challenge. Laura smirked in reply and leaned forward and took the proffered bite. She made a little happy noise that rode down his spine on a shiver. "Well, hi, folks." Daryl looked up as Judge Morrison approached them. "It's nice to see you two out and about." Laura's smile in return was a little shaky. "Hello, sir," she said. "We're just finishing up some dinner after working at my parents' house all day." At the judge's questioning look, she added, "I inherited my parents' house after they passed on, and I moved in there with my daughter when I first moved back to Windy Creek, before I ran into Daryl again." She shook her head, scrunching her nose. "It's a mess." She reached over and touched Daryl's arm. "Luckily, Daryl has been able and willing to help me get it back into shape." Judge Morrison nodded. "That sounds mighty fine," he said. "Y'all have a good evening." "You too," Daryl said. He looked back to Laura, whose smile was frozen in place. "Ready to go?" he asked. She nodded. "Yes, please," she squeaked out. They left the money for the check and Bernice's tip on the table and made their escape. As they exited, they ran into Caleb McGrew, a relatively new hand from the ranch. Caleb was escorting his girlfriend into the diner. "Hey, Mr. Rivers." "Caleb," Daryl cut him off. "You're 2 years younger than me. Please call me Daryl." The younger man ducked his head. Sure, he said, and Daryl knew that he would probably never call him by his given name. "I've got to ask Kyle about that," he thought, and waved as Caleb and his girlfriend disappeared through the door. Laura let out a breath. "That scared me." "What, seeing the judge?" She nodded and wrapped her arms around herself. "What if he doesn't believe us?" she asked. "What if we're not convincing enough as a couple, and he ends up siding with Clark at the hearing? We might even face some kind of penalty or fine if the judge thinks we were trying to trick the court." Her face paled dramatically. "Do you think we could go to jail?" Daryl stood there, watching her worry at her lip and hold herself like she might shake apart at any moment, and he couldn't not do anything about it. But he didn't think words would have any impact, not when she was this worked up. She'd been like this even when they were 12 years old. Once her brain got on a worst-case scenario, loop, it was hard to get it back off. "Come here," he said. "What?" He crooked his finger at her. "Come here," he said again. Laura took the few steps toward him to close the gap between them. He put his hands on her hips and pulled her the last few inches to put her body against his. She gasped. "Can I kiss you?" he murmured, only for her to hear. Laura stared at him for a moment and then nodded minutely. "Yes," she breathed. "Yes." He kissed her, and just like the kiss they shared in his kitchen on Halloween, it started soft and sweet. But then her arms were around his neck, and her fingers tracked into his hair. His tongue brushed her bottom lip, and she opened to him with a little sigh. A little harumph broke them apart. A little old lady was trying to get by them, and they were blocking the sidewalk. Laura buried her face in his chest, and he laughed. "Sorry, ma'am," he said. "Newlyweds, you know?" Her scowl became a grudging smile. "That's sweet," she said as she passed them. "But it's still no excuse for blocking the path, young man." "Yes, ma'am," he agreed. "Understood." Laura groaned from where she was hiding her face, and Daryl laughed and pressed his lips into the top of her head. "See?" he asked her. "We're believable. We're going to be fine." Laura tipped her head up so that he could look at him. "You think so?" she asked. He leaned down and pecked her lips, keeping it light so as to not lose himself in kissing her again. "I know so," Daryl told her. "If I need to start kissing you in public more often, you just let me know." Daryl felt her tremble against him. She cleared her throat like she was trying to think of what to say. He knew he should take his words back. They weren't a couple, and he didn't have the right to kiss her like that, but they had agreed on some PDA to make their relationship story plausible. He loosened his grasp on her but didn't let her go. "If I'm too much, you only have to tell me," he said. "I don't want to make you uncomfortable." She shook her head. "I'm not uncomfortable," she said, but the way she said it sounded like that was precisely the problem. It hit him that she wanted him, that she felt the same attraction and draw to him that he felt toward her. Maybe it even meant that if he was bold enough to ask, making love to her might be a possibility. It was so tempting, but he couldn't risk his heart like that. She was newly divorced from a man who hurt her deeply, and she'd made it very clear that she wasn't looking for another relationship. Even if she agreed to give in to their mutual attraction and become more intimate, there was no chance it could lead to love. Meanwhile, he'd been hung up on her for years. It was all a recipe for disaster. Daryl let her go. "Come on," he said. "Let's go get Lily and head home." Laura smiled and nodded. They walked back to his truck hand in hand. Chapter 13. All right, folks. We're tackling the roof of the library today. Mr. Perryman stood in front of the crowd of ranchers and hands, all bearing their own tools. "If you feel squeamish around heights, there is some work inside the library as well." Daryl had a tool belt strapped to his waist, and so did Kyle. They had gotten up extra early to check on the herd before they came out to help. Mr. Perryman had enlisted everyone he could round up in the area for help with replacing the roof on the public library, since the city had been so slow to move on it. Since there had been so much damage in the area, the local contractors were flooded with work, and the bids were all sky high, according to Michael, who had an in with City Hall. So, donated materials and time from local volunteers seemed to be the best solution. Not that Daryl minded. He had spent a fair amount of time in that library as a kid. It would probably do him good to go more often once it was back up and running. They usually had a wonderful summer schedule for kids. He and Laura could... He shook that thought off. He could tell Laura about the summer activities, of course, but he wouldn't be in Lily's life to take her himself come next summer, at least not in any capacity except that of a friend. He hated the pit of sour disappointment that opened in his stomach at the thought. "You good, man?" Kyle asked. "You look like someone just spat in your face or something." "I'm fine," Daryl assured him. "Just thinking, I guess." "Well, that's enough of that," came Laura's sweet voice from behind them. They turned, and she held up a bottle of the aerosol sunscreen. "You both need some before you get up on the roof." Laura had volunteered to help Ariel pass out lunch for the workers. Ariel had talked Laura into allowing the high schoolers who had come to volunteer to watch Lily. She and Molly were in a daycare area set up under one of the big trees. She was 50 feet away. If Laura glanced over, she could see her. He knew that it made her a little nervous, but she was trying to loosen the reins a little, let more people help in taking care of Lily, and Daryl was proud of her for that. Seeing her helping out the community made his chest ache. It all felt so real. "No thanks," Kyle said immediately. "I don't need it." Laura squinted at him. "Does working on the ranch give you some kind of protection against skin cancer?" "I have on a hat," Kyle pointed out. "I'll be fine." "You're going up on a roof with zero shade," she argued. When Kyle still wasn't convinced, Laura decided to play dirty. "I would really appreciate it if you would put some sunscreen on. she said. "It would make me feel better knowing that you're being safe." Kyle swore, and Daryl knew right then that he was going to do whatever Laura asked him to do. "I need to learn that kind of magic." "Fine, fine," his younger brother said, holding out his hand for the spray. "Give it to me." Laura handed it over, and Kyle sprayed the sunscreen all over his face and neck, and then his arms when Laura made a little tut-tut noise at him. "Happy now?" he asked as he handed the bottle back. Laura beamed at him. "Extremely." Kyle stomped off, probably to go find his friends and whine about bossy sisters-in-law, and she turned to Daryl. "Am I going to have to work that hard to convince you too?" Daryl shook his head. "No, ma'am," he said. "But can I get a little help?" Laura agreed, and Daryl obligingly turned as she sprayed his neck and arms. When it came to his face, he held his breath, thinking that she was going to spray him. But instead, Laura sprayed her hands and gently rubbed the sunscreen into his chin, cheeks, nose, and forehead. His nose stung from the chemical tang of fake coconut, but his eyes locked onto hers. She looked so determined, making sure that he was totally covered, that it made his heart kick against his ribs. "All done," she said after a moment. Her cheeks and ears were tinged the softest pink he'd ever seen. He wanted to brush his mouth over them to see if he could make the color darker. "Thanks." His voice had deepened, turned gravelly, and he cleared his throat, hoping that the rasp in it would go away. "See you at lunch?" "Lunch," she agreed, and headed over to where Sally, the other lunch coordinator, was directing people. Daryl stared after her for a second and then made his way over to where the men were setting up ladders. Sam was grinning wolfishly at him. "Well, shoot, Rivers," he said. "You really are a married man, aren't you?" "Shut up, Sam." "No, really," he said. "I'm surprised you've come off the ranch at all after seeing you eyeing her like that." "She's my wife," he muttered. "How else am I supposed to look at her?" Sam snorted. "Maybe not like you're 2 seconds from taking her home, especially at a community event with children present?" Daryl flipped him off. "Let's just get this over with, all right?" Aye. He and Sam worked as a team, hauling packs of shingles up the ladder to the waiting crew who were taking them to the sections of the roof that had been cleared of the old, torn shingles and were ready for the new. They took turns going up, packs slung over their shoulders, and holding the ladder so that neither got too exhausted doing all the hauling. Every time he came to the top of the ladder, Daryl saw Kyle nailing down new shingles with Gerard and Michael and some other guys. At one point, Gerard came to get the new pack of shingles. "Hey, man!" Daryl grunted out a greeting and started back down the ladder. "Wait, come on, Daryl," Gerard said, trying to stop him. "Not right now, Gerard," he said, and went back down at double time. He missed a step and slid a little more roughly than he'd like back to his feet. "Hey, steady!" Sam said, grabbing onto him. "What are you trying to do?" Daryl snorted, despite the slight shake in his hands. "Just trying to get away from an awkward situation." Sam glanced up to where Gerard was still looking down at them. "You're going to break your neck or something over our friend?" "Really, Daryl?" "Don't make me out to be the jerk here," he said. "You and Colin were decent enough to apologize. I can't just forget what you all said, you know?" "I'm not. You're right. We had no business coming at you like we did at the Dark Horse, but can you blame us for being shocked? You went from being single to being married in the blink of an eye, and we'd never heard a word about it until after the deed was done. That's weird, man. You've got to know, it's not like you at all. We're your friends. We just want to understand what's going on, because it's pretty clear that there's something you're not telling us." Daryl groaned and rubbed at his face. The smell of sunscreen jumped into his nose again, and his eyes stung. "It's not real," he said. "Huh?" Sam was about to grab the last bundle of shingles. They would need to get on the roof next and check to see who needed their help, but he stopped to look at Daryl. "What's not real?" "I am the biggest moron on the planet," he thought mournfully, but he couldn't take it back now. "Laura Jo and me," he said. "It's not real." "You're not married?" "No, we are," he said, "legally. But it's not. It wasn't because we magically fell in love when we saw each other again or something." Her grandfather wrote a clause into her inheritance that she and her husband had to jointly decide how to spend all the money she got from him, and her ex was a real jerk and was keeping it from her to punish her for leaving him. "That sucks," Sam said, "but how does that have anything to do with you?" Daryl clicked his tongue against his teeth. It wasn't like he hid a lot of things from the guys, but he didn't exactly go into a lot of detail. They knew that he'd hit some bumps in the road with his leatherworking business, but they didn't know how bad his finances had gotten. He'd been too ashamed to tell them. "I fell behind on a loan," he said. "The bank threatened to foreclose on the ranch." "Holy crap, Daryl!" I know," he said, waving his hand at him. "I didn't know how to tell you guys, so I just didn't. We could have helped out." Which was part of the reason why Daryl didn't tell them. He knew his friends would have done what they could for him, but he had no right to ask them to pony up to cover his shortcomings. Not when Sam was making big investments to expand his business. Colin was changing his whole business model to make his working ranch into a dude ranch, and Gerard was still getting used to taking over the reins of his family's operation. Michael had all his ducks in a row, as always, but Daryl would have felt like a real heel asking his buddy to bail him out of a mess he'd made all on his own. Michael was generous to a fault, but Daryl didn't want to be the kind of guy who took advantage. He felt bad enough taking Laura's money, but at least he knew that she was benefiting from it too. "I've got it handled," he insisted. "By marrying a woman for her inheritance?" "Well, when you say it like that..." "We're helping each other out," he explained. "Once her ex is off the paperwork for her account, and I'm on it, I'll sign everything over to her and she'll pay off my loan. Then we'll get an annulment." Explaining things didn't make it sound any better, and Daryl knew it. "We're both getting something out of it," he finished lamely. Sam studied him for way too long, and then he sighed. "Do you want my honest opinion?" "Not really." Sam socked him in the shoulder, and he groaned. "Jerk," he hissed at him, rubbing at the sore spot, and Sam raised his eyebrow at him. All right. What's your honest opinion?" "I think you have more feelings for her than you're willing to admit." Daryl couldn't argue that one, so he didn't try. "We agreed that our marriage was for convenience, to help each other out," he said diplomatically. "It doesn't matter if either of us has feelings. It ends as soon as the judge gets Clark off the paperwork." "But is that what you want?" Daryl opened his mouth, and then paused. "It doesn't matter what I want," he said. "It's what she wants. After spending the years she did with that jerk, I want her to get exactly what she wants this time around." "And that isn't you?" Daryl shook his head. "No, it's not." He knew that Laura was attracted to him, but that didn't mean she wanted to make their marriage real. And he didn't want that either, not really. He was just getting used to having her around, that was all. He told Sam as much. "You always liked Laura," Sam pointed out. "I remember that much." Daryl snorted. "A middle school crush and marriage aren't the same thing." "Didn't you like her in college too? Weren't you going to ask her out?" "He was, yeah, but then she met Clark, and he'd lost out again." "Enough, Sam." Sam nodded. Okay. He slung the pack of shingles over his shoulder. "I'll take these up and then I'll hold ladder so you can come up too, all right?" "Sure," Daryl said. Sam put a foot on the first rung. "And Sam?" The man looked back at him. "I won't say anything to the others," he promised without Daryl having to ask, "but you should talk to them at some point. They feel bad." Let them, he thought, but then sighed. They weren't too off the mark about things being weird after all. "I will," he said. "Soon?" Daryl grunted. "Soon, yeah. What are you, my mother?" They got back to work, and the conversation slipped from Daryl's mind until he was seated at a picnic table with Laura and Lily. "We need to reapply your sunscreen before you head back onto the roof," Laura said as she picked at her sandwich. "I told Sam about why we got married," he admitted. She blinked. "Oh, I'm sorry," he rushed on to say. "I know we agreed to keep it between us and my family, but he was teasing about us being in the honeymoon stage, and it just felt wrong to keep lying and—" "Daryl, it's okay," she said, running a hand over his arm soothingly. "It'll be fine." "Are you sure?" She shrugged. Is Sam going to run to Judge Morrison to turn us in? Of course not. Then it's fine, she said. I don't like that you have to lie to your friends either. That's not fair to you. But we agreed. Laura put a hand over his mouth and shushed him. It's fine, Daryl, she repeated. If you trust Sam not to let anything slip, so do I. She shrugged. Besides, maybe you can all make up now, and you can stop glaring at Gerard and Michael every chance you get. I have not been glaring at them. You have, she insisted. They were jerks to you, but it's time to let them apologize, okay? They've been your best friends your entire life, literally. Don't let me mess that up for you. Daryl signed and leaned into her space, resting his forehead against hers. She let out a squeak of surprise, but she didn't pull away. Thank you, Laura Jo. She smiled. I didn't do anything, she insisted, but you're welcome anyway. After lunch, Daryl headed back to the library with the rest of the volunteers. He fell into step beside Gerard and Michael. Beers on you next time we're at the Dark Horse, he said. You can apologize for being dicks then. Then, he kept on walking, feeling a little lighter than before. He would explain about Laura the next time he saw them, after they got him a beer. Chapter 14. Laura hummed to herself as she unpacked groceries. Lily was sitting in a high chair, drooling on a teething cracker that tasted like a whisper of a banana. The baby loved them, and they kept her busy for 10 to 15 minutes at a time. Enough time to get dinner started, she thought, and felt warm affection fizzle through her. Daryl was in the back pasture checking on the herd. He would be due in around 6, and she wanted to have dinner nearly done by then. Despite Jeanette's fears, the Rivers men didn't expect Laura to do all the household chores, but they'd found a way to split the chores among themselves so that everyone did their share. For her part, Laura had taken over a lot of the cooking for Daryl and Kyle, and she had to admit she loved cooking for them. Not only did they appreciate her efforts, but they cleaned up afterward. As she was spatchcocking a chicken, Kyle came into the kitchen and sat at the table with his laptop. Hey, Laura, he said, and she could hear his mood in the gruffness of his voice. You helped Daryl with a website, so that means that you understand computers, right? She looked up from the chicken. Yeah, she said. What's going on? Kyle grunted. I'm trying to set up an automatic supply order with the company we get cow and horse feed from, and it's just not working. Give me a second, she said, and quickly rubbed the herb butter beneath the skin of the now flattened chicken. She popped it in the oven and gave her hands a quick wash before she joined him at the table. Kyle pushed the laptop towards her, and she scrolled through what looked like a very long Excel spreadsheet. It made very little sense, and none of the columns lined up. Is this something the company sent you, or did you do this yourself? He turned beet red. I did that. Oh, God help him, Laura thought, and bit back a smile. He was already horribly embarrassed, she could tell, and she didn't want to make him feel even more so. If you want, she said, I could take over the online orders and organize the paperwork side of things for the ranch. I can't ask you to do that, he said, tripping over his words. I don't mind at all. She smiled wide. I like being useful, and I've enjoyed helping Daryl streamline his orders for the leather shop. It wouldn't take much to add the ranch to what I've already created. Kyle let out a breath. You're being serious? She patted his shoulder. Of course, she said. Leave it to me, and I will have everything settled in a day or two. He let out a breath that she was sure he had been holding since the moment he walked into the room. Thank you, he said sincerely. Laura stood and patted his shoulder again. Any time, Kyle. She checked on Lily, who was still wrestling with her teething cracker, happy as anything. The chicken was roasting, and she started to wash some red potatoes to throw in for roasting. That smells good, Kyle piped in after a moment. He was still fiddling on the laptop, though he didn't look quite as flustered now. Roast chicken and potatoes, she told him. Possibly some corn on the cob or Brussels sprouts, too? Kyle considered it for a moment. Corn, he said definitively. She moved to fill a pot with water. Georgina makes Brussels sprouts at Thanksgiving, and it's just one of those things that we just never eat outside of that. What? Laura stared at him, even as she put the pot on the stove to get the water boiling. What does that mean? Do you not like Brussels sprouts? If you told Georgina, I'm sure she'd make something else. Kyle snorted. She absolutely would not. She'd make twice as many and load my plate up with them, and then she'd give a whole big speech about how her kids need to learn to eat healthy foods whether they like them or not, and how that means that I have to choke it all down and set a good example. She's the worst. His tone was filled with such palpable fondness that he might as well have said that his sister was the best. But no, I actually like them. I just think of them as a Thanksgiving thing. It would be weird to eat them some other time. Would it? She couldn't really understand the concept. She supposed that when her parents were alive, they had traditions for holidays, but her grandfather hadn't been the best at maintaining them. He usually would do whatever Laura wanted, which had its own charm to it, but traditions weren't a thing for them, and over time she'd found it harder and harder to remember the special things they used to do as a family. Kyle raised his eyebrow. Like, we only eat ham on Easter? Or pumpkin pie in the winter? Laura laughed. So, you just don't eat the things you like the rest of the year? You eat pumpkin pie in the summer? Kyle countered, and they both laughed. You'll have to make a pumpkin pie on July 4th and see if anyone eats it. Deal, she said, and found herself hoping that when July came around, this family would still let her come around even if her and Daryl weren't married anymore. If? Laura stopped at that thought. Of course, she and Daryl would be divorced by July. That was the plan, right? Their marriage would end as soon as they could get him added to the trust to remove the money. They wouldn't split up immediately after, of course. That would look too strange to everyone. But they'd wrap this up eventually, likely by the spring. It was what they'd agreed to. And yet, the thought of this all being over, it left a cold pit in the bottom of her stomach. Do you have any favorite foods? She asked. I like cooking, and I'm always up for a challenge. Kyle thought about her question. He was always very careful with how he answered things, she noticed. Daryl's younger brother physically resembled him, and they were both incredibly talented with working with their hands, but where Daryl was gregarious and impetuous, Kyle was quieter and more deliberate. He was a bit more like Laura, to be honest. Outside of their looks, they could have been siblings. Have you ever made beef Wellington? He asked. I had that at a restaurant once, and it was the best thing I've ever eaten. Beef Wellington, she made a mental note. Never made it, she admitted, but I'd be happy to try. Kyle's face lit up. Awesome. Laura made the younger man a silent promise to make him the most perfect beef Wellington as soon as she possibly could. She would need to look up a good recipe and watch a couple of videos online, but she was determined to make him something special in the next few weeks. He worked too hard to make the ranch succeed to come home and be forgotten. The door opened, and she knew without him saying a word that Daryl was coming in for the night. Even as she continued to talk to Kyle and make plans for the dinner she would make especially for him, her entire body become a live wire for the man who hadn't even walked into the room yet. Ever since that kiss in front of the diner, she had been on high alert whenever he was around. He'd told her that if he made her uncomfortable or if he was too much, all she had to do was tell him. He made it all seem very easy, but nothing about how she was feeling was easy. He walked into the kitchen with a smile on his face. It smells good in here, he told her, and dropped a kiss on Lily's head. The little girl looked at him and gave him a gummy smile, and Laura nearly melted into a puddle. Will it be ready soon? She nodded. Yeah, in about 20 minutes or so, she said. Why don't you go get cleaned up? Daryl chuckled. You read my mind, Laura Jo, he said, and crossed the kitchen to kiss her cheek before he disappeared up the hallway. She watched his back as he went, eyes skimming over how his shirt was stretched over his shoulders in the most delicious way. Man, you've got it bad, huh? Laura jumped. What? She looked back at Kyle, who was grinning at her like he'd just witnessed something funny. What do you mean? My brother, Kyle said. You're falling in love with him. She felt her cheeks flush. I am not, she insisted quietly. You know why we're doing this. You know the marriage isn't real. Your brother is a dear friend, but... Kyle snorted. I have never seen two people who want to jump each other as badly as you two do, he said. So why don't you? Her blush worsened. She probably looked like a tomato. "We shouldn't talk about this," she said. "We're both adults," he said. "I've had sex, and since you have a child who looks a lot like you sitting there, I'm going to assume so have you." The timer for the oven went off. "I'm not going to talk to you about having sex with your brother," she hissed, and hustled to rescue the chicken from the oven and check on the potatoes. Both were finished, so she set the chicken up to rest beneath some tented aluminum foil and dropped the corn into the boiling water on the stove. When she turned around, Kyle was still staring at her. "What?" "Can you just admit that you have feelings for my brother?" he asked. Laura listened for a moment. The shower was still going. She sighed. "Yes, I have feelings for Daryl," she said softly. "But that doesn't change anything." "Why not?" "Because I don't want to be in a relationship with anyone," she said. Kyle tisked. "You do know that you're married, right?" "Oh, hush!" She threw a pot trivet at him. "You know that'll come to an end eventually." "Yeah," Kyle said a little bitterly. "I know." Laura knew that Kyle wasn't comfortable with the idea of her money being used to pay off their mortgage, but he didn't argue with Daryl or her about it. He knew that there was no other way to get the money to keep the ranch out of the bank's hands. They had run out of options. She tried not to bring it up in front of him because it so quickly made him uncomfortable. She was pulling dishes out of the cabinets when Daryl came back to the kitchen. His hair was wet from the shower, and he was dressed in some jeans and a simple t-shirt. Her mouth went dry looking at him. "There's no way he looks that good," she thought disbelievingly. She blinked a few times, but nothing changed. When she glanced at Kyle, he was smirking at her like he could read every thought in her head. She put food on all of the plates while Daryl got everyone drinks, and they all sat around the table together. They'd eaten like this nearly every night since she'd moved in, especially after she's taken over most of the cooking. Sitting here, with them, made her relax in a way she never had before. In her grandfather's house and then in Clark's, meals together were the exception rather than the rule, and she'd started to forget that it could be any other way. She hadn't had this family feeling for so long, maybe not since her parents. When Lily was born, she got a bit of that back, but they hadn't gotten to family dinners just yet because she was too little. "What were you working on?" she asked Daryl, needing to get out of her head a little bit. Daryl smiled. "A hat for one of the ranch hands," he said. His wife wanted something custom-made for him. Kyle looked impressed. "You can make hats?" "I'm trying to make a hat." Daryl stared at his brother. "I may actually need you to help me at some point." "Why me?" "I don't have a good measure for the ranch hand's head because it's going to be a surprise, but I think you're roughly the same size." Kyle stared at him, eyes narrowed. "I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not," he said, "but you can measure me tomorrow." Daryl grunted something that sounded like a thank you. He looked at Laura, met her eyes, and a smile bloomed on his face. "I also worked on your saddle for a bit," he said. "The stitching is coming along." "Can I see it?" He shook his head. "No," he said. "I think you'll have to wait until it's done." Kyle let out a laugh that wasn't altogether kind, and Daryl looked at him, mouth set in a line. "What are you laughing at, kid?" That set Kyle off. "I'm literally 3 years younger than you," he said. "Don't call me kid." "Okay," Daryl said through clenched teeth. "What are you laughing at, jerk?" Laura put up her hands. "Okay," she said. "Name-calling isn't going to help anything. I just want Laura to know that she may be waiting a long time for that saddle." The words sank the mood of the room, and dinner became a quiet affair. Daryl didn't look at his brother again. Laura could feel the guilt coming off both of them like waves. Kyle for saying what he said, and Daryl for not being the reliable big brother he thought Kyle deserved. It broke her heart to see them so awkward with each other. "I'm going to do the dishes," Daryl muttered as they finished up. "Do you want help?" she asked. Before he could answer, Lily started to cry. She was ready for a bottle in bed. She gave him an apologetic look, and he waved her on. "Thanks for dinner, Laura Jo. It was great." "Yeah," Kyle said, coming up behind her to throw an arm around her shoulders, awkward but affectionate. It was a very kid-brother kind of hug, and it made her heart soar. "Thanks." Chapter 15. Daryl was almost vibrating with excitement. He had been helping Kyle and the hands with their monthly hoof inspection and trim for the cattle. Any cow with a bumfoot would be looked at by a vet, when his phone had rung. He'd stepped away to answer, and since then, he had been nearly bursting from the seams. He did his best to help finish with the cows, but Kyle could tell that he was distracted. "Go deal with whatever has your head in the clouds," Kyle said. "You're not doing us any good here." Guilt speared through him. "Sorry, Kyle, You can go," Kyle said, but this time he was smiling. "We've got this covered." "You're sure?" Daryl asked. He didn't want to leave them short-handed, but he needed to tell Laura about his call. He needed to celebrate. When Kyle nodded, he clapped his brother on the shoulder. "You're the best, man." He hurried across the pasture land to where his truck was parked beneath a big tree and drove it back to the house. Georgina's car was parked beside Laura's. He pulled in on the other side and practically jumped out. When he came through the door, he discovered that the house had been transformed into a harvest wonderland. Orangey red leaves and pine cones that had been decorated to look like turkeys were arranged around the sitting room and through the doorway. He caught sight of them on the dining room table as well, the big table that they only used when all of the family was together. Daryl found his sister and wife in the kitchen, prepping pie dough for baking on Thanksgiving. "Don't we normally use the store-bought stuff?" he asked, amused at the sight of his sister slamming a ball of dough onto the counter and roughly attacking it with a rolling pin. Georgina looked over to him. "Laura had a great recipe for rough puff," she said. "We're doing a couple pumpkin pies and a chocolate pecan for you." Daryl grinned. "That sounds amazing." Laura looked up from where she was wrapping dough with saran wrap. "I'm also making sweet potato souffle this year. It was one thing that I learned that my mother-in-law made that was actually really excellent, and I conned her out of the recipe." Georgina looked less than thrilled about a new recipe for sweet potatoes, but Daryl was impressed that she was biting her tongue so well. "We are still doing turkey, right?" Both women laughed. "Of course we are," his sister confirmed. "It wouldn't be Thanksgiving without it." "Where's Kyle? I didn't think either of you would be back for hours." He felt another echo of that guilt, but he did his best to shake it off. "He sent me back in so that I could tell you about the phone call I just got," he said. Laura began to wash her hands. "A call? From who?" "The news station," he said, excited again. "They do a feature each week that highlights a local business. They want to showcase my leatherworks shop." Laura's grin was immediate and dazzling. She came around the island and threw herself into his arms. "That's amazing," she said. Daryl swung her around, laughing. He put her down again. "We need to celebrate. You about finished here?" Laura looked to Georgina, who nodded. "I can clean up here," she said. "You two go have fun." "Go grab Lily," he told her. "I'll pack a lunch for us. I want to take you both to my favorite place on the ranch." Laura agreed, and they separated for a few minutes. She went to get the baby's things packed up, and Daryl looked in the fridge to grab out anything that would be good for their lunch. Georgina finished wrapping the dough, then she helped him by going to get the small picnic basket that had been their mother's. "I'm proud of you, Daryl," she said as she handed him the basket. She stopped him when he tried to take it. "Play it safe here, okay?" "What do you mean?" he asked, playing dumb even though he had a sinking feeling that he knew. "You're falling in love with her," Georgina said softly, so that Laura wouldn't hear them. "And I'm worried about you, that's all." "Georgina, Laura is fantastic." "Oh, I know." He hushed his sister, who dropped her voice with an apologetic wince. "Look, I adore Laura and that baby. If you end up together for real, I'll be so happy for you." "But?" he prompted. Georgina sighed. "But I don't think she's in a place to start a serious relationship right now," she said. And then she rolled her eyes. "Though I say that when you're already married to her." She put a hand over her mouth, shaking her head. "What a mess, Daryl. What an absolute mess." "What's a mess?" Laura asked as she came back into the kitchen. She had Lily on one shoulder and her diaper bag slung over the other. Georgina's face went from concerned to grinning in a second. It was unsettling. The kitchen. She lied so easily that it made Daryl nauseated. He quickly threw their lunch into the basket and opened the fridge and grabbed out some water. "I'm pretty sure we got flour on the ceiling." Laura laughed. "I can take a broom to it when we get back." His sister shooed them again. "I've got it," she repeated. "Go have fun and celebrate." "Thank you," Daryl said. "Keep your nose out of my business," he added in his head. He grabbed their lunch basket and steered Laura out towards the door. When they stepped out onto the porch, she blinked at the sunshine. "This will probably be the last weekend that it's warm enough for a picnic," he said. "It's lucky I got the news today." He opened the truck door for her and she put Lily into the car seat. "I think it's amazing," she said. "What an opportunity." "It's all because of you," he murmured. They climbed into the truck, and she gave him a disbelieving look. "What on earth did I do?" "They didn't know I existed," he explained, "until you put together my website and the social media pages. You cannot imagine the number of hits I've gotten in the past few weeks." "Oh," Laura said, "that wasn't—" She cleared her throat. "I mean, that was just good sense. You're the one who does all of the beautiful work." Daryl reached over and took her hand. "You made it so people could see it," he said. "Thank you so much." Laura didn't respond, only smiled, but she didn't take her hand from his while they bumped along over the gently rolling hills. He drove them a few miles from the house to the place where a creek cut through the river's ranch. It was his favorite spot. He'd always told Kyle that he'd build a little cabin out here someday and leave the main house to him. Kyle thought he was kidding. They all loved that house, but Daryl wouldn't mind leaving it to his younger brother if it meant he could wake up every morning to a view like this. He parked, and they climbed out. He spread out a blanket that he had in the back of his truck, and they settled beside the creek with their lunch. "It's beautiful out here," she said. "Best part of the property," Daryl said with a nod. Laura looked around. "You know what would have been wonderful?" He raised an eyebrow. "What?" "If the main house had been built here, I know it would have been a longer drive to the road, but this place is just too perfect, you know?" She threw a grape into her mouth. "I've always wanted to build a cabin out here," Daryl said. "Let Kyle have the main house." Laura thought about it for a moment. "That would be nice for a weekend or in the summer or something, but I couldn't imagine you leaving the main house." He shrugged. "Georgina left when she married Scott. Though she does still spend an inordinate amount of time here," he considered. "But I do see your point. It would be weird to leave the house." The main house of the River Ranch was the main hub of their family. It was their home base. "That house holds every one of my best memories," he said. "Oh yeah? Even better than kissing Becky Stewart in my treehouse?" Daryl laughed. "Yeah, better than that for sure." He looked at the winding creek, at the bunches of wildflowers that dotted the grass. "This place inspires all of my leatherworking products, you know? I drew my first piece right here and I made it at the kitchen table." Laura bounced Lily gently, and he saw her little eyes begin to droop. Before long, her head plopped onto Laura's shoulder. "You want to lay her down?" Laura nodded, and they laid her out on the corner of the blanket. She made a little snuffling noise in her sleep, but otherwise the baby didn't stir. "I'm going to help Kyle with the ranch's paperwork," she told Daryl. He was trying to create an automatic reorder system, and it was a bit of a mess. He was quiet for a long moment after she spoke. He was trying to find the words to tell her just how much he appreciated what she was doing for him and his family. He settled for, "We'll never be able to repay you for everything you're doing." Laura scoffed. "I'm not doing anything amazing," she insisted. Daryl scooted closer to her. "But you are, though," he said. "You're rescuing us." He reached out and cupped her cheek, brushing his thumb over the apple of her cheek. "Can I kiss you, Laura Jo?" She flushed an alarming shade of red. Taking it as a rejection, he dropped his hand, but she grabbed him and put it back against her cheek. Daryl sighed. "I don't think—" "You're overwhelming sometimes," she told him, "and sometimes you make me trip all over myself, but please don't think for 1 second that I don't want you to kiss me." He stared, unblinking for a moment, and she let out a frustrated sound before pushing herself into his space. She kissed him, A little uncertain at first, but then with more confidence. She nipped at Daryl's bottom lip, sending a jolt of want through him, and he moved to cup the back of her head, drawing her even closer to him. Laura's arms wound around his neck, and he wrapped his free arm around her waist to keep her against him. After several long, breathless moments, Daryl gentled his kiss and pulled away from her lips, moving over to pepper kisses across her jaw and down her neck. Her fingers tracked into the hair at the base of his neck, and when he bit gently at her earlobe, she moaned and tightened her grip. It was a feedback loop of cause and effect that made his knees feel like jelly. Daryl pressed her back against the blanket, and she went willingly, arms clutching at him as their mouths met again. He'd just brought his hand up her side when Lily sneezed in her sleep. She immediately woke up disoriented and started crying. Laura disappeared from beneath him, like magic. He reined in his massive disappointment and sat back on his heels. Laura was cradling the baby in her arms, shushing and humming her to settle her back down. "We should head back," he told her. "She's going to be ready for a nap soon, right?" Laura nodded, though she looked nearly as disappointed as he felt. "Yeah," she said, voice thick. "We should go." Chapter 16. Laura knew that Thanksgiving was going to be a busy affair, but she had no idea just how loud the day would get. From the moment Georgina, Scott, and their kids stepped through the door, there had been laughing and running in the house. She winced every time Lily made some kind of shriek to imitate the kids around her, but Daryl and his siblings barely flinched. "They're kids," Scott told her when she apologized for all of the noise her daughter was adding to the chaos. "The holidays are always this way. It's what makes them holidays, right?" She had nodded along with what he said, even though she couldn't actually relate. Her grandfather would never have tolerated such a racket. Laura found herself inexplicably glad to be with the Rivers family for Lily's first Thanksgiving. Lily, who was currently enthralled with a hand puppet that Caitlin was playing with, sat on the floor in the living room while Laura was in the kitchen, shoulder to shoulder with Georgina as they worked their way through meal preparation. The turkey had gone into the oven that morning, so they were working mostly on sides. "Should I just make regular sweet potatoes?" Laura asked as Georgina stirred together the base for green bean casserole. She had been planning on the sweet potato souffle, but what if they all hated it? Georgina studied her for a moment, and then shook her head. "I want those fancy potatoes you talked about before," she said. "You saw how beautiful the pies turned out, right?" Laura nodded. "Well, let's just assume you know what you're talking about, and trust that your potatoes will be amazing." Laura was touched. Daryl had told her how much their traditions meant to them, and she loved the way that they always made her feel included in them, while never making her feel as if she had to bow to them. They had listened when she'd made suggestions about little changes that they could make, or recipes that she'd like to try. Clark had never even listened, much less agreed with any of her suggestions. "Okay," she said. As she whipped up the potatoes, Callie wandered into the kitchen. "Sissy won't let me play with baby Lily," she complained. "They're having fun with the puppets, but there's not enough for me to have one too." "What's Thomas doing?" Georgina asked. Callie shrugged. "Watching the parade with Daddy and Uncle Kyle. He doesn't want to play with me." Laura's heart ached for the girl. She knew there would be times that Callie wouldn't have friends to play with because that was just how life worked out. But for a 6-year-old who had a twin, a brother, and a baby cousin to have not one person to play with, it made Laura hurt. She would certainly play with the girl as soon as she got the souffle in the oven. She couldn't stand her little broken sob that Callie seemed to let out with every exhale. "Why don't you help me make rolls for everyone?" Georgina asked her daughter with a smile. "I need someone to help me roll the dough into balls." Callie's smile was instantaneous, like it had been waiting for someone to come along and release it from the cellar it was being kept in. "Okay, Mama." Of course, once one twin had a job in the kitchen, both Caitlin and Thomas wanted one too. Unfazed, Georgina found them things to do that kept them busy and also kept them out of the way, and in less than 30 minutes, everything was either made and setting in the refrigerator, or it was in a dish waiting for space in the oven. They really do need a double oven, she thought, and resolved to bring it up with Daryl. They had a big family, and it only made sense to have the kind of cooking space to accommodate that. Eventually, when the dinner was complete, she and Georgina carried it into the formal dining room and laid it out family style so that they would have to pass everything around and actually talk to one another. "Y'all come eat dinner!" Georgina shouted, and the room burst into activity. Laura almost wished that she could be a fly on the wall so that she could witness this moment, but Daryl, coming in with Lily in his arms, grabbed her hand and pulled her along so that she sat right beside him. He deposited Lily in her high chair. Georgina took the seat at the head of the table, but deferred to Daryl to carve the turkey. It felt a little like a show, like they'd done it this way for as long as any of them could remember. But the tension of who sat where and did what eased when they dug into their meal. She put a few soft things on Lily's high chair tray for her to try and giggled when the baby immediately stuck her hands in the sweet potatoes and scooped them to her mouth. She kissed the baby's blonde head. "Happy Thanksgiving, my love," she said softly. "Let's go around the table and say what we're most thankful for this year," Kyle said. Georgina seemed surprised. "You hate doing that." Kyle shrugged. "Lot to be thankful for this year, I guess," he said, and Georgina smiled kindly and bade him to start. "I'm thankful for this food, and for our family, and for the ranch that my new sister is helping to put right." They were all quiet for a long moment, and then Daryl said, "You stole mine." They all laughed, but Laura couldn't stop staring at Kyle. "I'm his sister," she thought almost dreamily. Clark's family had always been very clear on her role as his wife. They tolerated her at family functions, but beyond that, they didn't really care that she existed. His mother had been upset when she was awarded custody of Lily and messaged Laura sometimes about her rights as a grandmother, but mostly the rest of his family seemed indifferent to whether they were together or separated. She'd always wondered if it was a class thing, that they thought she was somehow beneath him, despite her grandfather being wealthier just because their family wealth was newer, but she had long since stopped caring about what his family thought. "I'm grateful," Daryl finally said after the giggling calmed down, "for my family, old and new, and for the opportunities that are ahead of us all." "Here, here," Georgina said and took a drink from the wine glass in front of her. "Laura, do you want to go next?" Daryl had been watching her all day. Even though she had been a little jumpy at times, Laura seemed to be enjoying herself wholly, and that was a good thing to see. He held his breath as he waited for her answer. "I'm grateful for you all," she said softly, "that you would take me and Lily in like this with open arms." Her eyes grew a little wet, and she swiped absently at them with the back of her hand. Daryl put his arm on the back of her chair, pulling her close. She settled into his side, and the baton passed to Scott. Daryl tried to pay attention to what the rest of his family was grateful for, but Laura smelled like the food she'd been cooking and an underlying sweetness that he was having trouble identifying. Maybe it was just her. Ever since their encounter at their picnic, he couldn't stop thinking about what might have happened if they hadn't been interrupted. Would he have made love to her right there on that blanket? The gentlemanly part of him said no, he wouldn't, but the more caveman side of him was disappointed that he hadn't. He'd never wanted anyone like he wanted Laura. She shivered against him, and he realized that he'd been playing his fingers up and down her arm. He drew back a little. "Sorry," he murmured. Laura shook her head. "Don't be." He wanted clarity. Did she mean it was no big deal, or that she liked it? But they were at Thanksgiving dinner, surrounded by his family. Now was clearly not the time to investigate where she might enjoy his touch. Daryl did his best to turn back into the conversation at hand. "The first Thanksgiving we had on our own," Georgina told Laura, "I burned the turkey so badly that it was unrecognizable." Laura tried to hide her laughter, but it was obvious behind her hand. "That's awful," she said. Georgina shook her head. "At the time, I was devastated. I'd wanted to do it up right because Mom and Dad were both gone, and I felt like I needed to step into that role, sort of. But looking back, I am so glad that happened." "Why?" Laura was genuinely curious now. "We laughed that whole night," Daryl said, grinning at his sister. When Georgina says she burned the turkey, she's putting it mildly. It was a briquette. The whole house stunk like charred bird for days. I've always thought of that as one of my favorite Thanksgivings, Kyle added, the group of us forging our own way forward. Georgina looked like she was going to cry for a second before she reached out and smacked him. You just liked the burgers at the diner and were glad to have the excuse to eat there for the 6th time that week. Kyle smirked. Well, when you put it that way. They all laughed again. What about you, Laura? What's your favorite Thanksgiving? You mean, outside of this one? She countered, and Kyle nodded with a fond smile. It was probably one of the last that I had solely with my grandfather, she said. He wasn't a stickler for tradition and usually let me choose what we were going to eat. The year before I met Clark, I came home from college, and he had ordered this big to-do dinner for us. Georgina sighed. That's really sweet. Laura snorted. It would have been, she said, but the food arrived cold and inedible, so my grandfather was hopping mad. He shouted at this poor kid who was answering phones for the catering company that evening. I'm pretty sure he's still traumatized to this day because of that call. This is your favorite Thanksgiving? Daryl asked incredulously. What kind of holidays did she have growing up? Laura shushed him. I'm getting there, she said. My grandfather had wanted to surprise me, you see, and take care of things himself instead of just having the housekeeper deal with things. He knew that it mattered to me to have Thanksgiving be about family. For all of his faults, he did care for me truly. She paused as guilt rose in her stomach. Ever since the divorce, she hadn't thought of her grandfather in the kindest of terms. His stupid terms for the trust had made her life terrible, but he had loved her in his own way, and he had been proud of her accomplishments in school. We ended up at this little Chinese place by our house in Denver. We probably ate there hundreds of times over the years. He kept trying to apologize to me, and I told him that it didn't matter what we ate or where on Thanksgiving, so long as we were together. Then, we split an order of dumplings and Mongolian beef. Daryl stared at her a moment, still a little confused as to why that was her favorite memory, but it would be rude to ask for clarity, right? I didn't know you and your grandfather got along, he said instead. She ducked her head, and he saw the flash of pain naked on her face. There's a lot that he did that I didn't and don't agree with, she admitted, but he wasn't an evil man. He just had very old-fashioned beliefs. Daryl bit his tongue to keep his thoughts to himself, but his sister, it seemed, had no trouble saying what came to her mind. You can say that you loved him, but that he was a jerk, she told Laura. Both things can be true. Laura looked surprised for a moment, but then a smile broke out on her face that made his chest tight. You're right, she said. I loved him, but he was a jerk. Everyone laughed, and that tightness in his chest squeezed harder for a moment before it relaxed. He sent up a silent thanks that his family had welcomed Laura in so warmly and readily. He'd always loved his family, but tonight he'd never felt more grateful for them. Chapter 17. Laura had shooed Georgina and her family out before cleanup commenced. She could handle some dishes, she'd insisted. But then, she gave Lily a bath and got her settled for the night, and when she walked back out to the kitchen, she saw that the dishes had already been washed. All that was left was to dry and put away. Daryl, who was at the sink, turned and smiled as she came into the room. You didn't have to clean up, she said. He shrugged. The football game was already over anyway. He held up a wet plate. Want to help me dry and put them away? Sure, she said, realizing as she moved beside him that they were alone. Kyle must have gone to bed. She shivered. You dry, I'll put away? He asked, and she nodded. They stood side by side, occasionally bumping into one another, and finished up the dishes. She delicately dried each plate, and Daryl would put it back into the china cabinet. She was handing him one of the last plates, and it slipped from her wet fingers. She gasped as the plate slid out of her grasp, but Daryl reached out and caught it, plucked it from the air like it was nothing. I'm so sorry, she cried, tears springing to her eyes. Those are his mother's plates, she thought dismally. Georgina spent how long telling me how special those plates are? How could I be so careless? Daryl set the plate down. Laura Jo, it's fine. I caught it. It's not even chipped. But it could have broken into a dozen pieces and I still wouldn't be mad at you. It's a plate. He reached out and brushed a tear trailing down her cheek. It's just a plate. They were your mom's. He nodded. They were, yeah, he said. Do you want to know how many we've broken over the years? We started out with 24 plates, and we're down to 10. She felt the feather-light touch of his thumb over her cheek again. Accidents happen. If he keeps touching me, I'm going to be in trouble, she thought, but oh, what a way to go. I don't want to hurt you, she said, and they both knew she wasn't talking about the plates anymore. Or at least not entirely about the plates. Getting hurt is a natural part of life, he said. I think we can both attest to that. That they could too. They'd both lost a lot over the years. But the risk of being hurt can't stop you from living, can it? Laura swallowed hard. I suppose not, she said, and it came out in a croak. The way he looked at her, like she was something he just couldn't wait to put his hands on, made her feel hot even as she shivered. Should we finish up here? She asked, gesturing toward the pots and casserole dishes. Daryl considered it for a half a second. They'll be there later, he muttered, reaching out to her. He didn't grab her and pull her in. He wanted her to make a choice here. Tentatively, she put her hand into his. You sure about this, Laura Jo? He asked. Just kiss me. Daryl didn't need to be asked twice. He did pull her in now, and their lips met somewhere in the middle. Her head spun like it always did when he kissed her, and she clung to him, needing him closer. Daryl reached down and wrapped a hand around each of her thighs. He lifted, and she jumped a little and looped her legs around his waist. He grinned into their kiss, and he nipped at her bottom lip, slipping his tongue into her mouth and stroking hers as he set her down on the far counter. His mouth dropped away from hers as he trailed kisses down her throat. She was wearing a soft pink sweater with a wide boat neck, and she had never been happier for her wardrobe choice than when his lips peppered kisses across her collarbone. Daryl found the edge of that sweater and played with it. Can I take this off? He asked. Laura's first instinct was to rip the thing over her head, but she shook her head to clear some of the lust fog. Is your brother going to come out here for a snack, you think? He looked deeply unhappy about that thought, which meant that he agreed it was a real possibility. My bedroom? He asked her. I'll check on Lily first, she said, and slid off the counter. The move put her whole body against his, and he didn't step back to give her an inch of space. She gasped a little when she felt him thick and hard against her hip. Then meet you in your room. Daryl kissed her again, deep and possessive. I'll check on Lily, he said, brooking no arguments. I want to walk in and find you on my bed, waiting for me. Laura snickered softly. Bit of a fantasy for you? He gave her a look that made her feel weak in the knees. You have no idea, Laura Jo. He backed off, and the sudden coolness made her gasp aloud. Go, he said. I'll meet you there. Laura did as he asked. She walked quickly and quietly past her room, where Lily slept. She then passed Kyle's room, which was largely quiet except for what sounded like videos being played on his phone. She opened the door to Daryl's room, and instead of turning on the overhead light, she found a lamp on his bedside table and turned that one. His room was tidy but looked lived in, and he had a spattering of pictures covering his dresser. She stood stock still for a moment, considering, and then she plucked her sweater over her head and pushed her jeans down her hips. She was grateful that she'd selected one of her few matching sets of bra and panties today. They were a soft pink cotton, pretty but not overly fancy. She climbed onto Daryl's bed and lay back among the pillows, trying to find the best pose for this. She never waited for someone like this before. What was she supposed to do with her hands? Laura didn't have to wait long. Daryl opened the door. Lily's fine. I grabbed the... His words came to a squeaked stop when he got a look at her. He had the baby monitor clutched in his hand. Oh, honey, he practically purred. You look so beautiful. She bit back a protest. She didn't always feel that way, to be sure, but she raised her hands out to him. Come here? Daryl put the monitor on the table with the lamp and climbed into the bed with her. His lips found hers for a quick kiss, and then he urged her to lie back as he settled against her side. His fingers reached up and plucked at the hard outline of her nipple through her bra. She sighed and arched into the touch, and Daryl pushed the cup of the bra down, exposing her nipple to the air. "So pretty," he murmured, and bent down to take her nipple into his mouth. Laura sighed again, louder this time. Daryl spent the same amount of attention on her other nipple before he began moving south. When he came to her thighs, he asked, "Can I?" Laura wasn't altogether sure exactly what he wanted to do, but whatever it was, she wanted it. His fingers reached for the sides of her panties, and once he'd gotten her to lift her hips, he pulled them down and then off in a smooth motion. She parted her thighs and moaned when he slid his shoulders between them, opening her wide. He sucked in a breath, and then he leaned in and kissed her there, at her very core, the way he kissed her mouth, reverent and determined to search out all of her hidden place. A surprised moan tore from her throat, and he pulled back just enough to shush her. "We don't want to disturb anyone," he said with a wicked grin. She had to bite back a groan when he licked into her again. Her whole body trembled as he stroked her with broad stripes of his tongue. "Daryl, He dipped a finger inside her, and her hips bucked into the touch. It had been so long. "I want—" He moved back a bit so that he could meet her eyes, but he crooked his finger in a "come here" gesture that stole her words, her breath, as pleasure spiraled through her. "What do you want, Laura Jo?" he asked, voice husky. When she didn't answer right away, his thumb came up to brush at the bundle of nerves that made her whole body shake. She moaned, and he moved up to swallow the sound in a kiss. His lips were wet because of her, and tasting herself on his tongue made her head swim. She moved her hips, riding his hand, as his touch teased her to dizzying heights. "What do you want?" he asked again, this time against her mouth. "You!" she cried out. "I need you, please!" Daryl's eyes grew dark. "You've got me," he told her and circled her nub with his thumb. Her body arched against him, chasing that sensation. "I'll give you whatever you want," he promised. The more he touched her, the more tightly she felt herself winding up, like she was building up towards something explosive and unstoppable. He moved down her body again and replaced his thumb with his mouth. He wrapped his lips around that most sensitive part of her and flicked out with his tongue. The tight feeling that had been building snapped, and she clawed at his sheets as her body rode his hand and his tongue, whimpering as her body clenched and fluttered. Daryl pulled away, shushing her when she made a wounded noise, and she watched in a half-daze as he stripped out of his clothes. Holy crap! He looked even better out of his clothes than he did in them, all tanned skin and hard muscle. Daryl grabbed a condom from his bedside drawer and quickly rolled it over himself. He crawled back onto the bed and hooked a hand around her calf, spreading her even more open for him. He paused, hesitated, and Laura reached out to him. "Please," she said. Daryl leaned down to kiss her, and she reached down and wrapped her fingers around the hard length of him. He choked out a groan. "Don't worry," she murmured. "I'm not going to tease you." She angled him so that he was nudging at her opening. Daryl moved his hips slightly, sinking into her. Laura nearly winced at the stretch that she hadn't felt in such a long time, but before he could do something stupid and noble, like pull away, she wiggled herself into a better position, and he was able to press all the way inside. She swallowed hard, meeting his eyes. They wore identical, almost shocked expressions. After a moment, Daryl started to move against her, and Laura breathed out a sigh of near relief. She clung to him as they moved together, building a delicious rhythm that made her want to call out her pleasure to the ceiling. Daryl kissed her hard and sped up the rocking of his hips. Laura was almost there, she just needed a little push. She reached between them and touched herself, moaning at the feeling of him moving into and out of her. Daryl looked down between them and muttered something about her being the hottest damn thing I've ever seen, oh my God, and that sent her flying over the edge again. He cursed aloud, following her. They lay there, panting against each other, and when he moved to remove the condom and toss it in the wastebasket, she got the giggles. She started laughing, at what she didn't know, maybe at just how good she felt. Instead of being irritated or offended like Clark would have been, Daryl laughed with her. "Little bit of a delayed wedding night," she murmured. but I'm pretty sure that topped my first one by a mile." Daryl looked down at her, fond, and kissed her softly. "You have no idea how awesome that is," he said in a voice chock full of male pride. Laura laughed and dug her fingers into his sides, tickling at him. He jerked and moved to the side so that his weight was crushing her into his bed. They continued giggling and mock wrestling for a minute, but finally subsided into quiet breathing, their bodies tangled together. "Should we talk about it?" she asked after a minute of silence. "Probably," he said and leaned up on his elbow. "Is this going to be weird?" "Sleeping together?" Laura asked, and Daryl nodded. "It might be, but I didn't imagine this as a one-time thing, did you?" Daryl shook his head. "I don't want it to be," he admitted. Laura smiled and curled into him. "Okay," she said. "I should probably head back to my room soon." He checked the baby monitor and showed Laura. Lily was fast asleep. "Do you need to run just yet?" "I guess not," she said. "Did you have something in mind for us to do?" Daryl pushed himself above her, waggling his eyebrows at her. "I can certainly think of something," he said, and she could feel him against her hip, already hard again. Laura let out a chuckle. "Oh, I think I can feel that something now." "Fancy that," he said and kissed her. Chapter 18. Daryl wasn't the nervous type. Even when he had married Laura, he hadn't felt anxious. Sure, he'd been keyed up, but his resolve had been rock solid. But right now, he felt like he was going to shake out of his skin. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Laura looked up from her phone and smiled. "Of course it is," she said. "What better way to advertise the leatherworking business than on the news?" "The website has been doing fine, though," he said, almost whining, and Laura actually laughed. "I've gotten 5 new projects alone from that." Laura patted his cheek, ran her fingers through his hair. "You're going to thank me when this is over," she promised. He wasn't too sure of that, but it was too late to change anything now. He could see the headlights of someone pulling into the driveway. Laura smiled and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. "You've got this," she assured him, despite him feeling the exact opposite. But still, he turned and went to meet the reporter and lone cameraman at the door to his shop. "Hi," the reporter said, reaching out to shake his hand with so much enthusiasm that his teeth might have rattled. "I'm Stormy Beals, and this is Travis." She pointed at the cameraman. "And we were just so glad when your wife reached out. We love to interview new businesses in the area." Daryl knew of Stormy Beals. She was a few years older than him, and she'd been running the morning show on the local news station for the last 5 or so years. He watched the program on his slow mornings with his coffee, and he generally liked her style of interviewing. She wasn't pushy, and she genuinely seemed to want to make people look their best. He had never heard her give a negative review before. Even her most critical takes were often overly nice by his standards. "It's nice to meet you," he managed to say. "Thanks for coming." Stormy gave him that perfect camera-ready smile. "So I figured that I could ask you a couple of questions, and then you could show me some of your work, or you could give me some kind of demonstration. Does that work for you?" He nodded. "Oh, sure. Whatever you think is best." "Perfect." She nodded to Travis, who slung his camera up on his shoulder. A red light came on, and he motioned for her to start. "Hello, welcome to Mornings with Stormy. I'm Stormy Beals, and today we're vising the workshop of a local leatherworks master, Daryl Rivers." Daryl let out a nervous laugh. "I wouldn't call myself a master, Ms. Beals," he said in an aw shucks kind of way. "I'm just a man who turned a passion into a side business." "Tell me about that, Mr. Rivers," Stormy said. "About how it all got started?" She nodded. "Well, I co-own and operate a cattle ranch with my brother, Kyle, and we're hard on our gear, probably like any cowboy in Windy Creek." They all shared a laugh in the way that only people who grew up surrounded by ranches and cowboys could. "I was always mending stuff, and I got the idea that instead of fixing things, I could make them myself, design them to be more durable." "So, what exactly do you make, Mr. Rivers?" "Right now? I've got commissions for a few saddles, 1 or 2 belts, and a hat, but I've also made chaps and vests before, and some personal accessories, like a wallet that I made for a friend of mine." "No boots?" Stormy asked in a way that could have been flirtatious, but Daryl thought that it might just be her personality. None yet, he agreed, but I would never turn down the opportunity to try. How long have you been doing this? A few years, Daryl admitted, though for most of that it was just a hobby of mine. Now I guess I'm trying to make a go of it as a legitimate business. Stormy hummed, as if he'd just said some of the most fascinating things in the world. She's good, he thought. How would someone place an order with you? Daryl smiled now. I have a website that walks through all the ordering options, he said. My wife Laura helped me with it. He motioned for Laura to join him, and she did, eyes owlishly large. Stormy smiled at her, pleased as punch. A wife pitching in with her husband's business, she said. That's always a wonderful thing to see. Oh, she's more than just pitching in. We're a team. I handle the crafting part, but she's the business whiz, Daryl said. Laura Jo and I are newlyweds, and when she saw the state of my Facebook page, she completely turned me around, built the new website all by herself. It was nothing, Laura said, with a self-deprecating shrug. Daryl was having none of it. Without her, I would be lost. He wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her close. Truly. Stormy looked like she was so happy she could burst. Feel-good stories got viewers, even Daryl knew that. Elderly ladies and stay-at-home parents tuned in to feel good during hectic or boring mornings. How about I show you folks some of my projects, he suggested. I would love that, Stormy said. Daryl led her and Travis into the workshop, keeping a hand on the small of Laura's back all the while. Ever since they'd taken a step in their relationship, he felt like he wanted to touch her constantly, and it was all the worse right now when nerves were still singing through him. Having her at his side calmed him down in a way that nothing else could. Once in the workshop, he felt even more at ease. This was his element, after all. He walked Stormy through some of the projects that he was currently working on, careful not to reveal anything about the people who had placed the orders. When Stormy picked up Laura's half-finished saddle, she practically cooed. This is beautiful, Mr. Rivers. Oh, that's mine, Laura said absently. Is it? Stormy smiled at them. A little wedding gift for your wife? Daryl nodded. A thank you present for helping me organize all of this, he said, motioning to the work around them. Without her, I would be drowning in projects. Laura keeps me on schedule, and she's always checking in with me to see what stage I'm at in a project so that she can keep our customers informed. He beamed at her. She's absolutely brilliant. Stormy sighed and looked into the camera that Travis still had perched on his shoulder. Well, there you have it, folks. A love story turned into a true partnership here. If you're interested in ordering something for yourself or for a loved one, you can visit their website at... And she rattled off his contact information so fast that Daryl couldn't even understand it. He supposed in editing they would slow her down a little, or maybe they'd put the info up on the screen too, so that the viewers could see it for themselves. Stormy came and shook his hand again after she closed out her segment. Thank you again, he said to her. I really appreciate you coming down. No, I appreciate you calling, she countered. You and your wife are quite the cute story. People will love it. I expect orders to come flooding in. Excitement and a little bit of dread filled his belly. Daryl wanted his leatherworking business to do well, but he already felt so far behind. Even with Laura's help on the front end of things, he was always stretching his time, and too often that meant leaving Kyle in the lurch when it came to managing the ranch. I look forward to it, he half lied. The segment should air in a day or two after editing, Stormy said as they walked her and Travis out. I'll send you an email, Laura? Laura nodded. I'll be looking for it. Stormy and Travis got back into their car, bedecked in the TV station's logo, and Daryl waved as they pulled away. Once the lights were pointing away from the house, he snatched Laura up and twirled her in a circle. She shrieked in a fearful delight, holding onto his shoulders like they were a lifeline. You're fantastic. You know that? I couldn't have done this without you. He set her on the ground but didn't let her go, and Laura ended up with her face half buried in his shirt. You did just fine in that interview, she said. I think Stormy Beals was a little taken with you, actually. Daryl pressed a kiss to the top of her head. Well, I've only got eyes for one girl, he said. Why don't I show you? She looked up at him, and her eyes had gone dark and fathomless. "Show me," she said, and he couldn't stop himself from kissing her. Reaching down, he hooked his hands around her thighs and picked her up without breaking their kiss. Turning around, he took her back into his workshop, kicking the door shut behind them. Chapter 19. "Stupid thing," Laura grunted as she tried to get a bolt off the toilet so that she could move it. When she and Daryl were there the other day, she'd noticed that it kept running, so she thought she'd try to figure out what the problem was today. She'd started by flushing it to see what would happen. Big mistake. It overflowed, flooding the bathroom. From searching online, it sounded as if there was some kind of leak, and the recommendation was that she move the toilet to see if the pipe had a hole in it or something. She had been trying for hours to get the bolt off, but it felt like it was welded on tight. She had considered getting a bolt cutter and just replacing the whole thing. In frustration, she kicked at the toilet, but besides a pain that radiated up her leg, the toilet did not move. Laura let out a little scream of frustration. "Laura Joe, are you okay?" Daryl called. He appeared in the doorway, clearly concerned. Her frustration wavered at the sight of him. They had stayed in his bed until the wee hours of the morning, and while she was tired from getting up early with Lily, she couldn't regret the hours she spent with him. She could practically still feel his hands on her body. "Oh, what are you doing here?" she said, trying to play it cool. Although, now that she was thinking about it, what was he doing here? She'd told him that she'd planned to come today. He'd been the one to suggest that she call Georgina about babysitting Lily again, but he hadn't said anything about coming to meet her. "I had to come into town to get some supplies, and I saw your car here. I thought I'd see if you wanted to grab lunch together before I head back to the ranch. Are you okay?" "The toilet is stuck," she said, feeling a little embarrassed. It seemed like such a small thing to have her so rattled, but she'd been fighting with it for ages and had made zero progress so far. It was pretty discouraging. The house still needed a ton of work, and with the hearing coming up, she wanted to be ready to move back in, but she was starting to doubt her ability to handle it all herself, with just determination and YouTube tutorials. "Want me to take a look?" he asked. She didn't. She wanted to be able to do this on her own, but she needed him to look at it. She couldn't have the toilet backed up every other flush. And if there was a serious problem with the pipe, she needed to know sooner rather than later. "Yeah," she said and stood. He moved past her, and the heat of his body seemed to seep into her. Laura wanted to roll in that heat. Daryl fiddled with the flusher for a moment, looked at the mess she'd made of trying to get the bolt off, and made a noise. "I'll be right back," he said, and rushed out of the room. A few moments later, long enough for her to try again to get the bolt off and think about kicking the stupid toilet again when she failed to do so, Daryl came back in with a drain snake. "But the bolt," she started, but Daryl reached over and got the bolt turning with what looked like very little effort. Frustration and a bitter anger blossomed in her chest. She had been working on doing that for the last 2 hours. "You loosened it up," he said, looking back at her. He was trying to humor her, maybe even comfort her, but it rang hollow to her. Laura snorted. "Yeah, sure," she said. "Just get on with it, okay? I'd like to be able to use this toilet when Lily and I move back in." His face twisted, and she was abruptly aware of how rude that sounded, as if she couldn't wait to get away from the ranch when nothing could be further from the truth. "I can be such a witch," she thought with a sad sigh. "Sure thing," he said. "He doesn't deserve my attitude, not when he's being so nice." She watched as he moved the toilet to the side and snaked the drain, and she choked when he fished out a sodden teddy bear. The smell coming off the bear was horrific, and she quickly grabbed a bag for him to throw it into. After taking the bear outside, they both scoured their hands in hot water with lots of soap. Twice. "How did that even get down there?" Laura asked and handed him a paper towel. Daryl winced as he dried his hands. "It was probably a kid of a renter that flushed it. Use the plunger to move it slightly, and it fixes the problem for a little bit. They probably didn't think to tell anyone." "Or they didn't care," Laura added. He nodded. "Or that," he said. Laura had never hated Clark more than in this moment, not even through the spectacle that their divorce had become. If he'd cared even the smallest bit, this wouldn't have happened, she thought. Clark didn't care enough to check on the house, she told him bitterly. He told me that he had it covered, that he would take care of it and that everything would be fine, and I'm such a moron that I believed him. You're not a moron, Daryl said. Your husband told you that he would take care of something. How could you have known that he was a lying piece of crap? His soft, comforting words did nothing to make her feel better. I should have known, she insisted, or I should have insisted on looking after things myself. The house is in my name. It's not tied up in the trust, but I turned it over to him anyway. Tears stung behind her eyes, and she rubbed at them in an attempt to make the tears go away. Daryl reached out and put a hand on her shoulder. You trusted the man you married, he said. I'm new to this marriage thing, but I think that trusting your spouse is supposed to be a given, right? Laura sighed and rubbed at her eyes again. I never trusted him. What? I never trusted Clark, she repeated, practically whispering the words. I loved him, but I didn't trust him. Not really. He was so much like my grandfather. He had this idea of what a wife should be, and I did my best to mold myself to it, but it was never right. I was educated, but never allowed to use that education unless it benefited him. He always took care of things, but only until it became frustrating, or he lost interest. I had to be perfectly pleasant with his family, but he was downright rude to my college friends after we were married until all of them gradually stopped keeping in touch. She took in a shuddering breath. I always knew that he was capable of hurting me, but I hoped for so long that he wouldn't, and then he did. Daryl very obviously didn't know what to say, but she could tell that he was angry by the clench of his fists. You may have to keep me from punching him at the hearing, he said. You won't, she said. You wouldn't do anything to hurt my chances. You're so sure of that? Laura shrugged. I trust you, she said, and meant it. She did trust Daryl. That was precisely the problem. She knew that he would run to her rescue whenever she needed, but she didn't want someone to rescue her. She needed to be able to rescue herself. Daryl looked at her with an unreadable expression. Do you trust me, Laura Jo, or do you want to trust me? Why does that matter? It matters, he insisted. Laura sighed. I trust you, she said. I know that you wouldn't hurt me just like I knew that Clark would. Daryl kissed her, soft and unbearably sweet. I will try my best not to hurt you, he promised. I would do anything in my power. She touched his face. I know. He smiled, and she could feel the movement of his mouth against her hand. She thought about kissing him again, maybe even more than just kiss him, but she held back. Now wasn't the time. Let me show you how to fix this, he said, gesturing toward the toilet. Just in case it happens again. You never know when Lily might flush a bunny or something. A laugh bubbled up in her chest. True, she said. Daryl showed her how to snake the drain. He had her practice and told her what to look for and feel for with the line. It wasn't pleasant, but she appreciated the lesson. Clark would never show her how to do something like this. Well, Clark would never actually know how to do something like this. When something went wrong with the plumbing, he would just call a plumber. But the one time she tried to chat with the plumber, to ask for advice on maintenance and how to keep problems from cropping up, Clark had shooed her away from the man, telling her that she was just getting in the way and that she shouldn't worry her pretty little head about such matters. When Daryl felt confident that she knew what she was doing, he stepped back and had her snake the drain again, completely on her own. She held on to what he told her and fed the wire into the drain. It was clear, but she felt her way through the curves of the pipe regardless. When she came to the end of the line, she brought it up like he had shown her how to do. And now you can snake a toilet drain, he said. It works the same way in sink drains. Laura nodded and felt an odd sort of feeling in her gut. Is this what triumph feels like? Or pride, maybe? Thank you for showing me how to do that, she said. Daryl kissed her forehead, right between her eyebrows. Any time, Laura Jo, he told her. Although it was a sweet gesture, something about it burned her up inside. She felt belittled despite Daryl not trying to belittle her. He wasn't being cruel, he wasn't poking fun. So why was she so bothered by that little peck of a kiss? It reminds me how weak that I am," her mind whispered treacherously to her. The thought came from the smallest, most insecure part of her mind. It was the part that she tried to push down. It had grown large and loud while she lived with Clark, but she had done her best to squash it and keep it at bay ever since she had left him. It was the part of herself that hated the fact that Daryl had been able to solve the problem with the toilet in less than an hour when she had worked on it for most of the morning. It was the part of herself that was embarrassed that she had to be shown how to snake a drain at all, despite the fact that she had never even seen it done before. She needed to be able to figure this stuff out on her own. She needed to be able to make decisions and get results without a man, because once she had full access to the money in her trust fund, she didn't plan on needing anyone ever again. Even if she wanted Daryl so badly that it hurt, she couldn't and wouldn't keep him. She'd get the trust fund, she'd save his ranch, and they'd go their separate ways. Still, she tipped her head up, and he kissed her lips again. "Want to test the shower to see if it's working?" she asked. Confusion colored his features for a split second, and then he grinned. "Of course," he said, "just to make sure that everything is in working order." Laura nodded. "Of course," she echoed. Their mouths met, and Daryl kicked the bathroom door shut with his foot. Chapter 20. Daryl wiped the sweat from his eyes. Despite it being early December in the middle of Colorado, it was unseasonably warm, and his leather shop was stifling. He glanced at the clock on his phone for what felt like the 1,000th time. It was 4 p.m. He was supposed to meet Laura and Lily at the house for dinner around 5:30, and he had more to do on this saddle before he could go in. The news segment had been incredible for orders, and Laura's system with the website was keeping them organized for him. If he had a multi-man operation, it would be great, but it was just him and the mountain of projects. While he knew what day things were due and had left room on his calendar so that he could space them out and take his time, Daryl was still exhausted. If the leatherwork was the only thing on his plate, then it wouldn't be that bad. But when he wasn't in this shop, he was out on the ranch with Kyle, or at Laura's house tackling one of those hundreds of projects. Laura had asked him if he was taking on too much, and he insisted that he wasn't. But now he wasn't sure. He looked down at the saddle he was working on and swore out loud. He was working on the pommel, shaping it, but he'd bent the leather and held it for too long. The shape wasn't right, and once shaped, leather wasn't so easy to shape again. It was a waste of leather, and this particular leather wasn't cheap to buy. Darn it! He threw the saddle onto the reject pile. Darn it, darn it, darn it! He had to stop himself from throwing things. He was already going to be out a couple $100 to buy more leather, not counting the value of his wasted time, and he couldn't afford to break or damage anything else. Feeling overwhelmingly hot, Daryl had to step out of his shop. The sun was already dipping low in the sky. He'd need to get back to the main house. Laura and Lily would be waiting on him, and he honestly needed a break. Kyle drove up on a gator and parked next to Daryl. "Hey," he greeted. "You sound crappy," Kyle said by way of greeting. "What's wrong?" Daryl waved his hand in frustration. "I messed up on Mr. Ramirez's saddle," he said. "The leather isn't going to be cheap to replace. I'll probably lose on this job." Kyle let out a hissing breath. "What happened?" "I'm tired and making stupid mistakes," he said, and then felt bad even saying the words out loud in front of Kyle. His younger brother had taken on so much himself so that Daryl could make his side business work. "Sorry, Kyle held up a hand. "It's okay to be tired, Daryl," he said. "I am too, but you're not ragging on me for it, right?" Daryl frowned. "Of course not," he said. "So why would I need an apology from you?" He shrugged and then sighed. "When did you get so smart, huh?" he asked. "Last time I checked, I was the older brother." Kyle snorted. "I think it's okay for us to take turns on who's the bigger moron," he said. "We've got Georgina to keep both of us in line, right?" He laughed. "You got that right." Their older sister was a mama bear, not only to her kids, but to both of them as well. Though, speaking of tired, Kyle started, and Daryl bit back a groan. He looked out at the horizon. The sky was painted pink and gold from the setting sun. It sure was pretty out here at the end of the day. Can you help me with some repairs in the barn next week? Caleb's taking his girlfriend out of town to propose, and it's a two-man job." "What day?" Daryl asked, thinking to his already stacked schedule. Kyle thought for a moment. "Wednesday?" He didn't have anything scheduled that day. "Sure," he told him. "I should be able to swing that." Daryl didn't add that the thought of helping with barn repairs made him want to fall over. But what was the point of going through all of this effort to save the ranch from the bank if it just fell apart before he could actually do the saving part? He was just going to have to bury this tired feeling as far as he could and push through. "Thanks, man," Kyle said. Daryl waved him off. "No worries, little brother." Except that there were worries. A lot of worries. "Say, can you maybe go to Georgina's tonight?" Kyle side-eyed him. "Why would I do that?" Daryl grinned. He couldn't help himself. "Laura's making me dinner tonight," he said. "She makes us dinner every night." "No," Daryl said, giving his brother a look. "She's not making dinner for us, she's making dinner for me." It took him a few seconds, but Kyle wrinkled his nose in disgust, even as he smiled. "You finally slept with her." Daryl wasn't going to point out that they'd done it more than once. The best course of action was to just say nothing specific. "We're spending some time together, and I'd like to get a little privacy." Kyle nodded in agreement. "What about the baby?" "Lily goes to bed at 7:30 at the latest," Daryl said. "She'll be fine. And she's been really good about sleeping through the night lately." He patted the top of the gator. "Drive me up to the main house?" Kyle nodded. "Get in." The men rode back up to the main house, pitching to and fro as the gator went over the dips and bumps in the gravel road. Kyle stopped beside the shed where they stored the other gator when it wasn't being used, and the pair walked the rest of the way to the house. They came through the side door and found Laura in the kitchen, grilling steaks on a grill pan. "Hey guys," she greeted with a smile. "How do you take yours? They just went down." "Medium rare for me," Daryl said, and then put his hand on Kyle's shoulder. "He's headed to Georgina's for the night." Laura frowned. "Did you guys have another fight?" "No. Kyle just needed some breathing space," Daryl said, cutting his brother off. "Isn't that right, Kyle?" The man sighed, pretending to be put out, even if he was smirking a little. "Yeah," he said. "No worries about me. I just need some space from the happy couple." Little jerk, Daryl thought when Kyle stuck his tongue out at him behind Laura's back. "I'm just going to grab my stuff and be on my way." When he was gone, Laura turned around to look at him. Her face was a pretty shade of red, but she definitely didn't look happy. "Does he know about us?" "We're married," he said, evading her question. "I'm pretty sure that back when he got the birds and bees talk, it mentioned that most married people have sex occasionally." "Daryl," she said with a sigh. "I asked him for some privacy for the night," he explained. He assumed. "Why do we need privacy, huh?" She flipped their steaks, and the sound of the sear made his stomach grumble. "What do you expect to happen? That I'm going to just fall into bed with you?" Her tone told him that her problem wasn't necessarily with him. "If you want to fall into bed with me," he said after a moment, "I'm all for it. But if we just sit on the couch and watch a movie like we talked about at breakfast, I'd be all for that too." She narrowed her eyes at him. "You're sure?" Daryl nodded. "I have no expectations tonight except to spend some time with you during which we aren't sharing a kitchen table with my brother and your daughter and/or covered in dust and sweat from doing repairs at your house, okay?" That made Laura smile. "Okay," she said. "That sounds fair. Can you give the baby some of the puree food there?" She pointed to the little bowl of green mush on the counter. He nodded and went to fetch one of the baby spoons that Laura had brought from the house. They had their own little space in the drawer now, like they'd always been there. He liked seeing their stuff around the house. The baby was hooting now, practically dancing in her seat, and her hoots got louder when she saw the baby food in his hand. "She's a hungry little thing, isn't she?" he said. Laura made a noise. "Yeah, she's been eating good today." It was just an offhanded comment about their day, but it struck Daryl how domestic this whole scene was. Laura making dinner while he feeds the baby. In all the times he'd pictured what it would be like to be married, this was what he thought of, doing the domestic, everyday things together, the way his parents always had. his stomach filled with a warmth that seemed to lift his exhaustion from earlier. Daryl scooped up some of the green mush and sniffed it. "What is this, exactly?" "Peas, spinach, and green apple," she said. "I made it this morning. I'm not sure if the apple will save well, so she's going to eat it twice." He held the spoon out, and her little mouth popped open like a baby bird's. When she tasted the food, she made a noise of contentment, and her mouth opened again, ready for the next bite. It took less than 5 minutes for her to polish off the bowl in his hands, and he was proud to say that she was only wearing a quarter of it. Laura turned around, steaks and baked potatoes on plates, and laughed when she saw the baby. "She enjoyed it," Daryl said, which made her laugh all the harder. "I can see that," she said and handed him their plates. "Go get us set up while I get her hosed down." Daryl took the plates to the table and then rushed back to pour them some sweet tea. After Laura got Lily cleaned, she settled her in the pack-and-play and came to the table. She frowned when she noticed that he hadn't started eating. "Something wrong?" she asked. He shook his head and picked up his knife. "Just waiting on you," he said. She looked so genuinely surprised. "Oh," she breathed. "Was that wrong of me?" He couldn't understand her quietness or the shock on her face. Laura shook her head. "No, honestly, it's sweet," she said. "You could have started without me. It wouldn't have hurt my feelings. What kind of man were you with if he couldn't even wait for you to eat?" "My mama taught me that a gentleman waits for everyone to be at the table before starting a meal," he said. "Plus, I wanted to have dinner with you." "Daryl," she said with a sigh, "you are too sweet to be mixed up with me." She rested her head against her hand. "How is it possible that no one has snapped you up before now? You must have had girlfriends over the years." "I have," he said. "A lot of playing around, but I had a few serious prospects." Shame crept up the back of his neck. "I actually proposed to my last girlfriend," he said. Daryl hadn't told anyone about that, not even his brother and sister. He'd wanted it to be a surprise thing, coming in and showing them Margot's ring, but when she turned him down flat, he decided to just let sleeping dogs lie. He'd simply told them they'd broken up. Laura winced. "From the lack of marriage? I'm assuming it didn't go like you planned?" Daryl nodded. "Got it in one. Give the girl a prize," he said, imitating a carnival barker. "We had been seeing each other a little less than a year, but I was sure that she was the one. We got along great, had great sex, talked about wanting the same things in life, but when I popped the question, she pretty much told me that I was creeping her out, that rushing into marriage so quickly made me seem either reckless or desperate." "Ouch!" She reached out and touched his arm. "She didn't deserve you. Clark didn't deserve you either." She blinked, and her eyes dropped to her plate. "We make quite a pair," she said. "Ain't that the truth?" "Movie after dinner?" he asked, trying to push past this awkward moment and get back to enjoying spending time with her. Laura shook her head. She looked at him, and her eyes said all of things she wasn't ready to say just yet. "Bed," she said definitively. "We'll put Lily down, and then you're taking me to bed." Daryl's heart thumped hard. "Gladly, ma'am." Chapter 21. Lily had been crying for a solid hour. Laura had told Daryl that she was putting the baby to bed, and then she would be right with him. But what usually took 15 minutes at the most after a good bath had been an hour of intermittent screaming and dozing. Just when she thought the girl was down, she'd wake up and start screaming again. "Please, baby girl," she begged, and bounced the baby while she walked. "Please go to sleep." Lily's answering wail was the only answer she received. Laura rubbed at the baby's back, shushing and walking, but Lily just refused to be soothed. "It's going to be a long night," she thought miserably. She didn't feel hot, and Laura didn't think she was teething. She'd felt for swollen gums, but still something was wrong. Maybe it's just sleep regression, she thought. They'd gone through that before, and it nearly drove her crazy. "Are you hungry?" she asked. "Do you need a bottle?" There was a tap on the door, and Daryl stuck his head in the room. "How's it going?" he asked. Lily began wailing again. It was a deep, mournful sound, which was surprising considering she was such a tiny thing. "About that good," Laura said. "Sorry about this." Daryl stepped into the room. "It's not a problem," he assured her. "Do you want to take her into the living room? Try putting the TV on or something?" Laura shrugged. "At this point, I will try anything." They walked into the living room, and Daryl found a movie on one of the streaming services that he and Kyle subscribed to. Clark was all about cable. He wanted the biggest package with the most channels. Laura didn't really get it. She watched the Food Network here and there. Sometimes she'd put on a house renovation show if she was bored. She'd suggested that they give up cable and get a few of the streaming services to give them some options about shows and movies without wasting the monthly payment on the bill. Clark had vehemently refused. He was insulted that she would even indirectly imply that he couldn't take care of the bill. She dropped it after that. No use in fighting about it. Lily hiccuped into a quiet sort of dozing, and Laura settled into Daryl's side. "I know this isn't quite what you had in mind for tonight," she said. "I'm sorry." Daryl looked at her, and it was like he was trying to peer into her soul. He'd been looking at her that way more and more often lately. It was unsettling, and yet there was a part of her that wished that he would never stop. "I told you at dinner that I wasn't expecting anything besides spending time with you," he reminded her. "A movie night with you and Lily sounds great to me." Laura didn't get why his ex-girlfriend would turn him down. Okay, so maybe a year of dating was kind of fast to be jumping into a proposal, but even a single date should have been enough to show her what a good guy she'd found. Daryl was the easiest man in the world to fall in love with. So why is it so hard to admit that I have feelings for him? She'd been asking herself that since the night they'd first made love. She knew how she felt, but the words wouldn't come out, no matter how much she tried. She didn't think he would swoop in and take away her independence. Not deliberately anyway, but it was hard to shake the knowledge that she didn't think Clark would do that either, until he did. She shifted, and the movement was just enough to wake Lily. "Shh," Laura hushed, patting at her back again. "It's okay, baby. Mama is so sorry. Please go back to sleep." Daryl held out his hands. "Can I try?" Laura almost said no. She had been Lily's sole caregiver her entire life, and it wasn't easy to accept help from anyone. Yes, it was cute when Daryl fed her, but soothing the baby when she was in the throes of a real upset like this was another thing entirely. Whatever was upsetting Lily, shouldn't Laura be the one to make it better? Wasn't that what mothers were for? Still, she did say that she would try anything. He handed the squirming girl to Daryl. The man stood and began to walk back and forth across the floor. He made the same soft, shushing noise that she did, but his voice was deeper. He patted her bottom gently, rhythmically, and Lily's head plopped on his shoulder within 5 minutes. "Did I sniff glue or something? What is happening?" She stared at him as he walked and murmured and patted. It was like he had 15 hands at once or something. She should be grateful, but in reality, a tight, bitter ball formed in the pit of her stomach. What did Daryl know about kids? Sure, he had a pair of nieces and a nephew, but that didn't make him the baby whisperer. "What kind of secret talent is that?" she asked, but her tone read more like a demand. It was clear that Daryl knew she was upset. She could read the "oh crap" panic all over his face, and in turn, that made her more upset because she knew just how irrational she was being. "You have these amazing computer skills, right?" She was surprised into a smile. "Yeah," she said. "I suppose I do." "Well, I have baby skills. Ever since I became an uncle, I've just had a knack for caring for kids." Laura attempted to not roll her eyes. Of course, Daryl would have the innate ability to care for children. Just one more perfect thing to add to the checklist. People would be lining up down the block to ask her what she was thinking when they finally did divorce. "Do you think you could put her down in her crib without her waking up again?" she asked, gesturing to how the baby was sprawled across his chest. Daryl nodded. "I can certainly try." She trailed after him as he carried Lily down the hall. He bounced her a little and patted her back a little more. When he made the transfer from his arms to her bed, Lily barely made a squeak. Laura blinked. "You did it," she said, almost numbly. She had honestly thought that Lily would wake up like every other time that she had tried to put her down. They backtracked out of the room, careful to keep quiet. Once out in the hall, Daryl looked at her. "Are you okay?" She wasn't, but she didn't want to come across as ungrateful. Laura was grateful that he was able to soothe the baby and get her down, but she was Lily's mom. She was supposed to know all of the things that worked when no one else could figure it out. She was supposed to be able to take care of her daughter without anyone's help. She'd gotten Lily to 5 months all on her own, and she didn't want anyone taking credit for her hard work now. "I can't say that to him," she thought dismally. "I'm just tired," she said, instead of trying to explain the chaos that was inside her head. "I think I'm just going to go to bed, if that's okay." Daryl was disappointed, she could tell, but he nodded regardless. "Sure." He looked at his watch. "It's still a little early for me. I might go out to the workshop and get a few more things done if you're all right." "Okay. Will you sleep in my room? Or are you going in with Lily?" It was a loaded question that he was trying to downplay. "Your room?" she said. "If you don't mind." He leaned in and kissed her. It was a quick peck, but she could practically feel his relief. "Sweet dreams," he said. "I'll do my best not to wake you when I come in." Laura leaned up and kissed him again, a little longer this time. "Sweet dreams." Daryl left her to herself and she grabbed some pajamas and quickly changed. She went down the hallway to Daryl's room and climbed in on what had become her side of the bed. He refused to tell her if she was on the wrong side or not, but she figured that if he truly had an issue with it, he would let her know. She slipped beneath the covers and leaned back into his pillows. Daryl's bed was simple but deceptively comfortable. When she had stayed that first night with him, she hadn't expected to sleep so soundly, but the mattress was like nothing she had ever slept on before. She sighed as she got comfortable and reached for her phone, which she had left charging in here while they ate dinner. She thought maybe she'd watch something on YouTube until she was ready to fall asleep. She wasn't expecting any notifications to pop up. Besides Jeanette, there wasn't anyone that she spoke to regularly, but on her lock screen, she saw that she had a new email. When she opened up her email app, she saw that it was from Clark. Delete it, she told herself, or just forward it straight to Jeanette. Nothing good would come of reading that email. Laura went to delete the message but found herself opening it instead. It was like any other message that he sent her, but this one was meant to drive a knife into her heart. One section in particular made bile rise in the back of throat. "I hope for your sake that you come to your senses sooner rather than later. The judge will see through this dog and pony show of a marriage you have, and what will you have then? Come home, Laura. You're making a fool out of yourself." Laura couldn't understand why he was under the impression that she was just punishing him for his indiscretions. In another email, he had actually had the gall to promise to hide it better next time in order to save her the embarrassment. Laura had sent that email to his mother. She should know what kind of man her son had become. She never did receive a reply, but she was pretty sure that the woman had gotten the message and acted on it, because the emails had been scaled back for a long while. Until now. Until this insulting piece of trash that pressed every insecurity that she had. Laura checked the baby monitor, almost compulsively, and relaxed when she saw the baby snoozing away. Some nights, bad nights, she would look into the crib and touch Lily's back over and over to make sure that she was still breathing. She heard footsteps in the hallway and curled up in the blankets, squeezing her eyes shut tight. She heard Daryl come in, and she bit back a giggle when he proceeded to tiptoe around in order to not disturb her. When his weight finally settled beside her, she full expected for him to grab her or wake her or something, but instead she felt a feather-light kiss on her shoulder. Then nothing. He rolled over and gave her space. Laura lay there for a moment longer, then she had to roll over. "What were you working on?" she asked. Daryl startled. "I thought you were asleep," she shrugged. "I was waiting for you." He scooted closer and threw his arms around her. Laura put her head on his chest with a soft sigh of contentment. "I needed this," she said, thinking back to the email. Daryl tightened his grip on her for a moment. "Me too," he admitted softly. "Me too." Chapter 22. Laura was exhausted and snippy the next day. Lily spent much of the morning in the same foul, clingy mood that she'd been in the night before. Every time Daryl had come into the house, to check on her, to use the bathroom, whatever, she was walking the living room carpet with the little girl. When he'd come in for lunch, Laura was positively vibrating with frustrated energy. "Give her here," Daryl said, and held out his hands for Lily. "You need to go lay down." Laura nearly snarled at him. "I'll let you know when I need something, all right?" she snapped, but then she seemed to deflate. "I'm sorry," she murmured. She adjusted the baby on her shoulder, and the girl let out a little snuffle cry. "Frustrated?" Daryl supplied, and she nodded, looking so absolutely defeated that it made him ache. "What do you need?" he asked. "I want to help." She sincerely thought about it for a moment, but then shook her head. "I think I'm going to lay down with her," she said. "I don't make a habit of co-sleeping, but it'll do for an afternoon nap." "Are you sure?" Laura gave him a flat look. "Yes, I'm sure," she said, and then turned on her heel and all but marched down the hall. He did feel a stab of satisfaction when she ducked through his bedroom door, even if she shut the door soundly behind her. Daryl tried to go back to his shop. He had orders to finish, after all, but he couldn't get Laura's tired eyes out of his head. He backtracked into the house and down the hall. He cracked open the bedroom door and smiled. Laura was sleeping on her side, having created a space for Lily in the center of the bed, free of pillows and blankets. The little girl was sprawled out on her back, arms over her head, sleeping deeply. His fingers itched to grab his phone. He wanted a picture of this peaceful moment, but it wasn't his place. "Though you want it to be," his mind whispered to him. Laura's phone began to buzz on the nightstand, and he quick-stepped into the room to turn it off. Whoever it was could wait. His girls were sleeping for now. He only meant to stop the buzzing, but when he looked down, he saw that it wasn't an incoming message, but a reminder from her calendar. She had an appointment in 30 minutes with contractor Ted at her house. I should wake her up, he thought. I could volunteer to take Lily for the afternoon. But then another idea came to mind. He could go meet with contractor Ted for her. Let her get a good nap in. He could even pick up dinner on the way home so that she wouldn't need to cook tonight. Mind made up, Daryl turned the reminder off and set her phone back down, with the ringer silenced. He backed out of the room and shut the door with a gentle snick. He closed the front door just as softly and made his way to his truck. Before he pulled out, he shot a text to Kyle and asked him to keep it down if he headed back to the house. Laura needed her rest. His brother sent a thumbs-up emoji. Satisfied, Daryl headed to Laura's house. The drive was becoming second nature to him. There was a large white van in the driveway when he pulled up, and when he parked, an older man opened the door and stepped out. He looked at Daryl, eyebrow raised in question. "You don't strike me as a Laura," he said. Daryl stuck out his hand. "I'm her husband," he said. "Daryl." It was the first time he'd used the word husband to describe himself to someone else. How could he have known how much he'd like it? "Hey, Daryl," the man said and shook his hand. "I'm Ted. Your wife called me in to look at the roof here." Daryl liked someone else calling Laura his wife even better. "Yes," he said, although he hadn't known that she had called in a contractor at all. "We know that it's probably going to need to be replaced, but I don't know about roofing to know for sure." Ted had an easy smile, and he held up his clipboard. "Let's take a look, and I can walk you through the options." He nodded. "Sounds good, man." For the next half hour, they looked at the roof from every possible angle, and Daryl received a crash course in roof repair. From what Ted told him, the whole thing was one bad storm away from collapse and would need to be replaced as soon as possible. With any luck, when they pulled off the boards to get a look at the joists, those could be salvaged, but they wouldn't know until they could see them. The sagging, Ted told him as he pointed at the significant dip in the roof that faced the backyard, was troubling though. Ted talked him through all of their options and the pricing. "Let me talk it over with Laura," Daryl said, eyeing the bid that the man had given him. "We'll let you know in a few days?" Ted nodded. "Sure thing." The two parted ways, and like he planned before, Daryl picked up burgers from the diner on the way back to the ranch. The house was still quiet when he came through the door. He stopped in the kitchen to drop the bags on the counter before trailing down the hallway to his bedroom. He cracked the door open, and his heart fluttered in his chest. Neither Laura nor Lily had moved an inch since he left. He swung the door open and made his way to the bed. "Laura Joe," he said in a stage whisper. "Honey, I got us a little dinner." Laura jerked awake with a little gasp. "What time is it?" She struggled to sit up, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. She grabbed her phone and gasped at the time. "I missed my appointment." She tapped at her phone's screen. "Why didn't my calendar alert me?" She wasn't asking him, but he couldn't let her think that she'd slept through something important. "You didn't miss anything," he assured her. "When I was checking on you earlier, your phone started buzzing on the nightstand." The panicked confusion morphed into a carefully blank expression. "Why didn't you wake me?" Her words were neutral, but the tone gave him pause. "I've done something wrong," he thought. "You and Lily were sleeping so peacefully," he said carefully. "You were exhausted, and I knew you'd had a rough night. I didn't want to wake either of you up." Fire flashed in her green eyes. "So, what did you do?" Daryl swallowed hard. "I went and met with Ted myself," he said. "He walked me through what would need to be done to repair the roof and wrote up a bid with a couple of options on it." The fire in her eyes became an inferno. "You went to my appointment and spoke with a contractor about my house? Crap. I didn't want to." "You don't get to make decisions like that for me." Her raised voice made Lily stir, and they both cringed as they waited for her to start wailing, but the baby woke with a smile on her face. She raised her arms for Laura, and some of that white-hot anger in her expression receded. Her gentle smile made his heart leap into his throat. Laura was never more beautiful than when she was caring for her daughter. When she looked back at him, however, her expression became hard again. "I need to get her changed, and then you and I need to talk." Daryl didn't like the sound of that, but he nodded and backed out of the bedroom anyway. While she was busying herself with the baby, he made himself useful and got out plates for dinner. He pulled out their burgers and opened wrappers and set the table. The whole time his heart thumped a tattoo against his ribs. When Laura came out carrying a freshly changed Lily, she wore a serious expression that did nothing to calm his nerves. "I brought dinner," he said. "So you said before." But she grabbed Lily's baby food from the fridge and settled her into her high chair before sliding into the chair that he'd begun to think of as hers. "Thank you," she said primly. "You're welcome," he murmured in reply. "I'm sorry that I overstepped with the contractor." The defiant set of her shoulders deflated a little. She looked down at her hands, anywhere but at him. She sighed. "I need to be in control of my life, Daryl. I haven't been for such a long time." With Clark, obviously, he had to control everything. But even before that, in my grandfather's house, I hardly ever had a say in anything. He'd let me pick what we had for Thanksgiving dinner, or how we'd decorate our Christmas tree. But anything that really mattered? Not a chance. He always felt he knew what was best for me, better than I could possibly know for myself. Even going to his house in the first place was all decided for me. I wanted to stay. I didn't want to give up my home and my friends after I'd already lost my parents, but I wasn't given a choice. And it got to be such a habit, just going along with what was expected of me. Such a habit that it took walking in on my husband with another woman to open my eyes to what my life had become. But I did open my eyes, and I started making choices about what I actually wanted, for myself and then later for Lily. And the number one thing that I want is for my daughter to see me as an independent, strong woman so that she grows up knowing that she can be that as well. Daryl forced himself to really listen to what she was saying and not to get defensive. She wasn't comparing him to Clark or her grandfather. She was just hurt and angry that he'd made the decision for her, that he hadn't asked if she wanted his help. He could wrap his head around that. "I understand," he said. "I am sorry." Laura studied him for a long moment, and then she nodded. It was an almost imperceptible dip of her head, but it was enough to let the tension in his stomach ease a bit. "You said he gave you some options?" she asked. "I'd like to see them." "Sure." He hopped up and grabbed the contractor's bid from the counter and handed it to her. He watched her eyes scan the page, and he knew by her frown that she wasn't thrilled by the prices. A new roof would be a big expense, one that she couldn't make until after their hearing if the judge approved their petition. "Do you think the metal roof would be a good option?" she asked, glancing up at him. "I've heard they have a longer life than a traditional roof." Daryl smiled. "I think so," he said, "but they are more expensive, and there might be some structural work to do inside if that's what you decide to go with." Laura nodded and dropped her eyes to the bid again. "I'll need to go all over this with Ted," she said. "I have no idea what I'm looking at." Daryl snorted. "Truthfully, I don't either." She met his eyes again, and they burst into laughter that felt good and reached all the way to his toes. "Let me know what day you set up the appointment," he said. "I can watch Lily." He could see her contemplating his offer, and then she shrugged. "Maybe," she conceded. "We'll wait and see. For all I know, Ted might not be able to fit me in until spring." Daryl nodded. "Good contractors do book up, that's true," he said. He kept his tone light, but he felt a stabbing pang of disappointment. Laura didn't want to commit to anything past December because they wouldn't be married at the start of the next year. This whole thing had an expiration date on it, and with the hearing only a week away, that date was getting closer. That thought sat in his stomach like a lead weight. They ate the rest of their dinner in a relative quiet, but afterward, as they cleaned up the kitchen and Lily played in her pack-and-play, Laura took his hand and settled herself into his arms. He sighed and wrapped himself around her. "Thank you for trying to be sweet," she said. "Don't you dare apologize, Laura Jo," Daryl said, cutting her off. "I overstepped, and you were right to let me know it." "I'm sorry." Laura tipped her head back. "Forgiven," she murmured and pushed herself up to kiss him. Daryl's hand cupped the back of her head, fingers threading through her soft hair. There was nothing quite like kissing Laura. He would do it every day for the rest of his life if he could, and that, he knew, was precisely the problem. Because the days where he'd have the right to were slipping away one by one. Chapter 23. Your Honor, allowing my client's ex-husband to have continued control over her life and her choices on how to spend her own inheritance is cruel, Jeanette said, closing out the hearing. Jeanette had spent the last hour making her case for removing Clark from the trust and putting Daryl on it in her place. Clark's lawyer, of course, had realized that there was no sensible argument to be made for his client, so he had tried to turn the hearing into a referendum on their marriage, casting doubt on their motives for marrying in the hopes of discrediting them with the judge. But of course, they'd been prepared for that. Both she and Daryl had taken the stand to make a statement about when and why they got married. Laura had been careful to avoid using the word love. She focused on finding a deeper friendship with Daryl after returning to Windy Creek, and how that friendship blossomed into something more. All of which was true, just not on the timeline that they put forth to the judge. Daryl had been a little more emotive. He told the judge about how he loved all of the little ways that Laura had changed his life, like the baby spoons in the utensil drawer in the kitchen, and how she was not only the heart of his home, but his heart as well. He looked at her as he said the words, and it made her shiver. He couldn't be telling the full truth, right? He was just embellishing for the judge. Even so, he did sound convincing. Now it was all down to Jeanette. Her back was ramrod straight as she stood in front of the judge, and Laura couldn't help but think that she was precisely in her element. Her friend was an amazing lawyer, and if it wasn't her life that Jeanette was fighting for, Laura would highly enjoy watching her. Allowing him to sow seeds of doubt over her current marriage when he is clearly only looking out for his own self-interest is insulting. My client asked for a divorce from Mr. Longbottom because of an infidelity. He did not honor their marriage vows, and he suffered the consequences. Everything he has done since then has been in an effort to force his control over someone who no longer wants anything to do with him. When he couldn't force her to stay married to him, he tried to take custody of their child. When that didn't work, he put a stranglehold on her trust fund. And when she challenged that, he took every means he could find to discredit her. He is no longer her husband, and by rights he should have no place in her life, or on her trust fund. Laura wanted to clap as she finished, but she settled for leaning into Daryl's side. He had an arm slung across the back of her chair, and she could feel Clark's glare for much of the hearing. Daryl shifted against her, and she felt the whisper of his breath against her ear before he said, "She was fantastic." She nodded. "Let's hope the judge agrees." Judge Morrison looked to Clark's lawyer, who stood up with a grim look on his face. Laura suddenly realized that it didn't matter what this man had to say. There was no way that the judge was going to side with Clark. There was no way any sane, rational individual would look at this situation and think that her cheating, lying ex should have any say in her life ever again. "Please," she prayed, "please just let me go." "Your Honor, my client has only ever been concerned for Laura's well-being," the lawyer began. But his tone came off so falsely compassionate that Daryl's 4-year-old nephew would have been able to tell that he was insincere. For all the glitz of the men's designer suits and shiny leather shoes, they both looked so wholly smarmy, like a couple of villains in a movie. Who would honestly fall for it? "My client has a very real concern that Laura has allowed her judgment to be clouded by a man who has put on a show of being kind to her in order to get his hands on the substantial funds of her trust. Mr. Longbottom makes no qualms about wanting to work toward reconciliation, but his main concern has been the safety of the woman he still considers to be his wife and their daughter." He rambled on for a few minutes longer until he finally, blessedly finished his closing statement. Laura glanced at the judge, and she nearly laughed aloud at the scowl that he was trying, and failing, to conceal. "I think I've heard enough," Judge Morrison said with a heavy sigh. "There's no point in taking this any further. I see no reason that Mr. Longbottom should remain attached to this woman in any way." He zeroed in on Clark. "She has moved on, Mr. Longbottom. I believe that it is high time that you do the same. The petition to have Mr. Longbottom removed as a trustee to Mrs. Rivers's trust fund, with Mr. Rivers added in his place, is approved." He banged his gavel down. "Mrs. Carleton, I will expect to see an updated trust fund agreement within the week." Jeanette smiled. "I'll have it filed before the close of business tomorrow," she promised. Clark stood. Laura could almost see the steam coming from his ears. "Now wait just a minute." Judge Morrison rapped his gavel again, cutting off his words. "Take it outside, Mr. Longbottom, or prepare to be charged with contempt of court." Clark's lawyer grabbed his arm and started whispering furiously in his ear. Clark looked absolutely irate, but he didn't say anything further. The judge nodded in satisfaction. "Court is adjourned." Laura barely noticed the exchange. She was too busy processing what the judge had said, what the ruling had been. She popped out of her chair with a squeal and threw herself into a laughing Daryl's arms. He spun her around, and then they pulled Jeanette into a hug. "You did it," Laura said. "You were amazing," Jeanette beamed. "We were amazing," she said. "You deserve to finally have everything that you've always wanted." Laura grinned. "Yes, I do." Her eyes shifted almost unconsciously to Daryl, whose mouth was split into a proud smile. Emboldened by the moment, she released Jeanette and stepped into Daryl, bringing that smiling mouth to hers. The kiss was short, but sweet, and it drew a sound of derision that was all too familiar. She pulled away from Daryl and turned to look at Clark. His lawyer was trying to push him out of the courtroom, but he was standing, resolute, and staring her down, as if his gaze could set her ablaze. "Well, I hope that you can keep this one satisfied, Laura," Clark sneered, and she let out a little moaning gasp. After all of this time, she hadn't expected that anything Clark had to say could hurt her, but his implying that it was somehow her fault that he cheated was like a punch to the solar plexus. A savage triumph overcame his face, and she was struck with shock to think that she had once been attracted to him, had once loved him, and wanted to spend a lifetime with him. Clark's sharp eyes flicked to Daryl. "She's frigid, my friend," he said in a mock sympathetic tone. "Sure, she starts off hot and wild, but after a year or two—" "You shut your mouth, friend," Daryl all but growled and tightened his grip on Laura. "Or I'll shut it for you." Clark's smirk only deepened. "Laura," he tutted, "you've found yourself another watchdog. How typical." Daryl nearly shoved her behind him, but she dug in her heels, put her hands on his chest. "Let's just go." she said softly. "We need to pick up Lily from your sisters." Laura wanted her little girl back in her arms, and if this devolved into a physical fight, Clark would just find a way to use it against them. "Please, Daryl," she said. "Let's get the baby and go home." Daryl looked down at her and nodded. "Yeah," he agreed, and glanced back at Clark. "Let's go home, Laura Jo." He took her hand, and they skated out into the middle aisle of the courtroom, careful to stay as far from Clark as they could. She pressed her eyes closed for a moment, willing her ex to just let it go, but she knew him well enough to know that he would take his parting shot. "Check out Little Miss Independent," he said, the sneer clear in his voice. "What happened to all your big dreams of being your own woman, huh? All that stuff you spouted in divorce court, it was all BS then? Because for a woman who wants to be independent, you sure found a new husband as fast as you could. Good luck with the new man in your life, Laura Jo," Clark called after them. His use of Daryl's name for her made her stomach roll sickeningly. Laura knew it wasn't true, knew she hadn't given up her independence because the marriage was just temporary. And yet she couldn't stop the words from stinging. Daryl's fingers slid between hers as they walked, and she looked up at him. Steel blue eyes bore into hers, and he picked up her hand and pressed a kiss to her knuckles. The gesture made her smile, even as her stomach rolled again. She wanted Daryl more than she'd ever wanted anyone else in her life, but she couldn't keep him. She couldn't be kept by him. Even if Clark was only trying to mess with her head, a measure of it held true. She had been relying on Daryl too much, but she couldn't continue to do that going forward. Now that they'd gotten Daryl onto the trust, the next step would be about finding a graceful exit out of this marriage. Right? That's what they had planned all along, and she had no desire to change that plan now, right? "You'll need to come by my office to sign the paperwork that makes the changeover official," Jeanette told them. "But then you'll be free to withdraw whatever you need from the trust." They left the courthouse and walked the short distance to Jeanette's office. The paperwork was easily signed, and in less than 24 hours it would be possible for them to withdraw enough money from the trust fund to renovate the rest of her house and pay off the ranch's debts. Daryl reached out and squeezed her hand. She glanced at him, and while he still had a smile on his face, there was a guarded look in his eyes as he picked up on her uncertain mood. "Should we get some dinner?" he asked. "To celebrate?" He looked between her and Jeanette. "My treat?" The lawyer shook her head. "Tempting as a free meal is," she said. "I'll leave it to y'all." She put her arms around Laura and squeezed. "Breakfast later in the week," she murmured in her ear. "But let's stay out of a courtroom for a while, yeah?" Laura chuckled weakly. "I can't make any promises," she thought. Though with any hope, she and Daryl could go through an annulment without any of this rigmarole. "I'll do my best," she said, though to her, the words rang hollow. She hoped Jeanette couldn't hear it as easily. As they left the office and swung by Georgina's to get Lily, Daryl hustled to get his truck from the community parking lot. "We can walk to the diner," Laura pointed out. Daryl winked at her. "We aren't going to the diner. We're all dressed a mite too nice for just going to the diner." He leaned down and kissed her cheek. "Be back in a second." Then, he was jogging down the sidewalk. Laura touched her cheek where his lips had been and held on to Lily all the tighter. She had gotten exactly what she wanted, but she felt like the world was spiraling away from her. She heard the familiar rumble of Daryl's truck as it pulled up. She quickly settled Lily into her car seat, and then they were off. "Where are we going?" "You'll see," Daryl said playfully, but after a few minutes of driving, the smile dropped off his face. "What's wrong?" He shook his head, but his jaw tightened. "I feel like I've forgotten something," he admitted. "Something important?" Daryl lost himself in thought. "I don't know," he admitted. "My calendar was clear of any projects due today, so I don't think I've forgotten a commission that I needed to send out, but I still feel like I'm missing something." Laura reached across and slipped her hand into his. She brought his hand up and, mimicking his move from earlier, kissed his knuckles. "It'll come to you later," she said. "For now, we can celebrate the fact that things are going to be okay." He nodded, but she didn't miss the mournful look on his face. She was sure that she had a matching expression, but she couldn't make it better. There was nothing to say. They'd gotten what they both wanted. Their financial futures were looking much brighter, but things between the two of them had never felt more uncertain. Chapter 24. Daryl and Laura were halfway through their meal at Rue Franklin, a small French bistro in the neighboring town of Oakton, when his phone went off. It was Georgina. "Hey!" His greeting cut off when he realized that his sister was sobbing. "Georgina! Georgina, what's wrong?" he called out, feeling more panicked by the second. "What happened? Did something happen to you? To the kids?" He heard her take a deep breath, as if she was trying to pull herself together. Kyle was hurt," she said finally. "He was doing some renovations in the barn on his own, and he fell. He needs stitches, but he won't leave the house." Dread pooled in his stomach. What was he doing renovations alone for? Where's Caleb? Even as he said the words, he remembered. Caleb was out of town. That was why Kyle had asked Daryl to help him, and Daryl, like an idiot, had said yes without checking the calendar or realizing that it was the same day as the hearing. That was the thing he'd forgotten, the thing that kept nagging at him as they were driving earlier. Why had Kyle decided to take on the project by himself rather than waiting for the next day? Daryl didn't know, but there was nothing they could do about it now. "Is he okay?" Georgina let out a frustrated rasp of sound. "I don't know because the stubborn jerk won't leave the ranch. I only found out because he called me just a few minutes after you left, wanting to know how to get bloodstains out. I drove right over to see what was going on, and I've been arguing with him ever since. I need your help." "I'm coming," he assured her. "I'll be there soon." He hung up and met Laura's wide, concerned eyes. "We need to head back," he said. "Kyle's hurt." Daryl was relieved when Laura didn't need to hear an explanation or an apology. She just grabbed Lily and the diaper bag, he paid, and they were on their way. It was quiet and tense in the cab of his truck. Daryl gripped the steering wheel so tightly that his hands ached, and he could feel himself grinding his teeth. He didn't want to let himself think or talk because he knew that he would spiral. "Did your sister say what happened?" Laura asked. Her voice practically echoed in the silence of the truck's cab. "He fell," Daryl gritted out. "I'm not sure how far, but she thinks that he needs stitches, and he's refusing to leave the ranch." He could see that she was horrified by the news. He knew that she genuinely cared about Kyle and must be feeling as worried as he was, but he couldn't offer her comfort at the moment. He was too occupied by his stomach attempting to twist itself into knots. "It's my fault," he kept telling himself. "I wasn't there when I told him that I would be." It felt like the drive to the ranch took hours. Daryl pulled in beside his sister's car and launched himself out of the truck. He didn't wait for Laura to unbuckle Lily. He knew she was right behind him, but rushed into the house instead. Georgina was seated beside Kyle, holding a wad of paper towels against his arm. Blood was already seeping through the stack. Daryl's stomach dropped into his knees. "Holy crap, Kyle," he breathed. Laura nearly ran into his back, and she let out a little gasp when she saw him. "You need to go to the hospital." Kyle scoffed, but when he tried to stand up, he slumped back onto the couch. His face had gone a chalky pale. "You might be right," he muttered. "Finally." Georgina sighed and started to haul him up, but Kyle hissed in pain, and she eased him back down. She looked to Daryl. "Should we call 911? "No," Kyle argued. "It's a waste of money." Daryl bit back that they didn't have to worry so much about that anymore. It probably wouldn't go over well at the moment. "Come on," he said, crossing to his siblings. He leaned down and wrapped a hand around Kyle's arm. "Let's get him up, Georgina." Together, they walked him back towards the door. Daryl spared a moment to look at Laura. "Go," she said, cutting him off. "Lily needs to eat and get a bath anyway. We can talk when you get back." Daryl nodded, and then they were moving through the front door. They elected to take Georgina's car so that they could easily load Kyle into the back seat. The ride to the hospital wasn't a long one, but the tense silence made the minutes stretch on painfully. The urge to apologize, to explain himself, rose in his throat, but he focused on the road in front of him instead. "You awake back there, Kyle?" "Yes," Kyle answered, short and clipped. So Kyle was mad at him. Well, that was fair enough. Daryl was mad at himself. Deciding to just apologize, regardless of what his brother responded with, he swallowed hard. "Kyle?" "Not now, Daryl," Georgina hissed at him, effectively shutting him down. He bit the side of his cheek to keep the words from rolling out. Georgina was right. He would, talk to Kyle later, after they weren't worried about the alarming amount of blood coming from his arm. Luckily, the ER charge nurse took one look at him coming through the door and shooed them through to triage. "Only one visitor," the woman said. Daryl didn't have to be told to head to the waiting room. He watched his brother and sister disappear through the locked double doors, heart aching in his chest. It wasn't that he would be better at holding Kyle's hand through stitches any better than Georgina, but to know, absolutely, that the injury being treated was his fault made his stomach roll in an endless, sickening cycle. His family meant everything to him, but ever since Laura came into his life, his focus had shifted, to the point where he'd totally forgotten about a promise he'd made to his brother in light of being there for Laura. Why did it take something like this for him to realize it? It stops now, he thought. He cared for Laura. God, he cared for her so much, but he'd known from the start that their relationship wasn't supposed to last. He never should have let it distract him from the things that truly mattered. Daryl had to put his priorities straight, and now that the hearing was over, Daryl hated that thought as well. He didn't want Laura out of his life. He didn't want her out of his house. But would it make things easier? He had the awful feeling that it might. Daryl lost himself in thought, turning over the what-ifs in his mind. 2 hours and so many stitches that Georgina said she lost track later. His siblings emerged. Daryl followed them, in a fog, to the car. "Can you drive home?" Georgina asked. "I'm wiped." Daryl managed to nod and slid behind the wheel. He offered to drop Georgina off at her house, but she insisted on coming home with them. The drive back to the ranch was faster, but he kept sneaking peeks into the back seat. Kyle was dozing. They'd given him some kind of pain medication, and he was a little looped. When they got home, Laura was walking with Lily in the living room. The little girl's head was plopped on her shoulder, but Laura kept walking the carpet, rubbing at her back. Daryl couldn't help but smile. She was worried about Kyle. It was endearing. "I'm going to put him to bed," Georgina said, taking Kyle's weight from Daryl. "Do you need help?" Georgina cut a look at him that could have made him bleed. "I've got it." Daryl could do nothing but watch them leave the room again, without him. "Is he okay?" Laura asked. He shrugged. They weren't worried enough to keep him overnight, but he did lose a lot of blood, and he's got stitches holding his forearm together, he told her. "He can't lift anything until they come out in 2 weeks. Laura patted at Lily's back absently, grounding herself. He could see her eyes start to sheen, but when he moved to comfort her, to do something, she backed away slightly. "I think I'm going to take her to bed," she said. Then she, too, disappeared down the hallway. Daryl collapsed onto the couch. His elbows rested on his knees, and he held his face in his own hands. A door shut, but he didn't look up. There were steps coming towards him, and for a split second, he thought it was Laura. She would put her arms around him and draw him close. It would help him to feel a little less lost at sea, so to speak. "Kyle told me why he was working on that barn alone. What were you thinking?" Of course, it would be Georgina. He'd been waiting for the riot act since he walked in the door hours before. "I forgot," he mumbled. "When he asked for my help, I thought about my work calendar, and I forgot all about the hearing." He could hear Georgina take a breath, winding up to yell, but when he looked up at her, she paused. "What?" His voice came out in a rough whisper. "Nothing," she said. The anger had bled out of her, and she just looked tired. "Look, I'm angry at Kyle, too. It was a dumb, macho move to decide to tackle the barn himself when he knew it was a 2-man job. But him being an idiot doesn't excuse you letting him down." Daryl rubbed at his eyes with the heels of his hands, trying to get rid of the sting. "I know. I'm sorry," he said. "I've been putting so much time into a fake marriage that I forgot about my real family. I won't make that mistake again. Georgina cocked her head, studying him. You're sure that it was all fake? Daryl sighed. He'd asked himself that question while Kyle was getting stitched up, and he still wasn't sure, but if he said it enough, he would believe it eventually. Right? It's temporary, he said. Nothing has happened to change that. We said in the very beginning that this marriage would last long enough to get the money out of the trust fund so that she could get her renovations and I could pay off the ranch's debts. This was all just a means to an end. His older sister looked incredulous for a moment and then shook her head. I don't even think you believe that, she said. Why bother trying to convince me? It was never real, Georgina, Daryl insisted, though he had to force the words out of his mouth. Any connection that I might have thought I felt means nothing, all right? Laura and I are adults who made a deal, and I have held up my end. Now, she can hold up hers, and we'll part ways, just like we agreed that we would. She sighed and shook her head again. I like her, Daryl. I like her for you, she said softly. Kyle and I aren't upset that you've found someone. You just get scattered sometimes. She sat beside him, and he felt her head rest on his shoulder. He smiled. They hadn't sat like this in years. You've always been a little impulsive, she told him. You throw yourself so hard into the things that matter to you that you can get tunnel vision and forget about everything else. Right now, you feel bad about Kyle, and I worry about what that'll make you do. I don't want you to jump away from this good thing with Laura because you think you deserve some kind of penance. Daryl stiffened. How could she know exactly what I was thinking? It was nothing, Georgina, he told her. He didn't want for things to end with Laura. He was man enough to admit that he was head over heels for her, but he had blinders on when it came to her and Lily. He couldn't allow it to continue. He couldn't keep letting his brother and sister down. Chapter 25. It was nothing. Those were the words from Daryl's mouth, verbatim. What happened between them was nothing. Laura stood in the hallway and sucked in a breath, and then one more for good measure. It's better this way, she thought, even as she pressed a hand over her mouth to stifle the sob that threatened to break free. A relationship was never supposed to be the endgame here. This had been a business arrangement that was always meant to end after it had run its course. Swallowing back the bile rising in her throat, she faked a cough to announce her presence in the hallway. Daryl and Georgina's conversation dropped almost immediately, and she padded into the living room, molding a cheerful smile onto her face. The patient get to bed okay? She asked Georgina. The woman nodded, and she pushed herself to her feet. He's sleeping, she said, and dug out a piece of paper from her pocket. This is his prescription for his pain meds. Her eyes were on Daryl. Can you get it filled, or do I need to in the morning? The question was pointed, and she watched Daryl shrink inside of himself. Laura gritted her teeth, mouth frozen in a smile snarl. She reached over and plucked the prescription from Georgina's hand, bringing the woman's eyes to hers. We've got it handled, she said in as pleasant a voice as she could muster. You should head on home now, Georgina. It's getting late. Georgina's eyebrow quirked up in question. Really? She smirked. All right then, I'll leave it to y'all. She glanced at Daryl. You two have a good night. Daryl stood. Georgina. The woman held up a hand. Your wife clearly wants to speak with you, she said, and those words too were pointed, but this time they dug at Laura's gut. I'll call tomorrow, okay? Daryl nodded. Okay. He threw an arm around his sister and pulled her in for a hug, a gesture that seemed to shock her for a moment. She hugged him back, patting his shoulder. Laura waved as they broke apart, and Georgina went for the door. When it closed behind her, Daryl shifted his focus to her, and she could feel his attention like she would be able to feel his hands on her if he reached out to touch her. You wanted to talk to me? Under the weight of his gaze, Laura couldn't find the words she wanted to say. Was she supposed to tell him that she heard him earlier? That had been her plan, or something close to that, but now she was frozen. Lily's been fussy all evening, she managed to say. I'm going to sleep with her tonight so that we all get a good night's sleep. Daryl looked a little shell-shocked, but he nodded after a moment. "Okay," he said. "If you're sure." Laura nodded, probably a little too vigorously. Her neck snapped up and down almost painfully from the movement. "Yeah," she said. "I think it'll be easier on everyone." A look passed over his face, a recognition of what she was saying, and he frowned. "We should probably talk," he said. Laura agreed, but she couldn't find it in herself to sit in the living room and have the conversation they both knew they should have. "Later," she said. "Tomorrow, okay? I'm a little worn out from everything that happened today, and I'm sure you are too." Daryl nodded. "Yeah," he agreed. "I'm exhausted." They walked down the hallway together, pausing outside of her and Lily's room. "Good night." Laura nodded and tried to smile, but it came off more like a grimace. "Good night." Their eyes met for a moment, and she thought that he would kiss her, but instead he awkwardly patted her arm and kept moving to his own room. "It's for the best," she told herself. "You both know that this has to end, so there's no reason to further complicate it." Even so, she felt bereft as she opened the door to her room. Lily was quiet in her crib. She hadn't been fussy all day, and Laura had to resist the urge to pick her up. The weight and warmth of her snuggly baby would be a comfort. But Laura was the mom. She was supposed to be strong and in control and be the one who provided comfort for Lily, not the other way around. She crossed the floor and climbed into the bed. It was cold, and she didn't know whether to sleep on her side or in the center. Neither option felt as comfortable as it did when she first came to the ranch. The next morning, she woke up well before she normally did, and could not go back to sleep no matter how hard she tried. She rolled over and pulled one of the extra pillows down over her head. She squeezed her eyes tight and willed sleep to come back to her. When that didn't work, Laura sighed and sat up, allowing the pillow to fall off her head to the mattress with a soft thud. "Might as well go make breakfast," she thought as she untangled herself from the blanket that she'd somehow balled up over the course of the evening. She glanced at Lily, who lay with her butt up in the air in the corner of the pack-and-play, before grabbing the baby monitor and heading to the kitchen. The house was silent. Laura did her best to move around the kitchen without making a sound. She quickly whipped eggs and dropped bread into the toaster. By the time Daryl and Kyle wandered out of their rooms, breakfast was on the table. "You didn't have to do this," Daryl said, even as he sat in his usual chair. "It does smell great, though." Kyle was quiet, but he smiled at the plate of food that sat at his normal place. "I could have gotten my own food," he told her. Laura hushed him. "The doctor told you not to lift a thing for 2 weeks," she reminded him. "I can lift a spoon, Laura," Kyle grumbled, but she could see him blushing just the slightest bit. "That's all you're allowed to lift." Laura looked at Daryl, and her heart hiccuped in her chest. "I'm going to take Lily to the house and get some things cleaned up, and then I'm going to call around and see about hiring a contractor to finish things up." Daryl took a moment to absorb that. He blinked a few too many times in a 10-second burst. "I can come with you and help if—" "No need," she cut him off. "You start working on whatever chore list Kyle makes for you. Now that we signed the paperwork for the trust, I should be able to hire out some professionals to get things buttoned up with the house. Then you and Lily can move home," Daryl said, almost so quietly that she had a moment to wonder if he meant for her to hear him. Regardless, Laura pressed onward. "Exactly," she said. Kyle chomped down more savagely than was necessary on a piece of toast. "You don't need to rush off," he said through a mouthful of food. "We've had way worse house guests." Daryl grunted out an agreement, but he wasn't looking at her now. Instead, he was pushing his eggs around with his fork. Laura laughed, but it was only to cover the surely audible sound of her heart cracking in two. Hopefully, neither of the men realized how strained her voice sounded. "While I appreciate that," she said, "and while I appreciate you letting Lily and I stay here for so long, I'm really excited to have my own space." "Are we that suffocating?" Daryl asked, and Laura shrank at the bitterness in his voice. "Of course not," she insisted. "It just wasn't the plan to live with roommates while Lily grows up. Besides, I want her to grow up in the same home that holds so many of my best memories." Both men nodded. They did understand living in a place full of good memories after all, but neither looked happy about it. "Anyway, enjoy breakfast. I'll be home in the afternoon to start dinner." "You're not eating with us?" Kyle asked before she could escape the room. She turned on a bright smile. "I've been up for nearly 2 hours, and I ate then," she lied. It was the best excuse she could come up with. "I'm ready to get the day going, you know." She touched 2 fingers to her eyebrow line in a mock salute. "Enjoy," she told them, and then looked at Daryl. "Don't forget to make that run to the pharmacy sooner rather than later." Daryl nodded. He still wasn't looking at her, and all she wanted to do was demand that he meet her eyes. Laura escaped to her room and gently woke Lily. The baby was normally a light sleeper, but she woke up with a startle that almost alarmed her into crying, though she quickly calmed down when she saw Laura. "Were you sleeping hard, sweet girl?" she cooed as she cradled the girl in her arms. "Mama is so sorry. We just need to go." Laura pulled out a onesie and a pair of pants and quickly got the baby dressed. She laughed when Lily seemed to be trying to help get her clothes on, and she nearly called Daryl to come see, but she stopped herself before she could. "You can't keep calling him to see every little thing. It'll only hurt worse when you can't," she told herself. Kyle and Daryl were still at the table when she emerged from the bedroom and reached for Lily's diaper bag. They barely looked up from their food, so she bit back her goodbye and headed out without one. While she would normally connect her phone to her car's radio and play something off her curated playlists to get her pumped up for a day of never-ending cleaning, she couldn't find one thing she actually wanted to listen to, so she drove in silence. Lily barely stirred from her car seat. It was as if she could sense Laura's bad mood. When they pulled into the driveway at the house, Laura expected to feel some sense of relief. She was home, and she finally had the means to make it the home that she remembered and cherished. But the darkened windows were foreboding, and she almost didn't get out of the car. "Get it together." Laura pulled in a deep breath, let it out through her nose, and then repeated herself. Laura plucked Lily out of her car seat and shouldered the diaper bag. "We've got this," she said to her daughter. "Don't we?" Lily smiled at her, flashing a bottom tooth that was much more visible today than it had been before. She kissed the little girl's head. "Yeah," she murmured as she walked up the stone pavers to the front door. "We can do this all on our own. No one's stopping us now." The house, with all of its partially completed projects, hadn't changed since the last time they were here, but without Daryl, the work seemed to stretch on endlessly. She needed to get on with making calls and tracking down contractors to take over from here, but it all seemed so overwhelming. Laura had gotten what she wanted, and she felt frozen standing in the doorway of her house. As she stood there, stuck in her own head, a car pulled behind hers in the driveway. Jeanette emerged from the car, and her lawyer-turned-friend joined her. "Laura, what are you doing?" Laura glanced at her. "There's so much to do," she said, almost whispering. Jeanette glanced through the open door. "I haven't even gone in, and I know you're right. Why are we just standing in the doorway?" "I'm afraid that it's going to be too quiet in there without Daryl," Laura admitted. Jeanette threw her arm around Laura. "Why do I get the feeling that you need to tell me something?" She was right. There was so much that Laura needed to say. "I love him," she said. Jeanette looked at her like Laura had lost her mind. "I figured that you must since you married him." Laura looked away, shame burning in her cheeks. "You didn't love him before, did you?" she asked, connecting the dots. "I needed out from under Clark," Laura said, "and he needed help with some debts. We made an arrangement, and now that arrangement can come to end." "But you don't want it to?" Laura felt miserable. "I want him," she said. "But I can't have him and keep control of my life. I would be signing myself away to another man." Jeanette made a face. "I don't think Daryl is anything like Clark." "I never said that," Laura said, defensive. "It's just that I need to be on my own. I need to show Lily that she never needs to rely on anyone for anything." Jeanette's judgmental expression didn't budge. Laura was a little surprised that the lawyer was disagreeing with her. For as long as Laura had known her, Jeanette had been her role model of what an independent woman could be. Jeanette was a powerhouse. She had a career and a family, and although she had a husband, she didn't need him in the way Laura used to need Clark. She wasn't dependent on him. Laura wanted to model that self-sufficiency for Lily as she grew up. "Why don't I get you some coffee?" Jeanette asked. "Then we can come back and try to deal with all of this." This feels like a banana split moment, Laura thought, but she nodded and allowed herself to be turned around and pointed to Jeanette's car. Chapter 26. Laura wasn't at the house when Daryl pulled up. There wasn't anyone there, actually, which wasn't a huge surprise. She told him that she'd hired a contractor to finish up the renovations, but they were still in the initial stages, making up plans for what needed to happen and ordering all the necessary materials. From what Laura had said, it sounded like it would be at least another week before the work crew showed up, another week that she'd be staying at the ranch. It wasn't much, but he was holding on to every day he could get. She wasn't sleeping in his room anymore, but the fact that she hadn't actually moved out yet still gave him a modicum of hope that she might want to stay. Daryl wanted her to stay, but they were in limbo. Ever since the day of the hearing, their relationship had been very polite, almost formal, like they were strangers who happened to live in the same house. He'd practically had to insist today that she let him come over to remove the baseboards. They'd planned 2 weeks ago that this would be the day he'd tackle that task. It had been the best opening in his schedule to really take a day and tackle the project. Laura had tried to argue that it wasn't necessary, that she could get the contractor and his crew to take care of that, but Daryl had made a commitment, and he wasn't going to blow it off. He needed to prove, more to himself than to Laura, that when he gave his word, he'd keep it. So here he was. And here, Laura wasn't. Was she avoiding him? Just the thought of it made his stomach sink. He decided to focus on the work to keep himself distracted. He grabbed the hammer and pry bar from his truck and got started. He began in the living room. He'd force the pry bar between the wall and the molding with the hammer, and then use his own weight to help him lever the molding off. The first few pieces hung on valiantly, but once he got a few up, the molding seemed to have sensed its own demise and began popping off without much effort from him at all. Seeing the molding flying off the walls was weirdly satisfying, giving him an energy that he didn't know he possessed, and he moved more and more quickly. He finished the living room in less than an hour, and then he moved into the kitchen, which only took him 20 minutes. He moved on to the next room from there. He'd just finished up in Lily's room when he heard her come through the door. "Daryl?" she called out. "Where are you?" Laura appeared in Lily's doorway, eyes wide, with a dozing Lily in her arms. "Just getting rid of the baseboards and crown molding like we discussed," he explained. "What have you done?" Her voice was choked, like her throat was being squeezed shut. Daryl looked at the progress he'd made. Surely she couldn't be mad at him about this. He wasn't overstepping. They'd agreed that he'd do this. Yeah, she'd tried to change his mind, telling him that the contractors could handle it, but he'd talked her around in the end. This wasn't like the roof. He hadn't just stepped in and assumed. He'd talked about it with her first, and they'd come to an agreement. He'd done it right this time, hadn't he? God, please say he'd gotten this right. He'd spent the past week dealing with a grumpy brother, an irritated sister, and a frosty wife, all of which had him going around feeling like he did nothing but screw things up. He was exhausted from running around trying to handle his orders and all the ranch work and nurse Kyle and help out Laura. He needed to know that he'd finally done something right. Laura was going to come out of her skin. She'd felt anger before. She was sure of it, but nothing to this magnitude. She balled her hands into fists. "There was one part of this house that I asked not be changed. You promised." Daryl looked confused for a moment, but then it seemed to click. He looked down at all of the broken pieces of trim all around them. "I got so caught up I forgot all about your growth chart." He dropped the hammer and pry bar. "I am so sorry, Laura Jo." His apology did nothing to abate her anger. She was positively shaking with it, and Lily clutched her a little tighter, as if she sensed her mother's distress. "That growth chart was one of the few memories that I have perfect clarity about," Laura said. "My parents would make a big deal out of those little milestones. My father practically bounced up and down on growth chart days, and you destroyed it." Daryl looked contrite. "It was an accident. I wasn't even looking when I pulled everything up. I just wanted to get it done for you." "Why did you need to?" Laura's voice pitched upward. It was almost a shock to her system that she could be loud. "It's like I told you this morning, the contractor and his crew could handle this. I don't need you here." He flinched as if he'd been struck. "I thought I was just doing what we'd agreed to," he said, and she could hear the strain in his voice as he tried to stay calm. "I was trying to keep my promise to you." He seemed so sincere, but she didn't quite believe him. "But in keeping this one promise, you broke another one to me, one that was much more important. I trusted you, and you let me down." Daryl swallowed this information. He struggled with it. Laura knew that if this were any other argument, she would have felt bad or guilty for saying the words that she knew would hurt him the most, but the bitter anger she felt blocked out everything out. "I know the growth chart meant a lot to you, and I'm truly sorry that I took it down," he told her. "Well, being sorry doesn't fix anything, does it?" she spat back. "Not when you've wrecked everything." "I'm the one who wrecked everything? Really?" Daryl shot back, anger starting to work into his voice now. "Be honest now. This isn't just about a piece of wood. You're using any little thing to blow this up." "What this?" Laura demanded. He just shook his head, his jaw tight and his eyes blazing. "You know what I'm talking about, Laura Jo," he said. "Please, don't insult my intelligence by pretending otherwise. You've been pulling away from me ever since the day of the hearing." "You're the one who told your sister that it was nothing," she thought, but the words, however accusatory, got stuck in her throat. "Whatever we think we feel about each other," she said, not willing to concede, "doesn't matter now." "Why not? Because I made a mistake? Or because you decided to be done with me and this gives you a good excuse?" She shook her head. "Because I can't trust you to do things the way that I want them when you're so focused on doing what you think is right." Daryl was quiet for a moment, and Laura thought that he would leave without saying anything else. She could tell he contemplated it for a moment. "I have bent over backwards to accommodate you," he said in a quiet, strained tone. "I've left my family in the lurch more times than I can count because I was with you. Kyle got hurt because I was so wrapped up in what you needed that I forgot all about him." Laura flinched when he mentioned Kyle. She would never forgive herself for that. She wasn't totally to blame, and they both knew it, but she did forget to put the hearing on his calendar. She had said that she would handle that, and it completely slipped her mind. "I never asked you for that," she insisted, but her words were weak in her own ears. She swallowed and tried again. "I never wanted to disrupt your life." "You did," he said flatly. "You disrupted my entire life, and the worst part is that I don't regret a moment of that because I wanted you to be happy. I just don't know what it is that you want from me." Laura took a breath. Her anger abated slightly. In a sudden moment of clarity, she saw that she could forgive him, except that he truly didn't mean to hurt her by pulling down her growth chart, and they could move on from this. The option was there, but she knew that couldn't happen. He had been right about one thing. They'd been heading toward this ever since the hearing. It might as well happen now. They needed to move on with their lives. "There's nothing that I want from you," she said, "besides an annulment. Jeanette has already started putting together the paperwork, and once everything is signed, I'll transfer the money from the trust to you so that you can pay off the ranch's debts." She made her voice as flat and matter-of-fact as she could manage, but she couldn't bring herself to look into his eyes. "So that's it?" he asked. "That's it," she said with a nod. "I'll come by later to get our things." Daryl looked around. "You're going to stay in a construction zone just to get away from me? You don't have to do that, Laura Jo." He stepped towards her, but Laura forced herself to step back. If he touched her, she would give in, and she had to be strong, not just for herself, but for Lily too. "If it comes to that, we can pay to stay in a hotel or get a temporary rental. With access to my funds, I won't have any trouble affording something. Lily and I need to learn to stand on our own feet again," she said, "and we can't do that if we're always relying on you." The broken, frustrated expression on Daryl's face nearly broke her resolve. She looked away. "I think you should go." The words landed between them like they were made of lead. Daryl stood there for a moment, and then he nodded. Laura moved so that he could get through the bedroom door. Although she wanted to, she would not allow herself to watch him leave the house. She had this horrifying thought that if she did watch him go, she would run after him. Lily smacked her chubby baby hand against her face, bringing her gaze down to her daughter. If an infant could look affronted, that was Lily's expression. "I had to do it," she murmured. "How am I going to teach you to be strong and independent if we rely on him, huh? What kind of mother would that make me?" She nuzzled her daughter's hair, breathing in her comforting scent. "We're going to be okay, just us two." The rumble of Daryl's truck started and then faded as he pulled down the driveway and drove away. When she couldn't hear that sound anymore, Laura allowed herself to pull in a shuddering breath. Tears spilled down her cheeks, and she did nothing to stop them. She rocked with Lily, nearly dancing down the hallway and back into their living room. Broken baseboards and crown molding were everywhere. He hadn't gotten to the point of bagging everything up to throw it away. "Let's get this mess cleaned up," she murmured more to herself than to Lily. Chapter 27. "Do you think this sounds good?" Daryl asked Kyle as they sat at the kitchen table. "Ranch looking to hire experienced hand who has worked with cattle and can easily lift 50 pounds. Kyle mulled it over for a moment. "Sounds good to me," he said, and took a bite of his eggs. Daryl had gotten up early to make them both breakfast. Truth be told, Daryl hadn't gone to sleep. He hadn't been sleeping well since Laura moved out. It had started when she moved out of his room, but now that all traces of her and Lily had disappeared from the house, he felt empty. Daryl had buried himself in work around the ranch to make up for Kyle's absence, but now he was behind on his leather projects. It was time to find some more permanent help on the ranch. They had Caleb and a few floater hands, but they needed at least one more permanent hand, maybe two if they could afford it in a few months. "What's on the schedule for today?" Daryl asked. "Stitches removal." He looked up at his brother. "Already? Are you sure they're ready to come out?" "If I keep them for one more day, I'm going to rip them out myself," Kyle said flatly, and Daryl couldn't bite back a little laugh. After the first 2 or 3 days, Kyle began complaining about how much the stitches itched. The complaints were growing more colorful by the day. "Do you need a ride?" "Georgina's coming to pick me up for the appointment," Kyle said, and Daryl did his best to nod and not take it personally. He and Kyle hadn't really talked about the night he got hurt, outside of Daryl apologizing, but Kyle had thanked him for stepping up when it came to covering for him on the ranch. That thank you had been physically painful for Daryl. His younger brother shouldn't have to thank him for doing the work that he should already be doing. Despite the civility that now existed between them, Kyle had kept Daryl at arm's length. He hadn't wanted to talk to Daryl about anything but the ranch. Daryl couldn't blame him, but he missed his brother. "I'll get with Caleb about anything that needs to get done today." Kyle nodded. "Sounds good." Daryl cleared the table, and because he needed to meet with Caleb, he threw the plates and pan into the dishwasher instead of giving them a quick wash in the sink. When he bent down to put the plates on the bottom row, something small and pink at the bottom of the washer caught his eye. He shifted the rack out as far as he could and reached inside. He pulled out one of Lily's infant spoons. Laura must have dropped it and didn't realize. It was the first sign that Laura and Lily had been here, and it hurt more than it should. "Dude, are you crying over a spoon?" Daryl stood up, still clutching the pink plastic, and looked at Kyle. "I'm not crying." Kyle didn't look convinced. "Have you talked to her?" He knew that he shouldn't question why Kyle was suddenly interested in talking to him again, but he couldn't help but feel incredulous that his brother would choose now to start a conversation, especially about Laura. "She doesn't want to hear from me," he said. "So you haven't called?" Kyle said, and Daryl could hear him rolling his eyes. "You're giving up." Jerk. His hands balled into fists. "There was nothing to give up," he said. "She made that very clear when she told me she was moving out. There was never anything there." "Oh, come on," Kyle scoffed. "You and I both know that's BS." Daryl slammed the dishwasher shut. "I've got to meet Caleb," he muttered, hoping that Kyle would have enough sense to leave it alone. He left the house and took the gator out to the far pasture where Caleb was checking on the cattle. They had a vet appointment in a week or so, and it helped to know which of the cattle needing tending to first. He found the younger man in the field with a work shirt bundled in his arms. "Caleb?" Daryl jumped out of the gator. "What's that?" Caleb unwrapped the work shirt to reveal a tiny calf, maybe only a few hours old. "It's early for calves," Daryl said. "I know. This one was definitely not planned," Caleb said. "I'm not sure who he belongs to, just found him crying in a heap." He patted the calf's head gently. "You think he'll make it?" Calves born out of sync like this, and then abandoned, didn't always stand the best chance. Daryl thought maybe 25% of them made it through the winter, and that was only if they could find the mother and get her to nurse, or they found a substitute. Caleb touched the calf's head again. "I don't know," he said. "I thought I might look after the little guy." He looked up at Daryl. "If you don't mind." Daryl shook his head. "Not at all. He's all yours." The ranch hand smiled and thanked him. "Anything particular we need to get done today?" "We finished up with the fence repairs yesterday, so other than checking the herd, there's nothing too pressing." Daryl's mind shot to the pile of projects in his workshop that needed attending to. "You think you and your new friend there can handle it today? I've got some things I should probably get finished." Caleb nodded. "Sure thing, boss. If you need anything, just call me." The ranch hand tipped his hat, and Daryl took the gator and sped to his workshop. On the drive back, Daryl hoped that he would find some sense of peace in his workshop, but when he got there, all he saw was a mountain of work that needed to be tackled. He pulled out the saddle that he'd been working on. The one he was making for Laura had been shoved deep into the pile, and he settled at his table to work on the delicate stitching. He did lose himself in the repetitive motions of his hands as he worked the leather through the industrial sewing machine, and after a few hours, the saddle was finished. He put oil on a cloth and buffed the black leather until it shined. Beautiful piece, he thought, but instead of feeling accomplished like he normally would, he just felt neutral. Not bad, per se, but there wasn't any joy either. Just as he was finishing up, the door to the workshop squeaked open. "Daryl?" It was Georgina. He turned to look at her. "How'd Kyle's appointment go?" She shrugged. "Stitches came out and his skin didn't open back up, so I guess that's good. They still want him to rest for a few more days, but then he'll be back in fighting shape." No permanent damage, he thought with relief. He had been lucky. Daryl would never forgive himself if Kyle had been more seriously hurt. He could barely forgive himself now, despite both of his siblings telling him to let it go. "Good," he said. "Thanks for taking him." She smiled. "What are worry-wart older sisters for?" Her words had their desired effect. Daryl smiled. "The girls were wondering when Uncle Daryl was going to come help us put the Christmas tree up," she said. Daryl could see that she was trying to find a reason to stick around. "Just get on with whatever you want to say," he thought. He shrugged noncommittally to her. They always put the tree up the week before Christmas every year. Their mother hadn't been one of those Christmas people. She loved decorations for the short while before and after the holiday, but it would be all taken down on New Year's Day. It was its own kind of tradition in a way. He watched as her eyes drifted to his work table, and she let out a little gasp. "Daryl, that's gorgeous!" He glanced down at the saddle, and still, he felt no thrill. "Thanks," he said. Daryl could feel her staring at him. "Did it not come out the way you were hoping?" "It came out just fine," Daryl said. "But you aren't happy?" He shrugged, and Georgina let out an exasperated sound. It reminded him so much of Kyle this morning that his guard went up. "You've been talking to Kyle," he accused. Georgina smacked him on the arm. "Of course I have, moron," she said, but the worry in her eyes softened the blow and her words. "You're miserable, and we can both see it." Daryl shook his head. "I'm not miserable." "You are," Georgina insisted. He watched her pace back and forth. She ran her hands over a few of the machines in his small space. When Laura had been here and done the same, he had enjoyed her presence into his inner sanctum. With Georgina, he wished that she would leave. Immediately. "You're burying your head in the sand about Laura," she said after a moment, gesturing around at the shop. "You figure if you bury yourself in working Kyle's jobs on the ranch and your projects in here, you'll eventually forget about her. Why does she have to be so perceptible?" "I'm not trying to forget Laura Jo," he said, even as he winced saying her name. Her leaving was always how the story was going to end. It's nothing I wasn't expecting, and it's fine. She got her freedom from her ex, and I got to keep the bank from foreclosing on the ranch. This is what we both wanted," Georgina scoffed. "I don't know what you've done with my younger brother," she said, "but I'd like him back, please." "What do you mean?" "You've always been a passionate guy, Daryl," she said, "but you've been trying so hard since Kyle's accident to shut that down, to just do things by the book, without pouring your heart into it." "What's wrong with that?" he argued. "Pouring my heart into things had me making mistakes. It led to people getting hurt, including me. But Daryl, don't you see? That's why there's no joy for you in here." Her words sank in and lodged themselves under his skin. "I've always been passionate about this," he said, gesturing to the workshop around them. "So, Sherlock, why do I dread coming out here anymore? It's not the projects. I've always had a stack of things to do, and it's never bothered me before." Georgina gave him a sad smile. "You still love this," she said, "but now you're approaching it in the wrong way." Daryl threw his hands up in the air, exasperated. "Yes," he spat out. "I know. I always do everything wrong. I get it, okay? How many times did you tell me that I got too wrapped up in things, that it gave me tunnel vision, that I ignored what was important to focus on what I was passionate about? And now that I'm trying not to do that anymore, now that I'm thinking things through and doing what needs to be done, you're still not happy?" Georgina approached him and put her hands on his shoulders. It was like he was a kid again, and she was going to deliver some big sister wisdom. "You're my little brother, and I love you," she said. "That will never ever change. But right now I'm not happy because you're not happy. Do you really think this is what I wanted? For you to turn into some kind of automaton, sticking to a schedule and going through the motions and not feeling anything? So before, I felt too much, and now I don't feel enough?" "Yes," she said quietly but with force. "The problem before wasn't that you led with your heart, and the problem now isn't that you're leading with your head. It's that you're picking one over the other. You need both in your life. You need structure and schedules, but you also need passion and joy. The trick is finding a balance between the two, one that makes you happy, with the person who makes you happy and who helps keep you balanced. Understand?" "No. Yes. Maybe." He honestly wasn't sure. All he knew was that nothing had felt in balance about his life since she had left. And if she stayed gone, he didn't know if it ever would again. "I have a lot of thinking to do." Georgina poked him in the chest. "Feeling too," she reminded. "That is the last thing I want to do," he groused to himself. But Daryl knew that she was right. He had to use both his head and his heart to find a way to make this right. Chapter 28. Laura had been so happy to pick a tree from the Christmas tree lot until she got it home. It was a little too large for the small living room, and when she dug out the Christmas decorations that had been in the attic all these years, she realized that she wouldn't have enough to cover even a third of the tree. She looked at Lily, who was lying on her interactive mat in front of the television, watching cartoon cats croon out lullabies. "I'm not sure this is going to work," she said. She looked back at the tree. "What are we going to do with you?" An idea formed in Laura's mind. It was Lily's first Christmas, and she wanted it to be something special, something just for the two of them. She looked around at the boxes that were stacked everywhere and located the one that she'd shoved some of her crafting supplies and old photo albums into. This year she would make special frames holding special pictures of Lily and also pictures from Laura's childhood and hang them all over the tree. She sat on the floor by Lily and started flipping through all of her old photos. The ones of Lily were stored on her phone. She would have to find a print lab to get those, but she could at least pick them all out today so that she could start designing frames. The album in her hands was from before her parents died. She smiled as she flipped through the pages at the pictures of her own smiling face much younger than she ever remembered being. She pulled out a picture of her parents, holding her as an infant. "You see them, Lily, my love?" she asked, holding out the picture for Lily to see. The baby looked at her, but she didn't seem particularly impressed. "Those are your grandparents. They would have loved you more than all the stars in the sky, just like I do." She sucked in a breath. Her chest was suddenly tight. Her parents were never far from her mind, but it had been a long while since she'd looked through the old albums and seen actual pictures of them. In the first pictures of her as a baby, her parents were young, even younger than Laura was now, but she could see the love all over their faces, page after page of moments where their love practically leapt from the pictures. It's nice to have a reminder that love can actually work, she thought, as she absently touched the page. She picked up another album, and the Laura in these photos was older, school age. She had a grin that was missing baby teeth. Flipping through the page, there was her and Daryl standing in front of the tree that used to be in her backyard, arms thrown around each other's shoulders. A laugh that hiccuped into a sob rose in her throat, and she reached out to touch the image of a young Daryl. He was a smidge shorter than her. This had to be the summer before she moved away from Windy Creek, but his eyes were the same steely blue. Daryl was a looker even then, Laura told Lily, showing her the picture. She snorted and shook her head. Too bad I was too blind to see it until it was too late. Laura meant to tuck the photo back beneath its protective cover, but she couldn't quite bring herself to do it. I'll make it a frame, she thought. If she hung it on the tree, who would know but her? Besides, she and Daryl would be able to be friends again when the awkwardness between them had settled again. They would be able to see each other in town and smile, maybe get a cup of coffee together. Eventually, right? Mama may have messed up, she confessed to Lily. I might have lost the best friend I ever had. She looked at the baby. Besides you, of course. The days since she'd left the ranch had shown her how wrong she'd been to end things the way she had. Yes, their romantic relationship had needed to come to a close, but the angry words she'd spat out were not the way she'd wanted it to go. She hated that she was the cause of this tension and silence between them. Above everything else, she missed her friend. Once she'd culled the pictures that she wanted to turn into ornaments from the albums, she grabbed her phone to find the pictures of Lily that she wanted. While the beginning of her album was infant pictures, the more recent pictures of Lily make her think of Daryl immediately. She didn't realize just how many pictures they'd taken together over the last few months, and if he wasn't in the pictures directly, she knew that he was the one who took them. The last picture made her stomach clench. It was a candid shot that she'd taken without thinking. Daryl had been laying on the couch. They were trying to watch a movie, and Lily was sprawled on his chest, sleeping peacefully tucked against his heart. It had been a sweet moment that she'd captured. Even though it broke her heart, she knew that this would make it onto her tree, too. She didn't know it until a teardrop landed with a wet plop onto her phone that she was crying. She wiped at her face absently, eyes still glued to the picture of the two most important people in the world. Lily, I've never really told you about your father, she murmured, because I don't really think of you as having one. Clark was never going to be the kind of man who would take you to the park or to the aquarium. He's not the kind of guy who would play tea party with you. She sniffled and wiped at her cheek again. You deserve that kind of daddy, Lily. You deserve the kind of daddy who would love you with everything that he is, and that was never going to be Clark Longbottom. She groaned aloud. I will never forgive myself for nearly saddling you with that last name. I am so sorry. Lily Rivers has a nice ring to it. Her mind whispered to her, traitorous thing that it was. Laura had to get up. She had to stop wallowing like this. Come on, she said, pocketing her phone and picking Lily up. The baby made a squeaky noise of contentment, and she smiled. Lily had been smiling more and more recently. Each one made Laura light up a little inside. Let's go get these printed, and we'll start making our decorations. Lily made another little squeaking noise that Laura decided was in agreement. They drove downtown to the pharmacy, and she used the kiosk in the back corner to print the pictures from her phone. While they were waiting for everything to print, she and Lily wandered the aisles. She picked up some snacks. Crafting required Doritos, after all, and when she turned down the art supplies aisle, she grabbed some popsicle sticks and paint. When their prints were done, she picked them up and headed to the front to pay for everything. As she was handing the cashier her debit card, the door opened and Georgina breezed in. Of course, she spotted her right away. Laura froze. Ma'am, the cashier said, trying to hand her the receipt. Ma'am? Your receipt? Laura jolted. Sure, she said, looking back at the cashier. Yes, thank you. She took the proffered paper and stuffed it into her pocket. When she turned to make her exit, Georgina was still standing there, waiting for her. Laura threw back her shoulders and put a smile on her face. Hey, Georgina, she said. How've you been? She quirked an eyebrow at her. That's all you have to say to me? Laura immediately tensed. She was on the defensive before she even realized it. What else am I supposed to say? She shot back. My brother is a mess over you. The words weren't exactly kind, but the tone wasn't full of malice. If anything, Georgina looked concerned. And I have the sneaking suspicion that you're a mess too. Lady, you don't know the half of it. She shrugged, going for casual. I'm fine, Georgina, she said. Daryl and I are adults, and we've made our decisions. When the awkwardness is done, we'll find a way to be friends again. Is that what you're telling yourself? Laura felt like she was going to turn inside out under Georgina's scrutiny. I believe it, she said. I have to believe it. Daryl and I always seem to find our way back into each other's lives, and I have to trust that we will again when the time is right. Georgina tisked and reached out to fluff Lily's hair. It's so ironic that you would say that, while completely missing what it means. What are you talking about? Laura was well and truly frustrated now. You keep coming back into each other's lives because you love each other, and deep down you know that you should be together, Georgina said, wrapping Lily's blonde hair around her finger to make ringlets. Any idiot can see it. She's calling you stupid, she told herself. She's probably right. I'm done with this conversation, she said. Laura readjusted her hold on Lily and then walked past Georgina. A touch on her arm stopped her. What? Georgina's face was soft and sad. You're still invited for Christmas, she told Laura. The girls are enamored of Lily, and they'll be so sad if they don't get to see her. Laura stared at her for a minute, unsure if she was kidding or not. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Just think about it, Georgina cut her off. Please? Laura nodded, although there was no way on earth that they would actually go. I'll think about it, she promised, lying through her teeth. Georgina gave her a look like she knew that Laura was just giving her lip service. See you around, Laura Jo. She startled a bit at her double name coming from someone other than Daryl's mouth. She didn't care for it. Bye, Georgina. Laura hustled out of the pharmacy and back to her car. Let's go make our ornaments, huh? She asked Lily, trying to distract herself. Let's go decorate our tree. Making ornaments sounded more fun than it proved to be in the actual execution. Lily fell asleep in the car on the way home, so she laid her in the pack-and-play for a nap and sat at her kitchen table with a glue gun. She made a popsicle stick frame for each picture. Shoot! She cursed out loud when she stuck her finger in the scalding hot glue for the 30th time. Shoot! She stuck the stinging finger in her mouth and tried to ease the ache in the digit. Once she assembled the frames, she painted them with the red, green, and gold paint that she'd bought. Then she fit the pictures into the frames. She liked the results just fine, but when she went to put them on the tree, it just didn't feel right. Laura had always loved trimming the Christmas tree with her parents. It was the second best thing about the holidays. But this didn't feel like that. Not even close. Honestly, being back in the house didn't make her feel the way that she had thought it would. It was a lot lonelier than she had expected. She'd moved Lily's crib back into her room so that the baby was with her at night. The first few nights back, with Lily in the nursery, Laura hadn't been able to sleep. Now, looking at their first Christmas tree, she wanted to feel that same connection and rush of love for family that she used to, but instead, she just felt like something was missing. Chapter 29. Dude, I'm going to need you to calm down a little. Daryl, who had been in the middle of pushing over a rotten fence post, paused and looked at his brother. Calm down, he asked. I wasn't aware that I was doing anything particularly exciting. Kyle groaned. You're like the Energizer Bunny, man. What's the rush? We've already repaired almost 10 miles of fence today, he said. Just the two of us. Don't you think that's a little extreme? The fence posts are rotting, and I'd prefer to get them fixed before it gets too cold. No, I get that, but... He squeezed the bridge of his nose. You've been a little crazy lately with all this focus on working around the clock. I know Georgina's talked to you about it, but that only seemed to make you worse. Daryl glared at him. What are you saying? I'm saying that I'm worried about you, you jerk. Kyle set down the wire cutters that he'd been holding. You were helping out while I was healing, and that was great. Then you hired Mikey, and that was even better, but now it's like you won't let go. Now I'm hovering too much? Was there anything that he could get right? You don't want my help anymore? It's not that, Kyle said. It's just that you've done a 180 on us. You were so into your workshop before that I hardly ever saw you, but now you're all about the ranch all the time. Why? We have the extra help now, but you never go work on your leather projects. Aren't a couple due soon? Shouldn't you be focusing on them? Daryl felt knocked off kilter. The ranch should be our focus. That's our main form of income. It's the legacy that Mom and Dad left for us. My leatherworks are a fun hobby, but I just don't have a lot of time right now. He shrugged casually, as if his stomach wasn't twisting itself into sickening knots. The truth was, he just couldn't feel inspired to work when the task didn't hold the joy that it had before. He knew what Georgina had said, but it wasn't so easy to find whatever that balance was that she seemed to think he needed. Not when he felt like half of his heart was living somewhere else. I gave some of my clients their money back. Kyle blinked, and then did it again, more slowly. You did what now? He asked. I gave them their money back and told them that I wouldn't get a chance to work on their projects just now. Taking in Kyle's gobsmacked look, Daryl was quick to add, I'll take some more commissions when we get some time, he lied, but I want to be free for now. Why? Kyle demanded. I'm all better now. I get it, Kyle, but my name is on the deed to the ranch, and it's time I took a vested interest in our future. Kyle snorted. A vested interest? His snort turned into true, deep laughter. I'm sorry, he said as he gasped. I'm sorry, but when did you start thinking about the future like that? Daryl considered decking his brother. When I realized how much I'd put your future at risk by pushing you too hard, loading too much up onto you. Kyle's laughter disappeared. Wait, this isn't because of the barn accident, is it? Daryl just shrugged in reply, and Kyle shook his head. Dude, it was an accident. The same thing could have happened even if you were standing right there. But I wasn't standing there, Daryl argued. You were here on your own, bleeding yourself dry until you called Georgina. That's on me. And if I'd shown any good sense at all, I'd have waited another day to deal with the ranch rather than throwing a fit and tackling it by myself just because I was mad at you, Kyle countered. That's on me. I did something stupid and I paid the price for it. End of story. His younger brother stared at him for a good, long minute, clearly waiting for him to say something, but Daryl couldn't think of a thing to say. He didn't agree with his brother, and that was that. The guilt wasn't going to go away just because Kyle said so. I think you're punishing yourself, Kyle said after they'd completed 2 more posts in near silence. I'm what? You're not going after Laura, not trying to win her back because you're punishing yourself for being with her when I got hurt. The words were quiet, and Kyle wouldn't look at him. Do you need to hear that I forgive you? I mean, I don't actually blame you in the first place, but if forgiveness is what it'll take for you to get off your butt, then you have it, okay? I forgive you. I want you to be happy, and we both know that happiness for you means being with Laura. So, go get her. Laura sat at Jeanette's desk and stared at yet another set of divorce papers. Although she and Daryl had initially decided to get an annulment, Jeanette suggested that a divorce would be what everyone would expect. It was much more common and much more realistic. Even though she knew this was coming, it didn't make the pain go away in the slightest to stare at the neat stack of papers. What are your reasons for filing? Jeanette asked. State law dictated that she had to have a reason for the split, so they would need to put something down. She sighed. Irreconcilable differences, she said. It was a catch-all term that could mean everything and nothing at the same time, but it boiled down to the idea that there were fundamental differences between them that they couldn't overcome. For a marriage that lasted less than 4 months, That was the answer that made the most sense. Jeanette nodded her head, but even as she filled in the right part of the divorce decree, she looked up at Laura with the saddest look on her face. "Jeanette," Laura all but growled. "Stop." "Stop what?" her friend asked. "I'm not doing anything." Laura knew that there was a but coming, and she wasn't the least bit surprised when Jeanette continued. "But are you sure that this is what you want?" She wanted to say, of course, "This is what I want," and be confident in that decision. But, truth was, she wasn't sure at all what she wanted anymore. Or rather, she felt like she wanted too many things, and she had to pick between them. She wanted to be independent. She wanted to be a good role model to Lily, but at the same time, she wanted Daryl in her life, and in Lily's life too. "I want—" Laura shook her head. "I don't know what I want." It was all so much clearer when she divorced Clark. She hadn't had any hesitations over signing those papers. "I've never had a client look so close to throwing up over a divorce that they were asking for," Jeanette pointed out. "So what?" Laura snapped back. She was tired of having this conversation. "Let's just get this over with, okay? Can we do that?" Jeanette nodded and handed her one of the heavy, gold-plated pens from the locked drawer on her desk. Laura reached for it with trembling fingers. She nearly dropped it when the full weight of the pen dropped into her hand. "I've marked all the places you need to sign and initial," Jeanette said, and watched when she took that pen to the document. Laura's hands trembled so badly that she couldn't actually make the letters to form her name. She kept trying to steady herself, even to go as far as to put down the fancy pen and ask for one of the simple, throwaway promotional pens that Jeanette used as advertisement, but still her hands trembled. "I can put it on a tablet for you to e-sign it," Jeanette suggested. Laura let out a laugh, but it came out more like a sob. She ducked her head and rested it on her arms. "I don't know if I can do this," she mumbled. "What was that?" Jeanette sounded nearly gleeful. Darn her, Laura thought unkindly. She sat up, glaring. "I don't think that I can sign these." "Because why?" Jeanette pressed. There were so many reasons Laura didn't even know where to start. She had everything that she was supposed to want, everything that was supposed to make her happy. She was back in the town that she loved. She was free from Clark in every aspect of her life. She was living in the house that held so many happy memories for her, and she was fully independent. And yet, the independence felt hollow when she was so lonely. And at the end of the day, the house that she had put so much of her time, her heart, and her money into was just a heap of bricks and boards. It was going to look beautiful after all of the renovations, but ultimately it was empty with just her and Lily to live there. It didn't feel like a full home because they didn't feel like a full family. On the other hand, she'd never felt more at home anywhere than when she was at the ranch. It wasn't just Daryl's siblings and nieces and nephew that attracted her. Laura would have wanted Daryl even without his charming, if somewhat crazy, family. She loved him, and she loved being married to him. "I want to be his wife," she said. "I want to stay his wife." Jeanette smiled. "That's more like it," she crooned and slapped her hands together. "Let's see about that now." "Jeanette," her lawyer looked at her. "What if he doesn't want me to be his wife?" She laughed. "Trust me, he wants you to be his wife. Everyone but you, apparently, can see it." She reached over and took Laura's hand. "You deserve all of the happiness in the world, Laura. You deserve to trust your heart." Chapter 30. Being up to his elbows in refuse wasn't exactly how Daryl pictured this day going, but before he could do anything in the way of winning back Laura, he had to make something right first. "Dude, that's nasty," Kyle called from his post as lookout outside of the dumpster. "You better have time to shower before she gets here, because if you don't, you're going to smell like hot garbage juice while you spill your guts." "I'm aware of that," Daryl griped back. "Shut up and keep watch," Kyle scoffed. "Relax. Georgina texted and said she was going to run interference for us. She spotted her and that lawyer friend of hers at the cafe in town. If they leave, she'll let us know." "Oh." Daryl relaxed a little bit, but he kept moving, looking through all of the broken pieces of baseboards and crown molding that Laura had thrown into the dumpster. He got lucky that he had his epiphany now. The renovation work was just getting underway, so the dumpster that Laura had ordered hadn't been filled enough to need to be emptied yet. If they'd already hauled it off, he wouldn't have stood a chance at finding the growth chart that he'd yanked off the wall. Just as he was nearing the end of his patience, he flipped a piece of molding over, and he saw the deeply ingrained grooves. "Found it," he called, and Kyle let out a whooping yell. He climbed up the side, tossed the molding down to Kyle, and then climbed out of the dumpster. Kyle's nose wrinkled. "Dude, you reek." "I'm aware." He plucked the molding out his brother's hand. "Let's get this put up, and then while I shower, you can set out the model." "Deal." Daryl felt moderately bad that they were in her house without her there. That had a huge chance of blowing up in his face. But when he showed her how much she meant to him and begged her to take him back, he wanted to do it in the home that meant so much to her. When they came through the door, Daryl spotted the tree on the opposite side of the room, and despite being on a time crunch, he couldn't stop himself from crossing the room. The tree was decorated with framed pictures of Lily and Laura, and there were a few of him too. "She has pictures of me." He reached up and touched a picture of him and Lily on the couch at the ranch. He didn't even know that she had taken a picture of that. Kyle made a sound, but he was typing away on his phone. "Go shower," he told him. "Georgina says they're on the move." Daryl nodded, and he made a mad dash for the bathroom. He knew that it was weird that he was using her shower, but his plans to romance Laura didn't include smelling awful from crawling around in a dumpster. On the way to the bathroom, he stopped in the bedroom and quickly rehung the growth chart molding. It fit back into place surprisingly easily. Like it had been missing its home somehow. He took the quickest shower that he could manage and pulled out the outfit that Georgina had to approve of before she would allow him to wear it. He stepped into his nicest pair of cowboy boots and looked in the mirror. Well, maybe Georgina knows a thing or two after all, he thought. When he came back out to the living room, Kyle had turned on the tree lights and laid out a picnic on the floor. In the center was a poinsettia centerpiece. "This looks great," Daryl said. "Thanks, man." His brother clapped him on the back. "Don't mess this up," Kyle said. Daryl smiled. "I'll try not to." Lights turning up the driveway alerted them to Laura's arrival. Moments later, the door opened slowly. "Hello?" Laura called. She looked around her door, sort of huddled behind it, but she relaxed when she saw Daryl and Kyle standing in her living room. She came into the foyer, Lily in her arms. "What are you two doing here?" Daryl gestured at the picnic spread out on the floor. "Come eat with me, Laura Jo?" He held his breath, but when she smiled, relief flooded through him. "That's my cue to get out of the way," Kyle said with a smirk. He held his hands out for the baby. "Let me babysit while you two catch up." Laura opened her mouth to turn him down, Daryl could tell, but then she relented and handed the baby to Kyle. "She needs dinner." Kyle touched his forehead in a mock salute. Aye, Captain." He pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "We'll be at Georgina's," he said, which further helped to unwind Laura's shoulders. They watched Kyle and Lily head back out the door, leaving them alone for the first time in weeks. "Come sit?" Daryl asked again. Laura's heart was pounding in her chest. She wouldn't be surprised if he could hear it somehow in the quiet between them. She moved across the room to join him on the picnic blanket. "This looks beautiful," she said. Daryl smiled. "You look beautiful," he countered. He gestured toward her Christmas tree. "I love how you did the tree," he said. "The pictures you picked were great." Laura felt herself blush. There was no way he didn't see the picture of them when they were younger, or the one of him and Lily. "Thank you." I got the tree, and realized that the few decorations that I kept weren't going to fill the whole thing. He nodded, and a silence fell between them just long enough to make Laura nervous. "Laura, I love you." The words came out in a rush, and they stole the very air from her lungs. You do?" she asked. Daryl rolled his eyes good-naturedly at her. "I think I've been in love with you since we were 8 years old, and we went for our first bad news banana splits." She chuckled, but she felt her chin wobble a little. Is this really happening? I don't want to sign the divorce papers. I tried, Laura admitted, and Daryl's hopeful smile plummeted. But I failed, she added. I literally couldn't make myself sign them. She scooted closer to him, their hands brushed on the picnic blanket. That doesn't mean this is a good idea either, she pointed out. Daryl shook his head. I think it does, he told her. We are good together. I know you want to be independent, but I swear I'd never get in the way of that. If you want a career, I'll be rooting you on the whole time. If you want to focus on Lily, that's absolutely fine with me. If you want to lie in bed all day and eat chocolate, then so be it. Just tell me what kind of chocolate you want, and I'll stock up. Laura Jo, I need you to know. I don't want to run your life or control it in any way. I just want to share it with you, if you'll let me. I don't know what to say, she managed to stammer out. Say you'll at least consider it, he pleaded. I know I've screwed up in a lot of ways, but I want to do better this time. I swear, all I want is to make you and Lily happy. Oh, and speaking of which, he said, before grabbing a rolled-up piece of paper from behind his back and presenting it to her with a flourish. Laura raised an eyebrow in question. What's this? She asked as she unrolled it. These are plans to build a treehouse in the backyard here. It resembles the old one as best as I could manage, working from memory. I know how much you loved yours, so I thought we could build this for Lily so that she has a hangout for her and her friends. Are you planning on living here? Daryl nodded. If that's what you want, I will. You deserve to have your family's house, and I wouldn't want to keep you from that. The ranch doesn't really need me there every night. We hired a new man, and Kyle really likes him. They'll both be on site if any emergencies come up. I might need to stay at the ranch a few times a year when things are really busy, but I think I'll be able to work my schedule to give you the time and attention that you and Lily deserve and come home to you nearly every night. Laura could hardly believe what she was hearing. It had to be some sort of dream, right? I love you too, she said, just in case it was a dream. She wanted those words out and on the record. I think I'm scared of how much I love you some days. Daryl leaned in and kissed her then. Although he probably meant it to be soft and sweet, it was like throwing a match on a powder keg. She threw her arms around him and nearly climbed into his lap, trying to get closer to him. They kissed for a long while until he eased back so that he could press kisses all over her face. Let me show you something, he said, and pulled her up to her feet. She followed him into Lily's room and, steering her forward, pointed to the molding around the closet. Laura didn't understand for a split second, but then she saw the marks from her growth chart. Where did you find it? She breathed. Daryl rubbed at the back of his neck. I went dumpster diving out front. When she turned, Laura gasped out loud. Daryl had dropped to one knee and had a ring box in his hand. I never got you an engagement ring, he said and opened the box. It was a beautiful diamond on a simple platinum band. I want you to keep wearing my mama's ring, he told her, but it would be my honor if you would wear this one as well. Laura Jo, would you be my wife? For real this time? I don't want to lose you. Tears flooded her gaze. I don't want to lose you either, she said. He laughed, joyous. Is that a yes? She held up her hand. Yes, she said. Yes, yes. Daryl, only fumbling slightly, put the ring on the same finger that she still wore his mother's wedding band, and then stood to pull her into his arms. They stood that way for a long while, murmuring soft words of love to one another. When he finally let her go, he gestured for them to return to the living room. A few more surprises, he said. Laura laughed. I don't think I can handle any more tonight. Please never stop. They sat back on their picnic blanket again, and he pulled out 2 chocolate cupcakes from the basket. Are those cupcakes from the bakery downtown? He said. We have a good tradition for bad news, but I felt like we needed one for celebrations too. So, from now on, cupcakes for good news, okay? These are double chocolate chip. Laura laughed and shook her head. Oh, you're good. Only for you, wife, he said, and his tone made her shiver. She leaned in to kiss him again, ready to maybe take advantage of their privacy, but he put a hand up to stop her. "There is just one more thing tonight, and you may never get this again, so please enjoy it." He handed her one of the cupcakes before he pulled out his phone. With a few taps, the opening bars to All I Want for Christmas Is You started playing. It was her favorite Christmas song, hands down, and while she shouldn't be surprised that he would remember such a thing, she was certainly impressed. But then, the most magnificent thing happened. It must have been the karaoke version, because when Daryl began singing, it was only his voice alone. She had always loved his voice. He was the type to sing along with the radio if he didn't think you were listening, but he was always too shy to sing for her without singing over someone else. This was just Daryl and his lovely baritone, and if it were possible, she fell in love with him all over again. When the last of the song tapered off, Laura laughed when he hauled her into his arms. He was shaking slightly, and she held him tighter. "You have a beautiful voice," she told him. "Never again," he muttered to her. "Sure thing." She didn't need it to happen again. She knew she'd never forget it. Chapter 31. She kissed his lips, his cheeks, his nose, his chin, and then his lips again. "By the way," she said, "you got some of those plans wrong." Daryl stared at the woman in his lap, at his wife, thank the Lord, and blinked. What could I have possibly gotten wrong? He had planned this night to be perfect. What could he possibly have messed up? Laura smirked. "While I am so glad you found my growth chart, I think it would really look better in the closet of our room at the ranch." She tapped her chin. "Come to think of it, a treehouse would look better there too." "Laura Joe." She put a finger on his lips, and he grudgingly fell silent. "I have been holding on to the past for so long," she said. "I thought I would find everything I would ever need here in this house, in the remnants of my childhood." She shook her head. "But all I've done is stop myself from embracing my future." She leaned in and kissed him again. "Our future," she murmured against his lips. "The ranch is our home, and that's where I want to be. That's where I want to raise Lily." Daryl felt like he might vibrate out of his very skin. The words that he'd been thinking pressed to the roof of his mouth, and he couldn't hold them back. "I want to adopt her," he said. "I want her to be our little girl." A soft, overwhelmingly fond look crossed over her face, and then she was pulling him in for even more kisses. "Yes," she murmured against his skin. "Now, Mrs. Rivers," he said, and grinned because he loved how that sounded. "You need to behave. I think we're in the middle of dinner." She glanced to the cupcake crumbs on the picnic blanket. "I'm pretty sure we've already had dessert," she pointed out. "So why do I have to behave?" Heat pooled in his gut, and he rolled her beneath him, delighting in her squeak when he ran his lips over the thudding pulse in her throat. When he reached her collarbone, he nipped it gently, and she shuddered against him. "I've changed my mind," he whispered. "Never behave, okay?" Laura laughed, and he lived for how that laugh made her eyes light up. Her smile faded around the edges. "I missed you," she said. Daryl kissed her again. "I missed you too, Laura Joe." "What time do we need to pick up Lily?" Daryl smirked. "Georgina said that she would keep her for the night, if that's what you'd like." "We could have a whole night to ourselves," she asked. "I haven't had a whole night since she was born." Daryl resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "You wouldn't make it the whole night away from her," he teased. Laura looked offended for a split second, but then she nodded. "You're probably right," she admitted. "But we probably have an hour or two before I start going through withdrawal." She tugged him down into a kiss. Later, they lay, entangled, until Laura finally admitted that she needed to breathe. He moved so that he lay on his back, half on the picnic blanket and half on the floor, and she cuddled into his side. "That's a little better," she laughed, and he hummed in agreement. As they lay there, just enjoying each other, he had a thought. "What say we take a honeymoon?" he asked. She glanced up at him. "To where?" Daryl shrugged. "To anywhere we want, I guess." "Is that really a good idea? You're so busy." He pressed a kiss into her hair. "I want to do this the right way," he said. I want to show you the whole world if that's what you want." Laura lay against him for a long while, quiet and contemplative. "My whole world is here," she said, but then a sneaky grin grew across her face. "But it might be fun to go somewhere and lie on a beach and get tanned." Daryl hummed appreciatively. "Will you promise to wear the tiniest bathing suit that you can find?" She outright laughed. "You would have a coronary if another man stared at me like that." He wanted to say that of course he wouldn't. He wasn't a crazy, possessive man. He understood perfectly well that Laura was gorgeous and that other people were going to notice. There was nothing he would or even wanted to do about that. But her lying on the golden sand in some string bikini for other men to feast their eyes on, he wouldn't like it. But she could do it if she really wanted to, he thought decisively. "I wouldn't try and stop her or anything." Laura patted his chest. "Relax," she soothed him. "I'm not one to make a display out of myself anyway." "But if it could be just you and me, would you?" he asked with a wink. "Pretty please?" She shrugged, but there was a naughty smile on her lips. "Guess you'll have to wait and see." Daryl held her close, feeling lighter than he had in years. "I'd wait for you forever and a day," he said. She tipped her head up so that her chin rested on his chest. "No more waiting," she murmured. "We waited long enough." He couldn't agree more.